Vivi, I admit you might have had some special luck, so you developed some kind of precognition. You're young and reckless, and it's normal to feel a bit proud. Uncle Air can understand that. But we can't let our special abilities make us arrogant or speak recklessly. Perhaps because he had been in a high position for many years, Yijin Tai was used to being praised. Now, however, Yilingwei kept correcting him, and Yijin Tai was starting to feel displeased. Second uncle, stop showing off your authority here. Vivi says one thing, and you reply 3 times, just to annoy everyone here. I think you've been with Wang Fong too long, and your mind is gone. Dad, how can you say that to me? You're too protective of her. Yijin Tai looked at the old man, who didn't give him any face, and couldn't help but complain. Protective of her? If you weren't my son, I would have kicked you out long ago. Vivi is discussing official business with us now. And you keep treating her like a junior, scolding her and acting like an elder. No wonder your family is in such chaos. Second brother, either shut up and listen to Vivi or get out. Yi Zhenmin also suppressed his anger and reminded Yijin Tai. Fine, you all protect her. One day, you'll spoil her too much. I'm not leaving. I want to see what extraordinary skills she has. Yijin Tai sat motionless on the sofa, clearly refusing to leave. I am seeking equal cooperation, not rushing to beg you. If it weren't for Grandpa, even without your help, it wouldn't affect me much. Yilingwei's cold gaze swept over Yijin Tai and Yijingua, and she warned seriously. Some people, open your eyes and watch carefully. Yijin Tai knew she was talking about him, but now he was too lazy to argue. Soon, she would embarrass herself, and everyone would see her shame. What's going on? Did I see that wrong? The father and son of the Yi family both rubbed their eyes, doubting if they were hallucinating. Just now, Yilingwei picked up a stack of documents from the table, but suddenly, the papers disappeared. They knew this wasn't magic because there was nothing on the sofa where Yilingwei sat, and she hadn't moved her fingers. Moreover, it was summer, and Yilingwei was only wearing a dress, so she had nowhere to hide anything. To make it clearer for the father and son, Yilingwei even stood up and spun around. Now, even Yijin Tai couldn't find a flaw. Before they could react, the stack of documents reappeared in Yilingwei's hand, beautifully and suddenly. The father and son of the Yi family were now certain the documents had appeared out of nowhere. They kept staring at Yilingwei, eyes wide without blinking. This extraordinary ability, beyond normal understanding, was too shocking. So much so that the 5 Yi family men all stared blankly, frozen in place as if turned to stone. Then, they saw an even more incredible scene. Yilingwei's hand gently brushed over the desk, chairs, benches, and the bookshelf on the wall, and suddenly, everything disappeared into thin air before their eyes. Looking at the empty study, the father and sons felt their brains freeze, as if they couldn't think or function normally anymore. Vivi, little fairy, please accept my knees. Suddenly, Yi Zhenan rushed in front of Yilingwei, about to kneel with both knees. Quick as a flash, Yilingwei kicked him away. Cough, cough. Vivi, you're really ruthless. Yi Zhenan covered his chest, looking at Yilingwei with a sad face, coughing as he spoke. This. I didn't mean to do it. Who asked you to kneel to me? Little uncle, you're the ruthless one. Are you trying to shorten my life? It couldn't be helped. These were reflexes Yilingwei developed during her fight with zombies in her past life. Who asked Yi Zhenan to rush forward so suddenly? However, Yi Zhenan's commotion just now broke the strange atmosphere. The old man and others also snapped out of their daze. Vivi, come here, let Grandpa take a look. Seeing Yilingwei walk over, the old man first pinched her arm, then circled around her several times. No problem, she really is a living person. Where did the disappeared things go? The old man frowned and muttered to himself, his face full of shock and confusion. Vivi, can you make those things appear again? Yi Zhenan moved closer, looking at Yilingwei with hope. Of course I can. She then made the vanished tables, chairs, and bookshelves reappear. Not only did the furniture stay in the same place, but it was exactly where it had been before. Even the books on the shelves were exactly the same, neatly arranged, not out of order at all. This is so amazing. Yi Zhenin took Yi Lingwei's hand, inspecting and squeezing it repeatedly.
Clap.
A sound was heard as Yi Lingwei slapped Yi Zhenin's hand, quickly pulling her hand back. Little uncle, with your silly look, you'll never figure out anything even if you watch for a lifetime. Yi Lingwei glared at Yi Zhenin irritably. Vivi, what's going on with you? Could this affect your health? Yi Zhenmin looked surprised, but mostly worried. This is space ability, it doesn't harm my body. No matter what situation she faced, Yi Zhenmin always prioritized her health and safety, which really moved Yi Lingwei. Yi Zhentai stood quietly to the side, saying nothing. With Yi Lingwei's divine skills, what was there to say? He had seen it with his own eyes. What was there to doubt? Indeed, the world is full of wonders. I was too narrow-minded before. Vivi, I'm sorry. It was my second uncle's fault earlier. I spoke without understanding the truth and insulted you. That's my mistake. Yi Zhentai looked at Yi Lingwei sincerely. Second uncle, it's okay, I won't take it to heart. Yi Lingwei didn't have a clear understanding of Yi Zhentai's character, as they had little contact and were strangers. So, it was normal for him to doubt her abilities. Second brother, at least you have some sense of responsibility. You're not completely hopeless. The old man patted Yi Zhentai's shoulder heavily and nodded in approval. It is not scary when people make mistakes. What is frightening is refusing to admit them and going down the wrong path forever. Vivi, you have such a magical ability. Even the Yi family is lucky to work with you.
Yezen go speaks honestly.
This ability is so powerful that it might be unique on Blue Star. If Yi Lingwei cooperated with others, the benefits she could gain would be enormous. Hearing Yi Zhengua, Yi Lingwei smiles calmly, still looking as indifferent as water. It seems that having this incredible ability hasn't changed her much. The reason I cooperate with the Yi family is simply because my loved ones are here. That's all. Now, let's discuss the details of our cooperation. Vivi, can I ask what space ability is? Big brother, I know. Based on what I've learned from movies and novels, abilities are special powers people suddenly awaken during the end of the world. It's similar to some people turning into zombies. Abilities are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth types. There are also rare and special abilities, like lightning for strong attack power, wind for super speed, space for storage. Some can heal, like light abilities, or become invisible, like dark abilities. Yi Zhen and kept talking about abilities, giving the others a basic understanding of them. Yes, what my little uncle said is mostly correct. Yi Lingwei fully agrees with Yi Zhenin. How do movie makers and authors know about these things? Before the end of the world, Vivi, how did you awaken your abilities early? Yi Zhengua's questions are quite sharp. I don't know how others learned about the end of the world. Maybe some of them are time travelers from the future who came back to the present, or perhaps others traveled back from the future and told them. As for why I awakened my space ability early, I don't know either. On the second day of school vacation, I suddenly woke up and found I had space powers and could see the future. With my future vision, I also learned about my background. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Yi Lingwei naturally couldn't tell the truth. Whether people believe it or not, she only had this one answer. Brother, your second question is a bit too personal, isn't it? Yi Zhenmin looked at Yi Zhengua disapprovingly, feeling he invaded Yi Lingwei's privacy. Wei, I was too impatient and didn't think it through. It's okay. If I can say it, I will. If I can't, asking me is pointless.
Ha ha ha.
Wei, you're straightforward and honest. I like that. Yi Zhengua laughed happily, growing more fond of Yi Lingwei. Wei, with your space abilities, roughly how many items can you hold at once? My space is about the size of a dozen football fields. I'm not exactly sure how many items I can store. Yi Lingwei's space also needs to hold crops, livestock, and supplies she previously bought. The space available for cooperation is only this big now. A standard football field covers 7,140 square meters. 10 football fields total over 71,000 square meters. So big? You could fit 10 cruise ships without a problem. After some calculations, Yi Zhen and had a rough idea of Yi Lingwei's space size.
Great.
That's wonderful. Yi Zhenghua clapped the table happily and stood up excitedly. This means the most difficult and critical problem for us is now solved. In the little time left, we can relax and focus on buying supplies and stockpiling. As long as Wei Wei makes a few trips, we can secretly bring back everything we buy overseas. Wei Wei, thank you on behalf of Uncle Yi and the Yi family. Yi Zhenghua looked at her with gratitude and spoke sincerely. Yes, Wei Wei, thank you for not giving up on working with the Yi family, even when you faced Uncle Heir. Otherwise, I'd be a sinner in the Yi family. Yi Zhentai lowered his head, looking ashamed. Big uncle, second uncle, you don't need to be so formal. Our cooperation is based on mutual benefit. No need to thank me. Yi Lingwei didn't expect them to say this. As her elders, both holding high positions for many years, it's truly not easy to reach this point. It just shows that the Yi family's upbringing and family traditions are very good, and the family members are trustworthy. Big brother, second brother, stop just talking and start acting. No matter how good your words are, they're just empty talk. Actions speak louder than words. I suggest that all future supplies we purchase be split equally with Vivi. But Vivi only needs to contribute 10% of the funds. The rest will be paid by our Yi family. I fully agree. Yi Zhenin was the first to express his opinion. I agree with Dad's suggestion. Yi Zhentai followed quickly, sharing his view. I have no objections. Let's follow what Dad said. Yi Zhenghua finally stated his position. I disagree. Suddenly, a voice of opposition was heard. Yi Lingwei looked at everyone and calmly said, it's better if we share the capital and supplies equally, 50-50. After all, this is not a small amount but a large sum of money. Dad, Vivi's capital will be paid by me. Additionally, I will personally give you 2,000 billion yuan as a token of respect. As for how this money is used, it's entirely up to you. I won't interfere. Yi Zhenmin seemed to have made a firm decision, looking at the old man with some regret. Third brother, what do you mean by this? Why are you giving me so much money? The old man looked at Yi Zhenmin with confusion. Dad, I am a son who has been unfilial. I have decided from today to follow Vivi. Wherever she goes, I will go. Even if the end of the world comes, I will be with my daughter wherever she is. For the past 17 years, I failed to protect her and couldn't grow up with her. In the years to come, I will definitely stay by her side and never part. Yi Zhenmin approached the old man, slowly knelt down, eyes red, and continued word by word. Dad, I might not be able to stay with you to be filial in the future. All I can think of is to give you more money. Although this is shameless, it's all I can do for you now. You can hit me or scold me. I accept it all. Seeing Yi Zhenmin kneeling before him, the old man felt deeply moved. How could he not understand? Losing Yi Lingwei was a devastating for Yi Zhenmin. Choosing between his daughter and his father must have been very painful for him. This is another kind of pain and torment. Third brother, I understand you and won't blame you. Get up quickly. Vivi is still here. The old man helped Yi Zhenmin to his feet and sat him down beside him. Third brother, don't worry. Dad, big brother, and second brother are here with us. Moreover, before the end of the world, those noisy kids will definitely come back. There are many family members at home, so Dad doesn't lack anyone to take care of him. Yi Zhenin didn't want to see Yi Zhenmin in pain, so he patted his chest and assured him. Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhentai also nodded and smiled at Yi Zhenmin, letting him rest assured. Yi Lingwei knew that Yi Zhenmin was a responsible and good father, but she didn't expect him to do so much for her. Oh, why does it feel like we're facing life and death? After the end of the world, meeting is hard, but there's still some chance. Yi Zhenin couldn't stand the tense atmosphere and decided to joke around. Right now, the most important thing is to plan what everyone needs to do. Then follow the plan and act accordingly. We can't waste any more time. Yi Zhenghua agreed with Yi Zhenin's words. Shen Tai and I still need to go back to work, so we can only manage remotely. The large shipments of supplies will be handled by Shen Tai and me. We have our own ways. As for small arms, that will be up to Zhenin. And at home, only Dad can hold down the fort. But I will try to bring back our 3 boys to help Dad as soon as possible. Yi Zhenguo arranged everything methodically. I'll also notify Yi Feng and Yi Chun to come back quickly. Tomorrow, I will return to Beijing and immediately resign. Once the work is handed over, I will go overseas to personally handle the procurement of supplies. Yi Zhentai also shared his plan. I will have my men stockpile as many weapons as possible, ensuring safety. Big brother, second brother, first find some hidden warehouses to store the goods. Make sure to store them in small, scattered batches to avoid being targeted. After I and third brother take Vivi back home and handle the village's affairs, I will take her directly overseas. Before that, we will use the money in our family's overseas account. When Vivi and I go abroad, we will transfer all the domestic funds into the space to take with us. At that time, give the money to second brother. Then Vivi will store the supplies in the space, and we can quietly bring everything back to the country. Yi Zhenin also shared some of his ideas and plans. When Vivi goes overseas, I can stay at home to help Dad. Yi Zhenmin quickly added his thoughts. The 5 members of the Yi family looked at Yi Lingwei, and she quickly expressed her opinion. I have no objections. Whatever you decide is fine. All right, let's make arrangements like this for now. If there are any changes later, we can adjust at any time. The old man made the final decision. Big brother and second brother, you stay first. I want to discuss some work matters with you too. You guys, if there's anything, go ahead and get busy. After saying goodbye to the old man, Yi Lingwei, Yi Zhenmin, and Yi Zhenin left the study first. Dad, please pass these 2 bottles of water to Uncle Da and Uncle Air for me. Back home, Yi Lingwei took 2 bottles of spiritual spring water and handed them to Yi Zhenmin. Wei, what's this? I hope you all stay healthy through the end times and can spend good time with Grandpa. Wei, thank you, Dad. Yi Zhenmin knew that it was because of him and the old man that Yi Lingwei was willing to give such precious water to Yi Zhenguo and Yi Zhentai. Yi Lingwei might have her own thoughts, but mostly she felt that the Yi family members were pretty good and good partners. The end times are too harsh, and Yi Lingwei didn't want such good partners to leave early. After Yi Zhenmin left, Yi Lingwei immediately called Yi Zhenin. Little uncle, you're impressive, hiding so deep. Great niece, what's wrong with you? Why are you sounding so sarcastic? You're not claiming to be a spoiled rich kid outside, are you? Turns out you're involved in arms trading overseas? I'm just small scale, making a living. Besides, arms trading abroad is legal and proper, all legitimate business. Ha, keep dreaming. Once I go abroad in a few days, I'll take you to see the world. Hearing Yi Zhenin's boastful tone, Yi Lingwei immediately hung up. No wonder the Yi family is so influential. Their background is deep, and all the children are outstanding. None are fools. While still in Donghai City, Yi Lingwei decided to visit the seaside first, filling the 10 empty fish ponds with seawater to raise marine fish and shrimp. The 10 fish ponds already filled with creek water would be used for freshwater fish, and she acted quickly, grabbing her car keys and driving to the coast. She found a good spot by the sea, away from tourists. Then she reached into the seawater, using her mind to control the water, drawing it directly into the space's fish ponds. It took about an hour, and Yi Lingwei finally pulled her hand out of the seawater. Because she had been soaking in water too long, her skin was pale and wrinkled. But thinking about being able to eat all kinds of fresh fish and shrimp in the future, Yi Lingwei felt that these were nothing. Since there was still time, she quickly drove to the largest seafood wholesale market in Donghai City. When she arrived, Yi Lingwei swept through half of the shops. Any kind of aquatic product, whether freshwater or marine, as long as it was alive and vigorous, she wanted them all. She also required each shop to have 2 large water tanks and oxygen machines. This was necessary because she couldn't directly put the fish and shrimp into her space. She could only have the sellers keep them in water tanks until everything was delivered to the warehouse, then she could transfer them into her space. After 4 p.m., when the temperature was cooler, Yi Lingwei took a convoy of trucks to the warehouse. While she was busy organizing the fish, Yi Zhenguo and Yi Zhentai were having another big surprise. Any soldier who fought in the army and made significant contributions usually had injuries. Yi Zhenghua was no exception. To reach his current position, it was hard to believe he hadn't faced life-and-death crises many times. But now, after drinking a bottle of water, the pain that had troubled him for decades suddenly disappeared. He felt like he had become 20 years younger, clear-headed and full of energy. No wonder so many people have always pursued eternal youth and staying young. He was already old and his life was fading, but in an instant, he felt like he was young and strong again. This feeling was truly addictive. Yi Zhentai was just as shocked as Yi Zhenghua. Because of years of working overtime, his energy and vitality were severely drained, and his body had become very weak. To hide this, he always tried to look energetic outside. Yi Zhentai took out his phone, opened the front camera, and carefully took a video of himself. From the video, his changes were obvious. His eyes were no longer dull and tired. His face looked rosy and shiny, with fewer wrinkles. His white hair at the temples had disappeared, and he looked completely different. Seeing his incredible transformation, Yi Zhentai was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is simply a divine method. You guys' changes are nothing. Look at this medical report," the old man said proudly, seeing Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhentai staring blankly. Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhentai took the documents handed to them by their father and carefully looked through them. At this moment, even Yi Zhenghua, who is usually calm and rarely shows his emotions, couldn't help but exclaim, "Dad, your heart condition is healed?" Yi Zhentai also stared with wide eyes, looking directly at their father, as if waiting for an answer. "It's been healed for a long time. Otherwise, why would you think I could go 2 days and nights without sleep with my old health?" Luckily, Vicky is kind-hearted. If it weren't for her saving my life back then, I might have been cremated and buried already. Maybe even grass has grown 2 feet high on my grave. Dad, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell us? Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhentai looked worriedly at their father, anxiously asking, "Why should I tell you? You are both so busy. Even if I told you, it wouldn't help. After all, water can't quench a fire that's nearby." "Dad, we are unfilial. Don't blame you. Since ancient times, it has been hard to be both loyal and filial at the same time." Their father recalled his life, how he had fought for the country and the people. Wasn't he the same back then? When he was busy, he had no extra energy or time to care for his family and children. "Over a month ago, I suddenly fell ill at the airport and collapsed. At that critical moment, Vicky saved me. At that time, Vicky didn't even know me. To her, I was just a stranger. And the water she gave me was this kind, saving me from death. After I was taken to the hospital, Vicky left without asking for any reward. A few days ago, Vicky brought me another bottle of this water. After I drank it and went for a checkup, my heart condition was completely healed. Vicky gave me this precious water twice, but she didn't say a word or seek any credit. Vicky is only 20, but she is the kindest, most outstanding, and most broad-minded junior I have ever seen. That's why I want to protect her, love her, and care for her, because she is worth it. That's also why I got so angry when the second brother belittled or lectured Vicky. Dad, I was wrong. It was my selfishness and stubbornness that made me unable to see right from wrong. I promise to change in the future and will treat Vicky well." After hearing his father's words, Yi Zhentai lowered his head in shame. Admitting mistakes and changing for the better is the greatest virtue. You must take this as a lesson. Dad, please don't be angry. Zhentai will definitely change. Our family has received a great kindness from Wei Wei. From now on, the Yi family will be Wei Wei's strong support. Anyone who bullies her will be considered an enemy of the Yi family. Yi Zhenghua announced that from now on, the Yi family will be Wei Wei's most loyal partner and reliable teammate. Whenever, the Yi family will stand with Wei Wei, sharing both joys and difficulties. Good. The old man happily shouted.
Yezen minimum stud kuyitli aside.
Seeing his father, older brother, and second brother support and approve of Wei Wei, he felt happy and proud. Wei Wei's efforts were not in vain. His family was doing well, and was not just taking without giving. As night fell and trucks left the logistics park one after another, the warehouse gradually quieted down. Wei Wei carefully sorted different kinds of fish, shrimp, and based on their habits, and put them into the space's fish ponds. After adding some spiritual spring water to each pond, she left the space. Back at the villa, Yi Zhenmin had prepared dinner. Tomorrow morning, I plan to leave and go home. After dinner, I will say goodbye to Grandpa first, and then call my little uncle to let him know. All right, Dad, I will go with you to Grandpa's house, and I will also tell Grandpa hello.
Okay.
After dinner, father and daughter went together to Grandpa's house. Wei Wei is here. Have you eaten? Grandpa, I just finished eating. Tomorrow morning, I will leave to find my dad. So I just wanted to tell you now. It's also time to go back and see your family and talk to your father about your adoption. And to settle the villagers who used to take care of you. Grandpa may be reluctant to see you leave, but as long as you're safe and happy, it doesn't matter whether you're here or not. As he spoke, Grandpa's eyes started to turn red. Grandpa, I will come back often to see you. After all, this is also my home. Seeing Grandpa look sad, Wei Wei felt a little upset too. Yes, this will always be your home. Girl, when you're out, you must take good care of yourself. Eat well, drink well, and if you like something, just buy it. Don't be stingy with money. If it weren't for the coming apocalypse, and if I didn't have to leave home, I would definitely stay and go back with you this time. Dad, Zhen, and I will accompany Nuan back. Don't worry. Yi Zhenmin was worried that the old man might be concerned, so he quickly expressed his support nearby. Please, everyone, send my regards to Vivi's father. Our Yi family owes him a great debt. Having met such a good father in Vivi's life is both Vivi's blessing and our Yi family's luck. I have prepared a gift. When you leave later, remember to take it and pass it to Vivi's father. The old man carefully reminded Yi Zhenmin step by step, worried that any mistake might upset Vivi and her father. Vivi sat quietly nearby, listening without feeling annoyed by the old man's fuss. Instead, she felt very warm inside. It is often said, a mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles, and as an elder, the old man was no different. Grandpa, here are 3 bottles of water. Keep them at home for emergencies. Seeing that the old man had finished speaking, Vivi handed him a bag she carried with her. The old man opened it and saw 3 bottles of mineral water inside. Of course, this water was not ordinary. Using mineral water bottles to hold spiritual spring water was simple and safe. As long as no one drank it, no one would notice anything special about the water. Vivi, sweetheart, you should keep this for yourself. Grandpa is at home, so it's much safer than going out. No, I still have some left. Then I'll head back first. Rest early, Grandpa. Vivi stood up and smiled as she spoke to the old man. Good. You should also sleep early. Drive safely. The old man also stood up, his loving eyes full of reluctance and concern for Vivi. Grandpa, please stay safe at home and wait for me. Once I finish my errands, I'll come back to see you. Vivi took a step forward, gently hugging the old man, her voice trembling with emotion. Okay, Grandpa, I promise. The old man looked at Vivi's departing figure, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. He softly whispered, Vivi, Grandpa wishes you safety and smooth travels. At 3 a.m. the next day, a black SUV and a dark green pickup truck slowly left Ye's hillside villa, one behind the other. The night was quiet and deep blue, with bright, dazzling stars flickering across the vast sky. The air was filled with the fresh scent of summer grass, and occasional cheerful chirping of birds could be heard. Vivi rolled down the car window, feeling the cool breeze gently brush past her ears, lifting her hair strands. Looking at the leaves swaying in the wind nearby and the distant mountains shrouded in light mist, Yilingwei's lips curved into a beautiful smile. It seemed that all the plants and animals around could feel her happy mood at this moment. Yilingwei has lived in Mountaineering Village since she can remember. Just hearing the name, you know it must be a small mountain village. Next to this village are Mountaineering Village 2nd and 3rd villages. It is said that the ancestors of these 3 villages were originally one family, who fled to the mountains during early wars. Later, as the population grew and multiplied, they gradually developed into villages. With new people settling here, the villages kept expanding and eventually became 3 separate villages. Mountaineering Village is located in Lingyun Town, Fengqiao County, Xifang City, surrounded by mountains and economically underdeveloped. Xifang City is directly west of Donghai City, separated by 3 large cities, Angxi, Beishir, and Chishi. Yi Lingwei is studying economics at a finance university in Beishir. She just finished her 3rd year, and according to plan, she will graduate after another year. In her previous life, her biggest wish was to get into a public graduate school and stay to teach at the university. But when the apocalypse suddenly arrived, everything changed. Little girl, dawn is almost here. Let's have some breakfast first, then continue our journey.
Okay.
Yi Zhenmin's words pulled Yi Lingwei out of her memories of her past life. She picked up her phone and looked at the time. Unconsciously, it was already past 5. Yi Lingwei looked up and glanced at the eastern sky. The fiery morning glow looked like a phoenix reborn from the flames, spreading its wings high. The morning sunlight shone on it, making it look especially dazzling. Yes, her past life was now behind her. Now that she had been reborn, what was the difference between her and a phoenix rising from the ashes? In this life, she was determined to fight against the apocalypse to the end. Fight zombies, compete with people, and struggle against fate itself. Yi Zhenmin parked the car in front of a breakfast shop and went inside to order first. After Yi Zhenmin parked the car, Yi Lingwei called him over and followed him into the shop. Vivi, what should we do next? Take the provincial road or the highway? Yi Zhenmin said as he placed a plate of steamed buns in front of Yi Lingwei. Let's take the provincial road. Although the highway can get us there in over 20 hours, it's not good for us to get familiar with the route and stockpile supplies. According to my plan, we should travel from 3 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day. During this time, the temperature isn't too high, so sitting in the car isn't too uncomfortable. After 10 o'clock, we will split into 2 groups. One person will go to rent a temporary warehouse, while the other 2 will go shopping in the city. The shopkeepers must deliver all the goods to the warehouse by the afternoon. This way, we won't delay our evening rest or our travel the next day. The main targets for our stockpiling are the 3 big cities, Angxi, Beishir, and Chishi. While eating, Yi Lingwei explained her plan again. She said, with this plan, our trip will likely take at least 5 or 6 more days. After hearing this, Yi Zhenmin estimated the distance and time, then said, we should arrive at your home around the 25th. He added, I think Wei Wei's plan is very good. It arranges travel, supplies, and rest well, without conflicts.
Ye zemin naturali supportet ye Lingwei unconditionally.
I'm not saying her plan is bad, he said, but I'm a little worried that we might not have enough time. Seeing Yi Zhenmin sitting in front of her, no longer relaxed but looking a bit discouraged, Yi Lingwei said, feeling anxious, worried, and scared is normal. She continued, as long as we stay confident and follow the plan step by step, I believe no matter how many difficulties we face, we have the courage and confidence to keep fighting. Hearing this, Yi Zhenmin couldn't help but chuckle. Wei Wei, don't worry, he said. Your uncle is not someone easily scared. I won't be defeated by these difficulties. After breakfast, the 3 quickly got into the car and continued their journey. They traveled and stockpiled along the way. On the 5th morning, they finally arrived at Xifang City. Yi Zhenmin said, Uncle, today we will buy supplies in the city. After resting for a night, we'll head to the village early tomorrow. Sitting in the driver's seat, Yi Lingwei looked back at Yi Zhenmin, who was lying on the back seat with a scruffy beard, and smiled. Young niece, just leave the arrangements to me, she said. Whatever I say, that's what we'll do. No questions. I'm tired and just want to finish quickly and get a good sleep. Yi Zhenmin shifted his stiff body slightly, muttering with his eyes closed. You little brat, hurry up and get up. Just after getting out of the pickup truck, Yi Zhenmin opened the door and pulled Yi Zhenmin up from the back seat. Vivi, this young girl didn't complain about any hardship or tiredness. And you, a grown man, are the one starting to complain first. Are you serious? Third brother, I haven't done much work on this trip. I'm just saying it casually now. Yi Zhenin got out of the car, rubbed his face with his hand. This weather is getting hotter. The sun is almost roasting people.
Don't be silly.
Finish your work early, so we can rest a bit more at night. Yi Zhenmin put a sun hat on Yi Zhenin's head, then looked at Yi Lingwei. Vivi, it's really too hot today. Maybe you should go straight to the hotel and wait for us. After the sun sets, you can go to the warehouse to pack the supplies. Yes, Vivi, your dad, and I will go buy the supplies. You better not go. Yi Zhenin put on sun-protective clothes and wiped the sweat from his forehead, agreeing as well. Don't worry, I'm fine. I can handle this weather. With me here, it will be faster. All right, but if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell Dad immediately.
Okay.
Seeing Yi Lingwei's insistence, Yi Zhenmin could only agree and let her go with him to buy the supplies. They worked busy all day, and finally, as night fell, the three completed their stockpiling in Xifang City as planned. Because the schedule was uncertain, Yi Lingwei didn't tell Yi Zhan in advance that she was returning home. Thinking that she could be home by tomorrow afternoon, she wondered whether her father would be more surprised or more delighted to see her. With this anticipation and a smile, Yi Lingwei fell into a peaceful sleep. Vivi, what do you think of this outfit? Baby, do you think Dad looks okay like this? Early in the morning, Yi Lingwei was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. She opened the door, sleepily looking at Yi Zhenin and Yi Zhenmin pacing back and forth in front of her. Yi Zhenin was dressed in a white sports outfit, a loose and simple t-shirt and shorts. His neat, close-cropped hair and sunny smile made him look full of youth and energy. Yi Zhenmin wore a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans, with a pair of white sneakers. His outfit was appropriate, neither too formal nor too dull. The hairstyle with a 3/7 part, combined with Yi Zhenmin's handsome and refined appearance, gives a feeling of a jade-like person on the road, a peerless young gentleman. Yes, everything looks good, very handsome. In the nervous gazes of Yi Zhenin and Yi Zhenmin, Yi Lingwei finally gave a satisfactory comment. After breakfast, the three hurried to the village. Due to limited time, Yi Lingwei did not stay long in the county or town. When they arrived at the village, it was exactly 1 p.m. Dengshan village, consisting of the first, second, and third villages, is arranged in a triangle within a basin surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The first village is at the innermost part of the basin, at the foot of the northern mountain. The second village is at the foot of the western mountain, and the third village is at the foot of the eastern mountain. Between the 3 villages is a lake, fed by mountain springs from the western and eastern mountains. There is only one shared road leading into and out of the villages, located between the second and third villages. On both sides of the road are large fields planted with rice. Bypassing the lake, there are 2 roads leading to the first village. Yi Lingwei was driving and naturally chose the right road. This road connects the first and second villages, while the other connects the third and first villages. Because the relationship between the first and second villages is delicate, to avoid conflicts or disagreements, Yi Lingwei has rarely taken the road toward the second village since she was a child, whether entering or leaving the village. The car was driving along a small path through the fields, with only the sound of cicadas and hardly any people in sight. In the hot summer, villagers usually work in the fields during the cooler mornings and evenings. At noon, because of the intense heat, everyone either stays at home for lunch or takes a nap, and no one wants to go outside. Yi Lingwei's and Yi Zhan's home was at the back of the first village, near the northern mountain. There was only their family nearby, with no neighbors on either side. Yi Lingwei drove the car and did not take the main road through the village. Instead, she took a small path along the edge of the village to the back, directly driving to her own door. When she got out of the car, Yi Zhenmin and Yi Zhan also followed. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated farmyard in front of them, Yi Zhenmin felt a pang in his nose and an indescribable sadness in his heart. It was an ordinary farmyard, with 4 south-facing tiled houses visible from the outside. In the middle of a stone wall, there were 2 old wooden gates. Yi Lingwei pushed open the courtyard gate and saw a farmer man standing by the water well, washing his face. He wore a white tank top and blue pants that looked a bit faded from washing. His pants were rolled up casually, revealing a pair of old cloth shoes. Though he was nearly 50, he still looked tall and strong. His skin had a deep, earthy tone typical of farmers, and his muscles were firm and powerful. He looked like he was hiding endless strength. He had a sharp, square face with clear features, showing a sense of determination. Below his thick black eyebrows were deep, focused eyes, sharp and steady. This man was Yi Zhan, Yilingwei's father.
Dad.
Yilingwei smiled widely and happily called out to Yi Zhan, who was lost in thought. Little Wei, why did you come back? Yi Zhan snapped out of his daze and asked in a deep, magnetic voice. Dad, this is a surprise for you. Are you happy? Yilingwei took Yi Zhan's hand, shook it, and asked playfully. Yes, I am happy. Yi Zhan's mouth twitched slightly as he forced a small smile and simply replied with 2 words. Seeing her father standing well and healthy made Yilingwei feel joyful and excited. Although her father was always reserved with words, his love and warmth had supported her through the darkest and harshest 10 years of her past life. Tears welled up in Yilingwei's eyes as she hugged her father tightly for the first time in her life. In her previous life, she was shy and weak, never daring to show her feelings or emotions. She kept everything inside her heart. During those 10 dark years in the apocalypse, she often regretted not telling her father how much she loved him. She also felt frustrated for never having the courage to hug him. He was the only family member in this world who stood up for her and protected her from the storm. So, in this life, Yilingwei would no longer hold back. She would be brave to do what she wanted and say what she needed to say. Love should be spoken out loud. Yi Zhan felt his body stiffen, unsure how to react. He didn't understand why his daughter had changed so much this time. Not only did she look more beautiful, but her personality seemed completely different, more cheerful and bold. He watched her tears fall onto his shoulder, and his heart ached with a warm pain. Little Wei, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell Dad. I will avenge you. Seeing the anxious and helpless Yi Zhan in front of her, Yilingwei feels very warm inside. This is her father, the person she loves most.
Dad, I'm fine.
I just haven't been home for a long time. Now that I see you, I am so happy. Silly child, it's only been half a year since you left home, and you're already missing it? You're so grown up, yet you still cry easily. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? I'm not afraid. Yes, for Yi Zhan, it's only been half a year. But for Yilingwei, this reunion spans 2 lifetimes, 10 years. And those 10 years were the darkest and hardest of her life.
Yezemin kuyit stan saside, watching Yilingwei's attachment to Yezhan.
If he said he felt nothing, that would be a lie. He is grateful for Yi Zhan's care and upbringing of Yilingwei, and he doesn't deny that. But emotionally, he feels torn. Now, he both envies the deep bond between Yi Zhan and Yilingwei and feels a bit jealous and possessive. Third brother, seeing this touching father-daughter scene, you must feel uncomfortable, right? Yi Zhanan elbowed Yi Zhanmin and asked mischievously. Go away. Yi Zhanmin shot a quick look at Yi Zhanan, who was enjoying the show, and said irritably, You're hitting a sore spot, haha. Yi Zhanan's laughter finally made Yilingwei remember the 2 people she had forgotten beside her. Actually, from the moment Yi Zhanmin and Yi Zhanan entered, Yi Zhan saw them. But before he could ask, Yilingwei interrupted him. The 2 people in front of her, both in appearance and demeanor, are outstanding and not ordinary. Plus, outside the door, there are 2 expensive luxury cars, indicating that their family is quite wealthy. Especially the older man in a white shirt, who has been paying attention to Yilingwei since he entered. Seeing that man's similar features to Yilingwei, Yi Zhan suddenly felt a bad premonition. Little Wei, who are these 2? Dad, let's go inside first. I'll tell you everything slowly. Yilingwei, holding Yi Zhan's arm, turned to invite Yi Zhanmin and Yi Zhanan into the house. Everyone sat in the main hall, and Yilingwei poured each of them a glass of water. Then he sat in front of Yi Zhan and solemnly introduced himself. Dad, this is my biological father, Yi Zhanmin. This is my younger uncle, Yizhenin. Yi Lingwei's straightforward words made Yi Zhan's pupils suddenly shrink. Although he was prepared mentally, the reality in front of him was still hard to accept. Even Yi Zhenmin and Yi Zhenin were momentarily stunned. They didn't expect Yi Lingwei to jump straight into the main topic without any warning or explanation. Hello, nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. Yi Zhenmin quickly stood up, came in front of Yi Zhan, and bowed while extending both hands. Hello. Yi Zhan also stood up, extended his right hand, and shook hands with Yi Zhenmin. The handshake seemed friendly, but the bulging veins on their hands showed a hidden competition between them. Yi Zhan didn't expect that although Yi Zhenmin looked weak, the strength in his hand was not less than his. Yi Zhenmin also didn't expect that after drinking the spiritual spring water, his strength was comparable to Yi Zhan's. Thank you, Brother Yi, for taking care of and raising Weiwei all these years. It's my duty to take care of my daughter. You don't need to be so polite. From now on, with me, her biological father, accompanying and protecting Weiwei, you can relax a bit. No need. Little Wei was raised by me alone, and I know her personality and preferences better. You don't really understand her. It's okay if you don't understand now. I have plenty of time and patience to gradually get to know and adapt to Weiwei. In the past, I was careless and lost Weiwei. From now on, wherever Weiwei is, I will be there too. I will never be separated from her again. Seeing the two people in front of him with forced smiles and a tense atmosphere growing thicker, Yi Zhenin quickly stepped in to break the tension. Hello, Brother Yi. I am Weiwei's younger uncle. From now on, we are family. Yi Zhenin smiled and extended his right hand to Yi Zhan. The hands that had just been tightly clenched finally relaxed. But just as Yi Zhan extended his right hand, Yi Zhenin froze, because he saw the crescent-shaped scar on Yi Zhan's palm. You? You're Zero? What's Zero? I don't understand what you're talking about. Yi Zhan seemed not to understand Yi Zhenin's words, but Yi Zhenin faintly sensed a killing intent. Yes, it's me. 7 years ago, on the streets of the United States, I was being chased, and you saved me. That year, Yi Zhenin had just started his career when he was targeted by a secret group from the United States. He was young and reckless then, not knowing how to be cautious, which almost cost him his life. Just as someone was pointing a gun at his forehead, a man in black suddenly appeared, shot the attacker, and then grabbed him by the arm and ran away. After they reached a safe place, the man in black left without saying a word. Yi Zhenin didn't have time to ask questions, and since the man was wearing a black hat and sunglasses, he couldn't see his face clearly. But Yi Zhenin clearly remembered that the man in black had a curved moon-shaped scar on his palm. Later, after investigation, Yi Zhenin found out that the man who saved him was a notorious assassin who had been missing for many years. He was ranked 3rd on the international assassin list, with the code name Zero. Yi Zhenin was shocked to learn that the person who saved him was actually Yi Lingwei's adoptive father. How could he not be excited or lose control? Dad, little uncle, what are you talking about? Zero and the United States again?
I don't quite understand.
Yi Lingwei looked curiously at Yi Zhan and Yi Zhenin.
Huh? What?
It's nothing. We were just joking. Yi Zhenin suddenly remembered that Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhenmin were still nearby, so he quickly tried to change the subject. Well, why don't you go rest in my dad's house first? I have something to discuss with him alone. Okay, no problem. Under Yi Zhan's deadly gaze, Yi Zhenin desperately wanted to find a place to hide. After settling Yi Zhenin and Yi Zhenmin, Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan went to her room. Dad, what I'm about to say might be hard for you to believe, but I promise, everything I say is true. Xiaowei, just tell me. I believe you. Seeing how serious Yi Lingwei was, Yi Zhan also calmed down and listened carefully. So, Yi Lingwei started from the day she was reborn. She told him everything from her previous death, obtaining the jade pendant space, meeting her family, stockpiling supplies, and cooperating with the Yi family, without missing any details. Hearing about her tragic past, Yi Zhan's eyes turned red with pain, and he wished he could immediately go and punish Bai Roland. Watching how the once timid and shy Yi Lingwei gradually became the strong girl she was now, Yizhan didn't know whether to feel happy or sad for his daughter. My little girl has suffered so much. Yizhan reached out and gently stroked Yi Lingwei's head, speaking with a choked voice. Dad, I'm not suffering. As long as I can be with you again, I would be willing to die 10,000 times. This was the first time Yi Lingwei heard Yizhan call her like that, and the first time she truly felt her father's love so strongly. Silly child, I will protect you for the rest of my life and never let you get hurt again. Yes.
Yi Lingwei'in oddet filmli.
Since the end of the world is coming and the world will become chaotic, there are some things I no longer need to hide from you. Didn't you ask what number 0 means? Actually, I am a killer. And number 0 is my code name. After Yizhan finished speaking, he kept a close eye on Yi Lingwei, worried that his true identity might scare her. His heart was nervous and uneasy. Dad? A killer? Yi Lingwei's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked again, unable to believe it. Yes. Seeing that her face only showed surprise and no fear or disgust, Yizhan finally relaxed and let out a long breath. Wow, so my dad is actually so amazing. He's not just an ordinary farmer. I never noticed it all these years. If I hadn't experienced my past life, I might have been afraid or rejected Yizhan's true identity. But now, Yi Lingwei only feels that her father's identity as a killer gives him more strength to survive better in the end times. Since I adopted you, I've been living under a false name and never taken on any missions. I made myself into a true farmer and hunter. So, you naturally wouldn't notice that I am different. Dad, thank you for everything you've done for me. Yi Lingwei knew that everything Yizhan did was for her, and he made those choices and sacrifices because of her. Silly child, you and I never need to say thank you. Everything I do is willingly from my heart. Actually, I've long disliked those days of fighting and killing. Planting crops, hunting, and watching you grow up day by day. This kind of life makes me feel warm and safe. Yi Lingwei had never known that her usually quiet father could speak so much at once. Because of her past life, she was too timid and self-critical, and she never had the courage to communicate properly with her father. Dad, as long as you're here, I feel so happy.
Me too, Dad.
Yizhan looked at Yi Lingwei with affection, watching her smile happily in front of him. How is the Yi family? Are they treating you well? Do you like the Yi family? After some hesitation, Yizhan couldn't help but ask. The Yi family is a big, noble family, wealthy and powerful, with good family values. Everyone in the Yi family treats me very well. He treats me well too. As for whether I like the Yi family, that doesn't really matter. Because I won't be living there in the future. This place is my home, the place I will stay. Although Yizhan didn't say everything outright, Yi Lingwei could feel his nervousness and unease. Dad, that's not what I mean. Even though this is your home, they are still your relatives by blood. As long as they treat you well in the future, it's okay to visit them sometimes. Seeing how Yizhan's lips were struggling to hold back a smile, Yi Lingwei knew he was very happy at this moment. But this also meant that Yi Zhenmin, resting in the next room, was probably very uncomfortable. Yi Zhenmin never expected that a tough man like Yizhan would use such childish tricks. He was secretly giving him eye signals right in front of Yi Lingwei. Dad, here is some spiritual spring water and a marrow cleansing pill for you. Drink the spring water first, then take the pill. The spring water helps repair the body and strengthen your health, so it won't cause any discomfort. But the marrow cleansing pill can transform your body completely, so taking it might be very painful. So far, I've only taken one, and this is the second. Yi Lingwei first took out a large jar of spring water, then handed Yizhan a marrow cleansing pill. In a little while, I will take them to the back mountain for a walk. After we leave, remember to lock the door tightly, then take the pill. When you're finished, call me, and I will bring them back. Okay. Following Yi Lingwei's plan, once the three of them went out, Yizhan immediately locked the door from inside. Although he had already heard Yi Lingwei explain the powerful effects of the spring water and the marrow cleansing pill in detail, Yizhan was still eager to experience it himself. Meanwhile, Yi Lingwei and the others had already driven to the foot of Beishan Mountain. Just leave the car here and we'll walk into the mountain. Yi Lingwei picked up 3 sticks and handed 2 of them to Yi Zhenmin and Yi Zhenin so they could use them to explore the way into the mountains later. Vivi, these mountains here are so tall and big. They're completely different from the small mountain village I imagined. Yi Zhenin looked up at the mountain peak in front of him, tall, steep, and lush with vegetation. Our village is small, with few people, and the land is wide and sparsely populated. But these mountains are not small either, and there are quite a few. The 10,000 mountains are no joke. As Yi Lingwei walked, she tapped the grass beside the path with a stick. The path was really just a small trail made by villagers walking, faintly visible. That's true. Even though we've only walked a little outside the village, I noticed that every household here has a big yard. And the distance between each house is quite large. For example, there's no neighbor on either side of your house. The nearest house is at least a mile away. Hearing this, Yi Zhenmin knew he had observed carefully before. We don't have much here, but we have plenty of land. Though it's mountain land and not very fertile, growing some grains and vegetables for ourselves is fine. Skilled people can also hunt wild game in the mountains. But I've heard that there are miasma and large wild animals deep in the mountains, so villagers don't go far in. They only stay near the foot of the mountain. Maybe later, we can catch a couple of rabbits or wild chickens to eat. Yi Zhenin got excited at the idea of hunting and couldn't wait to try. We don't have any tools, so forget about hunting. But I can take you to see the traps my dad set. Maybe we'll find something unexpected. When I was young, my dad often took me into the mountains to hunt because he was worried about me staying alone at home. So I know exactly where he set the traps. The meat I ate when I was little was mostly from my dad's hunts. Whenever she talked about her father and her childhood, Yi Lingwei couldn't stop. Her eyes shone with happiness. Yi Zhenmin realized that this version of Yi Lingwei was something he had never truly understood before. The best times in Yi Lingwei's life were without his presence and company, and that was his greatest regret. There's indeed a wild chicken in the trap. Our luck is so good. Really? Vivi, move aside quickly. I want to see too. Yi Zhenin pushed Yi Lingwei aside and leaned forward to look into the trap.
Ha ha ha.
Sure enough, it's a wild chicken, and it's quite big too. Ring ring. At that moment, a phone rang. Yi Lingwei picked up her phone and saw it was her father calling. It seemed his matters on his side had been settled. Hello, Dad. Xiao Wei, where are you now?
On Beishan Mountain.
Good. Wait for me there. I'll come find you. Dad, have you finished your work? How are the effects of the spirit spring water and the bone washing pill? The effects are definitely there, but the medicine is a bit too strong.
I can't even see people now.
If the villagers see me like this, it would be a big problem. I can't stay in the village for now. I need to go somewhere to hide for a few days, then come back later. Let's not talk too much now. It's hard to explain everything over the phone. You'll see when we meet. This call from Yi Zhan made Yi Lingwei very curious. What kind of big change had happened to make Yi Zhan dare not stay in the village? Yi Zhenmin and Yi Zhenin were standing nearby and naturally heard the words spirit spring water and bone washing pill. But since Yi Lingwei didn't say anything, they didn't ask further. We'll wait here for a while. My dad said he's coming soon. Okay. The 3 sat on the ground, chatting while waiting for Yi Zhan. More than half an hour later, a person dressed in a black t-shirt and shorts walked over energetically. He wore a black baseball cap, so his face was not visible. But judging by his agile steps and light posture, he was probably around 30 years old at most. Who is this person? Why is he coming over here? Yi Zhenin looked at Yi Lingwei and asked with some confusion. Can't see his face, so I don't know who he is either. Yi Lingwei also looked puzzled. Is he here to compete with us for the wild chicken? This trap was really dug by your father, right? You remember correctly? Given Yi Zhenin's way of thinking, Yi Lingwei could only roll her eyes in response. Yi Zhenmin didn't speak, but focused intently on the black-clad man approaching from a distance. This person's build and walking style resembled someone. But because of the age gap, he couldn't be certain. Until the man in black approached the 3 people and took off his hat, Yi Jianin was so startled that he nearly lost his balance and fell into the trap. Fortunately, Yi Jianmin reacted quickly and pulled him back. Dad? Yi Lingwei widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at the man standing in front of her. He had a chiseled face with deep eyes like stars in the night sky. Besides his high nose and slightly pursed lips, even his skin looked fair and smooth. He looked perfect, like a masterpiece carefully crafted by nature. It's me, the man replied awkwardly.
Wow.
It's really Brother Yi. Am I hallucinating? Just an hour apart. And you've gone for plastic surgery? Yi Jianin stood up excitedly, circling around Yi Zhan several times, even touching his arm muscles. Only when Yi Zhan gave him a stern look did he obediently step aside. Brother Yi, now that we stand together, no one can tell who is older or younger. I know you must have drunk that magical water, but why don't we look as different as you do? At first, Yi Zhan was also shocked by his own change. He looked like he was in his 30s, even though he was nearly 50 before. He was 20 years younger, a change he never dared to imagine. As Yi Lingwei's father, he was somewhat bothered seeing Yi Jianmin look so young while he appeared dark and old. But he never expected the effect of the bone-cleansing pill to be so powerful, making his body nearly 20 years younger inside and out. Not only did the scars on his palms disappear completely, but his old internal injuries also fully healed. However, the bone-cleansing pill wasn't perfect. His skin became too fair and delicate, which was hard for a tough man like him to accept. Vivi really is different from you. Yi Jianmin understood that Yi Zhan was very important to Yi Lingwei, but comparing the two made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Of course, little Wei has always been filial. Seeing Yi Jianmin get a little embarrassed, Yi Zhan felt pleased. Although he couldn't stop Yi Lingwei from recognizing her family, he enjoyed teasing Yi Jianmin now and then. Hearing Yi Jianmin's words, Yi Jianin naturally thought of the bone-cleansing pill. Perhaps it was because of taking that special medicine that Yi Zhan experienced such a dramatic transformation. There are different levels of closeness. Yi Lingwei treats Yi Zhan differently, and she can fully understand why. The Yi family members have only been with Yi Lingwei for a little over a month, but Yi Zhan has raised her for 17 years. Naturally, Yi Lingwei has her own way of weighing what is more important. The fact that Yi Lingwei could produce such magical water is already a huge opportunity and luck for the Yi family. Therefore, Yi Jianmin only said a few bitter words. From the beginning to the end, neither of them ever thought about asking Yi Lingwei for the healing pill. Do you have any plans for the future? Where are you going? Can I go with you?
Yezan asket Yi Lingwei.
Father's change is so big now, it's not suitable to stay in the village anymore. We plan to settle the villagers first, and then go overseas to stock up. But plans change quickly. Now we can only go overseas first. Things in the village can be dealt with when we return later. All right, then I'll go with you. Okay, no problem. They quickly reached an agreement. Now, why don't we find a place to roast some wild chicken and eat? Then we can drive back to Sifang City and stay in a hotel for the night. Tomorrow, we'll split up. Third brother will return to the Yi family, and the three of us will fly directly overseas. You really never forget to eat, no matter what time it is. Seeing Yi Jianmin's carefree attitude, Yi Zhan was annoyed. Third brother, I know you're upset. If saying a few words can make you feel better, I don't mind sacrificing myself. Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan were walking ahead, chatting and laughing happily, showing a very close relationship. Yi Zhan understood that Yi Jianmin was jealous and upset, and was taking it out on him. Shall we roast here? There's a cave nearby, which is my and Dad's secret base, with some pots, bowls, and seasonings inside. This is a stream, winding down from the mountain. The clear water reveals small fish and shrimps happily swimming around. I'll go into the cave to get some things, you guys rest here for a while. After speaking, Yi Lingwei disappeared into the bushes alone, gone in no time. Although she hadn't been here for a long time, Yi Lingwei still remembered the location of the cave clearly. She skillfully pushed aside the branches and hay that covered the entrance of the cave. She crawled through a narrow tunnel that only one person could pass at a time and arrived inside the cave. The inside of the cave was very large and open, just the opposite of the tunnel. Previously, Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan measured that the cave covered at least 400 to 500 square meters. From the ground to the top, it was about 10 meters high. As for why such a large cave exists and how it was formed, Yi Lingwei was not sure. She remembered when she was about 7 or 8 years old, she went hunting in the mountains with her father. Due to the rain, they looked for a place to take shelter and accidentally found this cave. After the rain stopped, Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan camouflaged the entrance. Every time they went into the mountains, Yi Zhan would bring useful tools, food, and seasonings and hide them inside the cave. Over time, the cave became their secret base. In her previous life, when the village was attacked by zombies and was about to fall, Yi Lingwei led the villagers into this cave to hide, saving everyone's lives. But she didn't expect that after hiding in the cave for a few days, Bai Ruolin first tricked her away and then used her to lure Yi Zhan out. Bai Ruolin then attracted the zombie horde, causing all the remaining villagers to die. Because Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan were powerful multi-ability users, they were the main protectors of the villagers. Bai Ruolin only needed to lure them away so the zombies could kill the villagers without resistance. Yi Lingwei would never forget the terrible scene when she returned to the cave. The ground was full of dismembered limbs, and everyone had been eaten beyond recognition. She was frantic, constantly searching through the bodies. The bad news was that all the villagers she brought had died. None survived. The good news was that Yi Zhan was not there. He had been tricked out of the cave by Ruolin after she left. At that time, Yi Lingwei didn't know where her father was or why he wasn't there. She was overwhelmed with grief, almost hopeless. If not for Yi Zhan, she might have lost the will to live long ago. She spent 3 days straight, using her abilities to cut stones from the walls and make coffins. She carefully collected all the remaining limbs and placed them inside the coffins. Then she dug a big hole, put the coffins inside, and buried them to make a grave. A stone tablet was finally placed in front of the grave, engraved with the grave of the villagers of Dengshan village, erected by Yi Lingwei. At that time, she wondered if anyone would come to collect her body after she died. Would anyone remember her in this world? Later, when she was cleaning the cave, she made a new discovery: a blood-stained piece of clothing. It was from her father's clothes. This means her father had fought in the cave before, and this blood-stained cloth was left from that time. Did her father get hurt? Was the blood from her father or someone else? Yi Lingwei stayed in the cave for 35 days. She kept vigil for the deceased villagers and waited for her father to return. During those days, she cried almost all her tears and lost all her hope. Bai Ruolin repeatedly pressured and begged her to leave, but she ignored her. Finally, Bai Ruolin said the supplies in the space had run out, and if they didn't leave, they would both starve to death. Maybe she didn't want to cause another innocent person to suffer, so she eventually left with Bai Ruolin. They set out for the Zhuke base, because Bai Ruolin had always longed to live there. Along the way, they faced many dangers and life-threatening crises, and she fought desperately to protect Bai Ruolin. Looking back now, in her previous life, when the apocalypse first broke out, she only wanted to get back to the village quickly. Bai Ruolin tried to stop her many times. But because she was so determined, Bai Ruolin, who relied entirely on her protection, had no choice but to follow. After returning to the village, Bai Ruolin often mentioned wanting Yi Lingwei to her to the base. Because she cared about the villagers' safety, she didn't agree. Perhaps Bai Ruolin had harbored resentment towards the villagers even before arriving in the village. Her attempt to lure zombies to kill the villagers was not a sudden idea, but a long-planned scheme. From the beginning, Bai Ruolin only wanted Yi Lingwei to be her personal bodyguard, protecting her all the way to the base. The villagers, who became obstacles, naturally became Bai Ruolin's thorn in the side. It was only at this moment that Yi Lingwei finally understood Bai Ruolin's true intention in encouraging zombies to kill the villagers. How could she have been so naive in her previous life, always kept in the dark, tricked and deceived by Bai Ruolin? In this life, she would not rest until she had skinned and dismembered Bai Ruolin to avenge her heart's grudge. Yi Lingwei was thinking about what happened in her past life, while gently touching the stone wall of the cave. In her previous life, She dug a big hole here to make a coffin, and she even dug through a part of it. Thinking of this, Yi Lingwei suddenly had an idea. If she could dig through, it meant there was space behind the wall. There must be a room inside. She was too sad back then to think much or to check behind the wall. She wondered how big the space inside could be. She promised herself to explore it carefully when she had the chance. Yi Lingwei made this plan part of her schedule. She looked at her phone and realized she had been in the cave for a while. Quickly, she grabbed a pot and some seasonings, then left the cave and headed to the stream. Vivi, why did you stay so long? Don't you have these things in your space? As soon as Yi Lingwei got close, Yi Zhenin started talking to her like a rapid fire. Sorry for making you wait. These things are really in my space. Maybe because I'm not used to it, I keep forgetting I have a space. Yi Lingwei patiently explained, but discovering the cave's unusual features made her trip worthwhile. You're so nosy. I think you're having fun catching fish and shrimp. Yi Zhenmin didn't like anyone talking about Yi Lingwei, even joking. Vivi, don't listen to your little uncle. I think relying on the space isn't a bad idea. External things aren't reliable, so it's best to depend on yourself. Third brother, I was just joking. Why are you getting so serious? Yi Zhenin thought Yi Zhenmin was overreacting. While dealing with a wild chicken, Yi Zhan also saw Yi Zhenmin defending Yi Lingwei. With the end of the world approaching, more people caring for his daughter made him happy. After eating roasted chicken, Yi Lingwei and her group drove straight back to Xifang City. During these days, the Yi family had already cashed out most of their assets in China. Yi Zhenghua personally brought cash to meet Yi Lingwei in Xifang City. When they met, Yi Lingwei went directly to Yi Zhenghua's car and stored all the cash in her space. Because time was tight, Yi Zhenghua had to rush back to Donghai City, and Yi Zhenmin would leave with him. Vivi, make sure to take good care of yourself outside. Zhan, and if Vivi loses even a single strand of hair, I won't forgive you. Third brother, don't worry. I will definitely protect Vivi well. Big brother Yi, Vivi is trusting you with this. Little Vivi is my daughter, so there's no need to ask you for help. You're a grown man. Stop hesitating here. Just go quickly. Yi Zhenmin didn't expect Yi Zhan to be so sharp-tongued. As soon as he spoke, he made him speechless. After Yi Zhenmin left, Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhenin, who had been holding back for a long time, finally burst out laughing. Wow, I didn't expect Big Brother Yi to be so skilled not only in fighting but also in teasing people. Yi Zhenin gave Yi Zhan a thumbs up. That's childish. Yi Zhan looked at Yi Zhenin with disdain. At this point, Yi Lingwei laughed even more happily. Childish or not, I won't argue with Big Brother Yi. Let's go eat first, then find a hotel to rest for the night. Okay, sure. Yi Zhenin explained the upcoming travel plans, and both Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan agreed without any objections. I'll book the tickets to the United States. You don't need to worry about it. At the hotel, Yi Zhenin told Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei, I suggest we first visit Myanmar, then fly to the United States afterward.
Ye Zhan disagreed.
Does Big Brother Yi need to go to Myanmar for something? As long as it doesn't take too long, going to Myanmar first and then flying to the United States is fine. Myanmar is famous for its jade. I understand. Big Brother Yi has probably heard about Vivi's special abilities, so he wants to go to Myanmar for something big. Something like that, Yi Zhan replied vaguely. It seemed Yi Zhenin didn't know that the energy in the jade could upgrade Vivi's space. Only then did Yi Lingwei realize that Myanmar was the largest source of jade raw stones, and she could go there to absorb spiritual energy and continue upgrading her space. I'll go back to my room to book the tickets. You guys rest early too. Tomorrow will be another day of making big money. Ha ha ha. Seeing how crazy Yi Zhenin was acting, Yi Zhan nudged his lips and asked, Little Vivi, didn't you tell him about the space upgrade? No, I didn't. The space jade pendant is a family heirloom of the Yi family. I'm worried that if I tell him, the Yi family might feel uncomfortable if something unpleasant happens again. So I told the Yi family from the start that I awaken space abilities. Xiao Wei, your approach is correct. An ordinary person is innocent. Possessing wealth can be a cause for trouble. When encountering such rare treasures, who wouldn't feel tempted? People's hearts are the most difficult to test. Since the outcome might not be what we hope for, it's better not to say anything from the start.
Yezan understands Ye Lingye's worries.
Perhaps Yi Lingwei also cares about the Yi family, which is why she's afraid of disappointment, afraid of losing. However, you could have simply said you wanted to upgrade your space. No rule says space abilities can't be upgraded. You also mentioned that after the apocalypse, whether it's human abilities or zombie powers, they will gradually grow stronger. That's basically an upgrade, right? Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? From now on, I can confidently upgrade my space without worries of being caught. Dad, thank you so much.
Ye Lingwei happily shook Yezan's arm.
Silly girl, if you have worries in the future, just tell Dad. I'll help you think of a way. Okay, I got it. After traveling all day, you're tired. Go back to your room and rest. Dad, you should rest early too.
Good night.
Good night. Until Yi Lingwei closed her door, Yizhan turned and went back to his room. Yi Lingwei carefully checked her room and found no cameras. But for safety, she still took out a foldable tent from her suitcase. Since leaving the Yi family, Yi Lingwei had been on the move, staying in hotels. Because she was worried about safety outside, she hadn't entered her space for several days. She had planted food 10 days ago. She wondered if it was growing well, or if it was ripe. She also wondered how the fish in the pond were doing. Were they still alive? Today, on the way to Sifang City, Yizhan clearly stated, anyone staying in a hotel outside is forbidden from taking items from their space. So, each of them had to prepare a backpack or suitcase with their personal belongings for easy carrying. Yi Lingwei was inspired and thought she could carry a tent with her. As long as she set up the tent in the hotel, she could hide inside to enter and exit her space. That way, she wouldn't be worried about being caught. How clever can a person be? Yi Lingwei couldn't help but praise her own quick thinking. She quickly set up the tent and turned off all the lights in the room, then crawled inside. This was a thick, privacy-protected camping tent. No one outside could see inside. After checking everything was fine, Yi Lingwei quickly entered her space. As soon as she arrived, she was stunned. Is this still her space? Where was her endless field? On the nearly 10-meter-high corn stalks, there were 7 or 8 clusters of golden corn cobs. Yi Lingwei tried to pick a corn cob, held it in her arms, and weighed it. It weighed at least 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. Yes, a single corn cob is over a meter long and weighs 10 jin. Each corn kernel is about the size of a grape. If Yi Lingwei didn't know this was a cornfield, she would think she was standing in a forest. She put down the corn and then looked at the wheat and rice fields. Sure enough, the wheat and rice, which used to only reach her knees, now grew taller than her. Tell me, have you ever seen wheat ears over half a meter long and weighing 5 or 6 jin? Have you seen rice plants that produce 3 ears at once? Have you seen soybeans or sesame plants that look like small trees? Have you seen peanuts growing in the ground, as big as radishes? Have you seen potatoes as big as a soccer ball, weighing 7 or 8 jin each? After inspecting the fields, Yi Lingwei was completely stunned and numb. If she wasn't absolutely sure this wasn't a hallucination, she might doubt whether the crops had mutated or if she had shrunk and become a tiny person in a miniature world. These crops had only taken 10 days from planting to harvest. Now they were fully mature and had an extremely high yield. After the shock, Yi Lingwei's heart was filled with joy. This was an entire 1,000 acres of crops. How much grain could she harvest? She never imagined that one day such wealth would come to her.
Ha ha ha.
Yi Lingwei laughed loudly as she ran through the fields, excitedly shouting and expressing her happiness. Because there was so much land, she could only try to harvest the mature crops with her mind. After many experiments and attempts, she finally succeeded. She didn't expect that harvesting crops with her mind would use much less energy than planting. In one go, she harvested all the grain from the 1,000 acres into her storage. Although her mental energy was completely drained, the result was definitely worth it. The remaining stalks automatically turned into powder and dissolved into nourishing soil, enriching the land without her needing to do anything. This round of automation surprised Yi Lingwei greatly. No wonder the land in the space was so fertile. After finishing the work in the fields, Yi Lingwei went to the fish pond. The fish and shrimp were all doing well, jumping happily in the water. However, since they had grown quite a bit, the pond looked a little crowded. It seemed like the pond should be made larger. But Yi Lingwei's mental energy was already exhausted, so she couldn't enlarge the pond now. She had to let the fish be a little uncomfortable for a while. Finally, she went to the small creek, washed up briefly, and then returned to her bedroom on the second floor. Yi Lingwei decided that from now on, whenever she stayed in a hotel, she would sleep in her space bedroom. This way, she would sleep comfortably and not worry about the hotel's hygiene. It was a win-win. After setting her alarm clock, Yi Lingwei fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, just after waking up and tidying up, she heard a knock on the door. "Vivi, are you awake?" She opened the door and saw Yi Zhenin and Yi Zhan standing outside, carrying bags. "It looks like you're all ready, so shall we leave now?" Yi Zhan took the suitcase from Yi Lingwei and asked casually. "Let's go then." Yi Lingwei nodded and said, "Last night, I received the invitation to the Jadeite Raw Stone Trading Fair in Myanmar South, as well as tickets to the major gambling stone markets. Vivi, little fairy, from now on, you are like a god of wealth. Please take us to make a big fortune." Yi Zhenin said to Yi Lingwei with a playful wink. Thinking about the big haul today, he was so excited he barely slept. "No problem, just watch and see." Yi Lingwei, who had gained a lot last night, was in a very good mood and was happy to cooperate with Yi Zhenin. They took a plane from Sifong City to the capital of Myanmar South, which took less than 2 hours. For safety, Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhenin went together to the Jadeite Raw Stone Trading Fair and gambling stone markets, while Yi Zhan stayed hidden to protect them. As before, Yi Lingwei was responsible for identifying and recognizing the raw stones, and Yi Zhenin handled the transactions. But this time, Yi Lingwei would directly absorb the spiritual energy from the stones on site. So, Yi Zhenin didn't need to buy all the special raw stones back. He only needed to pick the best quality ones. Thus, the three of them worked hard for 3 days, nearly traveling all over the Jadeite Raw Stone Trading Fair and gambling stone markets in Myanmar South. The spiritual energy Yi Lingwei absorbed finally brought her space to the point where it could be upgraded again. This time, the upgrade made the space much larger. The original land of 1,000 acres increased at least tenfold, now covering over 10,000 acres. Even the small creek became a river more than 3 meters wide. The appearance of the river made it possible for Yi Lingwei to think about building a ranch, no longer just a dream. Downstream from the river, she fenced off a piece of land and planted grass. She plans to raise a herd of cattle and sheep, so there will always be plenty of meat. Soon, her sister will have endless spring water and never run out of grains, vegetables, and meat. What can the end of the world do to me? Thinking of the spring water, Yi Lingwei quickly ran to see it. The spring, which was once only the size of a water basin, has now become a small puddle about 2 meters across. Yi Lingwei immediately filled a cup with spring water, took a few sips, and tasted it. The flavor seemed even sweeter. She wondered how much the spring water's effects had improved. It used to cure serious illnesses like heart disease, so now it must be even more powerful. Maybe it can even cure terminal diseases like cancer. But since she had no test subjects, these were just guesses by Yi Lingwei. During her first upgrade, she accidentally discovered she could hear outside sounds inside the space. Now she wonders if this upgrade will bring other surprises. It would be great if she could see outside scenes inside the space. Just as Yi Lingwei was thinking this, a large screen suddenly appeared inside the space, showing the scene outside. The image on the screen could also move based on her viewing angle. Oh my gosh! This is just like a surveillance camera. I didn't expect the space to be so powerful. From now on, I won't be in the dark when entering or leaving the space. I'll know everything. After exploring the space thoroughly, Yi Lingwei finished her wash and was about to sleep peacefully. But just then, her phone, which she kept in the tent, rang. Through the space screen, Yi Lingwei saw that the caller ID was her father, Yi Zhan. It was so late, If there was nothing important, her father wouldn't call her. Thinking of this, Yi Lingwei quickly exited the space. As soon as she answered the call, her father's voice came through. Xiao Wei, Dad suddenly remembered something he needs to tell you. If you're not asleep yet, come to the hotel lobby. Okay, Dad. Hearing her father's words, Yi Lingwei didn't ask anything and happily agreed. She changed into a new outfit and left her room, heading toward the hotel lobby.
Dad.
Xiao Wei, let's go outside and talk. Yi Zhan led Yi Lingwei out of the hotel lobby to their rented car in Myanmar. Dad, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Wei, is the spiritual energy you've absorbed enough to upgrade your space? Yes, it is. Just before we came out, the space had just finished upgrading. Dad wants to help you do something big. What? Yi Lingwei still didn't quite understand what Yi Zhan meant. Since you only need to touch the jadeite rough to absorb the spiritual energy inside, then why don't we go directly to the places with the most jadeite deposits? Like jadeite mines and veins. Yeah, I just thought of that. Finding jadeite piece by piece like now is slow and troublesome. And based on the last two upgrades, the next upgrade will need even more spiritual energy. If we keep searching everywhere for jadeite like before, I probably won't save enough for the next space upgrade in my lifetime. Dad, you came up with such a brilliant idea. You're so clever. At first, Yi Lingwei was so surprised by Yi Zhan's words that her eyes nearly popped out. But then, the more she thought about it, the more she believed this plan could work, and she felt more excited. I've already researched all the major jadeite mining areas and veins in Myanmar. Tomorrow morning, we'll go with your uncle. Okay. Seeing Yi Lingwei smile happily, Yi Zhan was naturally very pleased. The next day, just after dawn, Yi Lingwei and her two companions set off in a car. Big brother Yi, where are we going? We've been to almost all the jadeite markets and stone gambling places in Myanmar these days. By the way, Vicky, has your space ability upgraded? Yi Zhanin looked at Yi Lingwei curiously. Yes, I upgraded last night. Now my space is bigger. That's great. After we go to the beautiful country, I can bring back more supplies at once. Yi Lingwei's space ability upgrade, making her space larger, was good news for both her and the Yi family. When they first arrived in Myanmar, Yi Lingwei told Yi Zhanin that her space ability could be upgraded by absorbing energy from jadeite rough. That's why Yi Zhanin asked her just now. However, upgrading the space ability again will probably require an enormous amount of energy. What should we do? Does that mean if we keep doing what we're doing now, even running until we're exhausted, we won't gather enough energy for the next upgrade? You're right, that's exactly the case. Yi Lingwei's words made Yi Zhanin, who was excited, suddenly feel like a bucket of cold water was poured over him, and he looked like a wilted eggplant. Little uncle, don't be so discouraged. Actually, last night, my dad already thought of a solution to this problem. Really? Of course, it's true. Why would I lie? There's no benefit in that. What's the plan? I'll tell you later. You'll find out soon enough. Hee hee. The more eager Yi Zhanin was to know the answer, the more Yi Lingwei refused to say, keeping him in suspense. Yi Zhanin and Yi Zhan, along with Yi Lingwei, argued for a long time, trying every kind of persuasion, but no one was willing to tell him. Humph. I think you two, father and daughter, are just teasing me on purpose. Yeah, you just figured that out now? Ha ha ha. Seeing Yi Lingwei laughing so hard she was almost falling over, Yi Zhanin realized she was deliberately not telling him. Now, no matter how anxious he was inside, he could only hold back and wait patiently. Over an hour later, Yi Zhan parked the car near a mountain range. Xiao Wei, let's leave the car here for now. We'll hike up the mountain. Yi Zhan told Yi Lingwei, and then got out of the car first. Why are we coming to this place where nothing grows? And we have to climb the mountain too. Do we really have time for this now? Yi Zhanin truly couldn't understand Yi Zhan's plan. You're so talkative, little guy. If you want to join us, first keep your mouth shut. Little uncle, let's go. Yi Lingwei tugged him, and as Yi Zhanin was about to keep talking, she headed up the mountain. Xiao Wei, try it here, and see if it works. All these jadeite mines and veins have been divided up by the major forces of Myanmar and South Vietnam. I'm worried that if we go further in, we might be spotted by patrols. Okay, Dad, I'll try. Mining area? Veins? Oh, now I finally understand. Absorbing spiritual energy directly from the jadeite veins is such a great idea. Brother Yi, you even thought of this? You're really talented. Realizing what was happening, Yi Zhenin looked at Yi Zhan with admiration. That's enough, just know that. Next, please keep your mouth closed and stay quiet so you don't disturb Xiaowei. Sure enough, Yi Zhenin didn't dare to speak again, just nodded to show he understood. Yi Lingwei sat down directly and placed both hands on the ground. Yi Zhan stood nearby, using a telescope to watch around in case of any accidents. Yi Lingwei carefully sensed the situation. After about 10 minutes, she felt a huge energy surging from deep underground. When this energy rushed into her palms, Yi Lingwei almost was knocked over. Fortunately, Yi Zhenin's gaze never left her, and he quickly helped steady her. Vivi, are you okay? Xiaowei, how are you? Are you hurt?
Dad, uncle, I'll fine.
Don't worry. Seeing the concern and worry in Yi Zhan and Yi Zhenin's eyes, Yi Lingwei quickly explained. The spiritual power coming from the mineral vein was too strong. I didn't notice it at first, so I was hit. But this kind of spiritual power didn't hurt me. However, this shows that Dad's plan is feasible. So, I want to try again. Seeing Yi Lingwei's determination and excitement, Yi Zhan could only respect her decision. Xiaowei, your safety is more important than supernatural abilities. So, if you notice anything wrong, you must stop absorbing spiritual power immediately, understand? Vivi, Brother Yi is right. No matter when, life is the most important. We can only have all possibilities in life if we live well. Oh, it's not as serious as you say. But I will be more careful. Seeing Yi Lingwei eager and ready to try, Yi Zhan and Yi Zhenin had no choice but to stand up and move aside to let her continue absorbing spiritual power. This time, the person on watch was Yi Zhenin, and the one watching over Yi Lingwei was Yi Zhan. Because they were prepared, when the huge spiritual energy surged into her palms again, Yi Lingwei firmly held her position without moving a bit. She sat still on the ground, continuously absorbing spiritual power from the mineral vein, from daytime until late at night. Finally, at the moment when dawn broke the next day, Yi Lingwei felt a vibration from space. Feeling this, she knew that the space had completed its third upgrade. Releasing her hands, she stretched her arms and moved her stiff body. Yi Lingwei finally stood up slowly. Xiaowei, how do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Yi Zhan, who had been watching nearby, quickly stepped forward to support her and asked with concern. Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. I just sat too long so my body feels a bit stiff. Weiwei, are you finished? How is your body? Did everything go smoothly? Not far away, Yi Zhenin, patrolling and keeping watch, saw Yi Lingwei standing with Yi Zhan and hurried over. Yes, it's over now. Everything went well. I'm fine too. I'm just a little hungry and tired. Yi Lingwei touched her flat stomach and said awkwardly, Don't talk about yourself, I'm starving too. Let's go back to the hotel for a big meal first, then take a nap. After we wake up, we'll leave for the beautiful country. Hearing this, Yi Zhenin nodded quickly, showing he was also very hungry and sleepy. So, the three of them walked down the mountain, and Yi Zhan drove to find a nearby hotel with Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhenin. As night fell and the city lights turned on, Yi Lingwei, who had slept all day, finally woke up. She was exhausted. After arriving at the hotel in the morning, she ate a little and went straight to sleep. Absorbing the huge amount of spiritual energy had drained all her mental strength. She had no desire or energy to enter her space. Now, after a good sleep, Yi Lingwei felt her mental energy seemed to have recovered. It even felt more energetic than ever before. She turned over, quickly found her folding tent, and set it up, then crawled inside. In just a few days in Myanmar, she had experienced 2 consecutive upgrades of her space, something she never expected. Yi Lingwei was eager to see what surprises this latest upgrade would bring. When she stepped into her space, her beautiful big eyes widened in amazement, and her small cherry mouth opened in surprise. She stood there stunned for over 10 minutes. The originally flat space suddenly transformed into mountains and lakes. A rushing river split the space in two, flowing from the middle. The water was clear and swift, at least 1,000 meters wide and over 10,000 meters long. Previously, Yilingwei had to explore the size and functions of her space on her own. But after this upgrade, she no longer needed to do that. It seems that Yilingwei is like a goddess of the jade pendant space. As long as she wants to know something, everything inside the space automatically appears in her mind. For example, after this upgrade, the space's area has expanded again. If she only looks with her eyes, she can no longer see the boundaries of the space from near the wooden house. But as long as Yilingwei wishes, a top-down view of the entire space appears in her mind. From tiny plants and trees to the overall size and functions of the space. Yilingwei estimated that the space is now about the same size as Donghai City. Besides the original farmland, there are now grasslands and hills. Distant mountains rise sharply, tall trees grow densely, and the lush vegetation looks quite impressive. A new lake appears at the foot of the mountain, shining like a bright blue gem, decorating the green grass. Oh my, is this still just a storage space? This is like a small world, isn't it? Yilingwei rubbed her tired eyes and spoke to herself in disbelief. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and hurriedly headed toward the small wooden house. Sure enough, when she reached the spirit spring, she was again shocked. The small pond she saw before had turned into a bottomless well. Yilingwei eagerly took a sip of the spirit spring water. Its sweet and refreshing taste made her want to drink more, especially on a hot summer day. She wondered what effects the spirit spring water might have now. As soon as she thought about it, a message suddenly appeared in her mind. Spirit spring water effect. Can revive the dead, restore bones and flesh. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Does that mean the spirit spring water can bring people back to life? Yilingwei excitedly circled around the well, her eyes shining as she stared at the water. I never thought I'd have such a good thing. Ha ha ha. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Finally, she crossed her arms and laughed loudly to the sky. After venting her excitement for a while, Yilingwei's mood gradually calmed down. Since her ancestor left her such a precious gift, she couldn't let him down. She would live well and make the most of it. If her family needed help within her ability, she would definitely lend a hand. She looked around at the endless farmland and decided she didn't want to waste any more time. She took out the seeds needed for planting and began to control the land with her mind, plowing and sowing. After finishing all the fields, more than 6 hours had passed. Although she planted more crops on a larger area, it was amazing that her mental energy was not depleted. It seems that absorbing spiritual power also makes her mental strength stronger, not just her physical abilities. Otherwise, it would have taken many times longer to farm such a large area. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Behind a house, she moved the crowded freshwater fish and shrimp, which were almost out of oxygen, into the lake. Then she evenly distributed the remaining ocean fish into 20 fish ponds. The whole space was filled with blooming flowers and lush greenery, full of life. After she went out, she planned to add some small animals and build a large ranch to make the space even livelier. She checked the space once more and was about to leave when she remembered a question. During the first upgrade, she could hear outside sounds inside the space. During the second, she could see outside scenery. What about this time? What new features would the space gain? Entering the space is unlimited in time and place. Leaving the space allows you to choose any location within 50 meters of the entry point. Sure enough, new information appeared in her mind. This is so great. Before, the entry and exit points were fixed and always the same. Where I enter, I must exit from the same place. Now I can choose within a certain range. Does this mean I can use the space to teleport short distances? Although each move is only 50 meters. This new feature of the space was incredibly powerful and practical. She thought about it while talking to herself, feeling more and more excited. Although she sensed that the spiritual energy in the jade was no longer useful for the next upgrade, the current functions of the space were enough for her now. There were still 2 or 3 hours before dawn. Thinking about her upcoming trip to the beautiful country, she decided to rest in the space for a while. Little uncle, what is this? She stood in front of the private plane and turned to look at Yi Zhenin. Vivi, this is our Yi family's private plane. Actually, we bought it a long time ago, but we usually don't use it unless there's a special reason. This time, we came to pick us up to save time to go to America. Yi Zhenin patiently explained to Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan. In both domestic and international circles, whether noble families or wealthy individuals, having a private plane and exclusive flight routes is quite normal. After hearing this, Yi Lingwei nodded to show she understood, but she felt a bit envious inside. Little Wei, do you want one too? Seeing Yi Lingwei boarding the plane, looking around and touching things curiously, Yi Zhan couldn't help but ask. Of course I want to. Why wouldn't I? This is a private plane. I've only heard of them in my whole life, never seen one. Vivi, should I ask the old master to send you one from the Yi family? Yi Lingwei's innocent yet greedy look made Yi Zhenin find her very adorable. Forget it, I don't want to take credit without giving anything in return. I don't want such an expensive thing. If I really want it, I'll buy it myself. Yi Lingwei clenched her fist and seriously said she had the ability to do so. Good, my little Wei is ambitious. Since she was young, she's never wanted to take advantage of others. Children are better when they stay with their family. The more Yi Zhan looked at Yi Lingwei, the more he loved and was proud of her. And so, the three of them, along with 2 pilots and some crew members, after a 12-hour flight, finally arrived at the capital of America. As soon as they got off the plane, they saw 5 black armored business cars lined up in a row. Boss, you're here. A handsome man in black with a cold aura approached Yi Zhenin. Meanwhile, more than 10 burly men in black suits stood on either side. Is everything still smooth? Yes, mostly. We've met your requirements. Although there were some small troubles, it's not a big deal. That's good. Once I settle my family, we can discuss everything in detail. All right, big brother Yi Vivi, let's leave here first and plan what to do next. After giving instructions to the man in black, Yi Zhenin turned to Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei. Neither I nor Xiao Wei have any objections. You can arrange everything. Seeing Yi Zhan agree, Yi Lingwei nodded too. She had never seen such a grand scene before, and she still couldn't quite believe it. It really is true. Money makes everything better. After getting in the car and driving for over an hour, the convoy slowly arrived at a very private estate. Big brother Yi, Vivi, we've arrived. This is my private estate. We'll stay here for the next few days. Yi Lingwei looked at the large villa in front of her, covering over 1,000 square meters. Its simple yet grand appearance and high cost made Yi Lingwei once again amazed by Yi Zhenin's strength. Little uncle, no wonder everyone calls you a single man of gold. You're truly worth more than gold. Please accept my admiration, and I hope you'll take good care of your niece in the future. Playful. Seeing Yi Lingwei make a heart shape with her hands and her eyes sparkle like stars, Yi Zhenin smiled and reached out to give her a playful tap on the forehead. Then he turned to the man leading behind him and said, You guys go ahead and get busy. I'll find you once I've settled everything. Got it, boss. After that, the group of people in black got into the car and quickly left the estate. Nice little uncle. I didn't expect you to have the potential to be the boss. I really didn't see it coming. Just wait and see. There are many things you don't know yet. Quick, go inside and pack up. We'll plan what to do next. With that, Yi Zhenin led Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei into the villa. After unpacking, the 3 of them went to the living room on the first floor. Big brother Yi Vivi, you 2 sit first. I just called second brother. He said he'll be here in 2 or 3 days. Yi Zhenin said as he took 2 bottles of water from a nearby cabinet and handed them to Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei. Although second brother hasn't arrived yet, many of the supplies needed have already been stored in the warehouse. Now, it depends on how much space Vivi's ability can hold at once. Looking at Yi Lingwei with anticipation, Yi Zhenin was eager. He knew her space ability had recently upgraded twice in a row. But because she had been traveling outside, he was worried it might not be safe to mention it. So, no matter how curious he was, He kept his questions to himself. Little uncle, I dare say, even if you rack your brains, you wouldn't guess how big my space really is now. How big? Not only was Yi Zhenin curious, but Yi Zhan, sitting nearby and drinking water, also wanted to know. Wanna know? Yes. It's as big as the entire Donghai city. As soon as Yi Lingwei finished speaking, there was a loud thud. Yi Zhenin fell directly from the chair onto the ground, landing face up. Cough, cough. At the same time, Yi Zhan, who had choked on water, kept coughing. Yi Lingwei first patted Yi Zhan's back gently, then hurriedly ran to Yi Zhenin's side and helped him up. Dad, are you okay? Little uncle, how are you? Does it hurt from the fall? Seeing Yi Lingwei's caring look, Yi Zhan didn't say anything, just waved his hand to show he was fine. But Yi Zhenin was in a worse state, probably hurt his tailbone and was grimacing in pain. Vivi, I told you I was fine, but you probably wouldn't believe me, so wait a bit. Seeing Yi Zhenin looking pitiful, Yi Lingwei quickly stepped outside the door. She quietly took a bottle of spiritual spring water from her space and returned to the living room. Walking over to Yi Zhenin, she handed him the water and said, "Drink this, and the pain will go away." Yi Zhenin didn't think much and took the water, drinking several sips in a row. Wow, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Yi Zhenin then tried to stand up and move around. He indeed felt no pain now. Only then did he realize what had happened and asked in disbelief, "Vivi, is this the magical water from last time?" "Yes, and it's an upgraded version. Isn't the effect even better?" "Oh, you little spender. Such precious stuff. Why did you just take it out so casually?" "I just fell, and it will be fine soon. There's no need for such precious water." Yi Zhenin looked at the half-empty bottle of spiritual spring water with a pained expression. "I originally wanted to give you a few more bottles, but since you think I'm wasteful, I'll forget it." Yi Lingwei tilted her head back onto the sofa, playing with her delicate fingers, acting proud. "Great niece, it was a mistake in what little uncle said. Please forgive him for his words. This precious water, if you give me 1 bottle, I won't mind. Give me 100 bottles and I won't mind either, depending on your mood." Yi Zhenin appeared flattering as he approached Yi Lingwei, massaging her shoulders and patting her legs, busy and happy. 100 bottles? Dream on. When we part ways, I'll leave you 20 bottles. Do you want them or not? Of course I want them. How could I not? Yi Zhenin quickly agreed, showing 2 rows of big white teeth, smiling like a foolish son of a landlord. "Little Wei, did you say your space has become as large as Donghai City? Is that true?" Seeing Yi Lingwei chatting with Yi Zhenin, Yi Zhan, who had been waiting anxiously nearby, hurriedly asked. "Yes, Wei, Donghai City covers over 7,000 square kilometers. Are you sure your space is that big?" Yi Lingwei knew that Yi Zhan and Yi Zhenin asked her not because they doubted her, but because they couldn't believe her space had become so large. So, Yi Lingwei looked back at them and firmly said, "I'm very sure and certain. It's that big." This time, Yi Zhan and Yi Zhenin didn't lose their composure, but they remained silent for over 10 minutes.
Great.
"This is fantastic. We are so lucky." At this moment, Yi Zhan, who was usually calm and composed, stood up first, excitedly shouting loudly. "Brother Yi is right. This is such a huge blessing. Now, we can fully stockpile supplies without worries." Then, Yi Zhenin also reacted, rubbing his hands with excitement and agreeing enthusiastically. "Brother Yi, Wei, come with me." After saying this, the bookshelf slowly opened to both sides, revealing a hidden secret door behind it. After passing fingerprint, face, and iris scans, the door was finally opened. Inside, a spiral staircase led down to an enormous storage room. This room was divided into several smaller storage units, each with a large metal door marked with different red numbers. As Yi Zhenin walked past, the heavy doors automatically opened one by one. Boxes of ammunition and guns appeared before Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei. "Little uncle, are all these yours?" "Yes, they are all mine." "You're so impressive. I work in this industry, so it's normal to have some stock." Seeing Yi Lingwei's admiring gaze, Yi Zhenin felt quite pleased. He waved his hand and said, Wei, if you want, I can give you half of these." Thank you, little uncle. I won't refuse. In the early days of the apocalypse, these weapons could still hurt and threaten zombies. Although Yi Lingwei had special powers and didn't need them, many ordinary people in the village didn't have abilities. These weapons were very important to them. Then first put all these into your space and also take everything from the villa that can be taken. Let's just leave the bedroom for the three of us for now. No need to move anything. I've already sold the estate. In a week, the new owner will come to take over. Don't worry, uncle. Except for the main building and the land, I promise to put everything else into the space. Good, uncle trusts you completely. Today, we'll tidy up everything in the villa, and tomorrow, we'll start collecting supplies from various warehouses. Officially beginning our overseas stockpiling journey. No problem. After listening to Yi Zhenin, Yi Lingwei immediately raised her hands in agreement. Thus, the three of them reached a preliminary consensus. Yi Lingwei spent most of the day cleaning out the villa thoroughly. She didn't leave even the curtains or chandeliers untouched. It's like she took everything that could be taken. Since the staff working on the estate had already been dismissed earlier, only Yi Lingwei and her father remained now. Because of this, Yi Lingwei felt confident to use the space freely. The next morning, Yi Zhenin took Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei in a car to the warehouses. They worked from morning till night, collecting supplies from more than 20 large warehouses. Storing the supplies into the space didn't take long. However, for safety, the supplies were stored separately. Since the 20 or so warehouses were in different locations, they spent a lot of time traveling between them. The next day, Yi Zhenin went out on errands with his team, while Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei made other plans. The father and daughter drove to the biggest local ranch, renting the entire ranch at a high cost. They agreed with the ranch owner to transport all the chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, and pigs they bought within half a month. After that, the ranch owner and his family said goodbye to Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei and left for a trip. Yi Zhan went to inspect the ranch, cutting off all the surveillance power sources one by one. Yi Lingwei slipped into the space, dividing a section to use as a ranch. When night fell, Yi Lingwei started collecting the animals from the ranch into the space. Yi Zhan kept a close watch on the surroundings to protect her safety. Because the ranch was so large, with many different kinds and numbers of animals, it was very busy. Yi Lingwei worked all night, her legs almost giving out and her head feeling dizzy, before finally clearing out the entire ranch. Xiao Wei, you must be tired, right? Looking at Yi Lingwei's tired appearance, Yi Zhan felt very sorry for her.
Dad, I'm fine.
Just need to rest for a while. Thinking about the end of the world, when we can eat endless meat and drink plenty of milk, I don't feel tired anymore. Yi Lingwei tilted her head and smiled playfully. Yes, luckily my little Wei is capable, so Dad can enjoy life with you. Yi Zhan affectionately patted Yi Lingwei's hair and proudly said, Don't worry, Dad. I will take care of you in the future. Yi Lingwei patted her chest confidently, promising proudly. If it were just Yi Lingwei alone, the supplies stored in her space would probably last for many generations. But she has family and villagers too. She is not alone, and she cannot live in this world by herself. Because, in her past life, those 10 years were very hard. She was afraid of hunger and cold. So, Yi Lingwei is obsessed with stockpiling supplies. No matter how much she has, she never thinks it's enough. Hey, Wei Wei, your second uncle is here. If it's convenient, please come back to the estate. Okay, little uncle. I understand. Tomorrow morning, Dad and I will come over. After hanging up, Yi Lingwei told Yi Zhan she was going back to the estate, then continued busy collecting small animals into her space. In recent days, Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei had bought 2 farms, a horse ranch, and 3 fisheries. Now, Yi Lingwei's space was lively, full of flying creatures, running animals, and swimming fish, everything you could imagine. The next day, when Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei returned to the estate, Yi Zhentai had already been waiting in the living room for a long time. After greeting everyone, Yi Zhentai looked at Yi Lingwei and asked directly, Wei Wei, I heard from your little uncle that your space ability has upgraded? Yes, second uncle. Is it true that your space is now as big as the entire Donghai city? Yes, it is. Good, that's really great news. Although Yi Zhen had mentioned this before, hearing Yi Lingwei confirm it herself made Yi Zhen Tai very excited. Wei Wei, now give me the cash and your little uncle, and I will continue buying supplies. Once the delivery point is set, you can then put the goods into your space. Okay. With that, Yi Lingwei waved her hand, and over 1,000 suitcases and safes filled with foreign currency neatly appeared in the villa hall. Vivi, your move creating something from nothing is really amazing. I wish I could have such incredible powers someday. Yi Zhenin stood nearby, looking at Yi Lingwei with envy. When the end of the world comes, you'll definitely have special abilities too. Don't worry, maybe you'll become a multi-type ability user. I hope so. Not only Yi Zhenin has this hope, Yi Zhan and Yi Zhen Tai also share it. No one wants to be weak, especially when the world ends. When Yi Zhenin and his team drove away in nearly 30 armored vehicles filled with cash, the grand and impressive scene deeply moved Yi Lingwei. This is the power of teamwork. Even the strongest person can't do everything alone or handle every detail. Xiao Wei, you worked all night yesterday and didn't sleep. Now that you have some free time, go rest for a while. Okay, Dad. After returning to her bedroom, Yi Lingwei first went to her space to store all the mature crops in the warehouse. Yes, after the space upgrade, the growth time for crops was shortened from 10 days to 5 days. Fortunately, Yi Lingwei's mental strength also increased a lot. She could plant and harvest everything using only her thoughts, completing it all at once. After finishing, Yi Lingwei took a nap in her space. Just as she was about to go downstairs, her phone rang. Vivi, get ready. I'll come back soon to pick you up. Okay, little uncle. When Yi Lingwei's plane landed on the small island, she was stunned by what she saw. There were all kinds of RVs, off-road vehicles, military vehicles, armored cars, and a wide variety of professional machinery, at least 1,000 vehicles, all neatly parked in the island's parking lot. On the other side of the parking lot was the helipad, also filled with different types of aircraft, from small helicopters and private jets to large passenger planes that can carry over 800 people at once. Near the shore, numerous boats, from speedboats to large ships, almost surrounded the island. There were small, medium, and large passenger ships, even 4 large cruise ships. There were also many fishing boats, ocean-going fishing vessels, large cargo ships, and container ships. Vivi, you can put all these away, Yi Zhenin said, pointing to the nearly all-encompassing transportation fleet covering land, sea, and air, and speaking to Yi Lingwei. Are all of these ours? Yi Lingwei still found it hard to believe that the Yi family's strength was so terrifying. Yes, on this small island, everything inside and outside belongs to us. And there are no outsiders here. You can safely put everything into the space. Yi Zhenin looked at Yi Lingwei and smiled confidently. Actually, when I learned about the end of the world, the Yi family had already placed an order in America. This island was also rented at that time. Today, my second brother and I are here to pay the balance. Stop daydreaming. Our little fairy needs to get to work. Yi Zhenin pinched Yi Lingwei's cheek and pulled her out of her daze. Is this the confidence and strength of a big family? Yi Lingwei originally thought that with her space ability, she could dominate during the end times. But now, after seeing the Yi family's background, she realized how big the gap was. This was just one family. What if it were a whole country like Longua? When the entire national machinery is running at full capacity, how terrifying would it be? Yi Lingwei thought as she continuously collected supplies into her space. Meanwhile, Yi Zhan, Yi Zhenin, and Yi Zhen Tai were on guard duty. After working all night, Yi Lingwei's legs felt like they would give out, and her arms were so sore she couldn't lift them. Finally, just before dawn, she managed to clear all the goods from the island. Vivi, you've worked hard. Yi Zhenin saw how exhausted Yi Lingwei looked and felt very sorry for her. But there was nothing he could do. Only Yi Lingwei had the space ability, and others couldn't help. Plus, with the tight schedule and heavy tasks, she had to endure the hardship.
I'm fine.
I'll rest a bit later. Worried that everyone would worry, Yi Lingwei spoke cheerfully. Let's go back to the country now. After we get on the plane, you can rest properly. Okay. After saying that, Yi Zhenin opened the plane door, signaling Yi Lingwei to board first. Little uncle, there's no pilot. What's the use of getting on the plane? Yi Lingwei looked at Yi Zhenin with confusion, asking uncertainly. Don't worry, just sit confidently. Your uncle will fly you back. Yi Zhenin took Yi Lingwei's hand and helped her onto the plane, then sat her down and fastened her seatbelt. You mean you can fly the plane? Yi Lingwei's mouth opened in shock, and she asked in disbelief. Yes, is that okay? Don't you believe it? Your little uncle, know a lot of things. You'll find out gradually in the future, he said proudly as he walked toward the cockpit. Vivi, your little uncle really can fly a plane. Before joining the army, Zhenin received professional flight training. His flying skills are quite good, so you can rest assured and not be afraid. To make sure Vivi wasn't worried, Yi Zhentai quickly explained. Second uncle, I'm not afraid, I just find it a bit surprising. No wonder the Yi family can afford so many airplanes. It seems that not only Yi Zhen can fly. What about the cruise ship? And the cargo ship? I didn't realize until I thought about it, and it scared me. Vivi didn't dare to think further, and could only close her eyes tightly and go to sleep. Xiao Wei, wake up, we've arrived. Yi Zhan saw Vivi sleeping peacefully and, afraid to wake her, lowered his voice.
Huh.
We're already here?
So fast.
Vivi opened her blurry eyes and stretched lazily.
So fast?
It's already been 10 hours. You were too tired and sleeping deeply, so you didn't notice the time passing. Just then, Zhenin came out of the cockpit. Now it's my turn to rest. I'm too exhausted. When I get home, I plan to sleep all day and night, and no one is allowed to wake me. Got it, you little rascal. Seeing the dark circles under Zhenin's eyes, Zhentai patted his shoulder and smiled. Is this the back mountain of the Yi family? When did they add a helipad here? Vivi looked outside from the plane door, confused. This is indeed the back mountain of the Yi family. The helipad was built recently. As soon as Vivi spoke, Zhentai quickly explained beside her. Vivi, Dad is here to pick you up. Just then, Yi Zhenmin hurriedly got out of a black SUV and rushed toward the plane, shouting loudly. Brother Yi, you've worked hard these days. Not hard at all. I'm happy just being with my daughter. Jean smiled slightly, neither soft nor hard, and said. This made Min even more uncomfortable, feeling a bit jealous and speechless. As soon as they met, Jean had already stabbed Min in the heart. All right, we can talk more when we get home. I'm about to fall asleep. Yi Zhenin quickly realized something was wrong, yawned, and tried to change the subject for Yi Zhenmin. Yes, let's go home first. Nearby, Yi Zhentai also quickly agreed. Sitting in the car, through the window, he saw many workers working enthusiastically outside. It had only been a little over half a month, but the area around the Yi family had changed dramatically. Centered around the hillside villa, extending 5,000 meters forward and all the way to the back mountain, everything was surrounded by tall, thick walls. Not only were the walls covered with electric fences, but the top of the walls was also lined with sharp spikes. As the vehicle passed, the sound of various machines filled the air. The designers and managers were all brought from abroad. The construction team is domestic, but the workers are from other places. Because they want to finish everything by the end of September, they only have 40 days. So, the construction team works in 3 shifts, day and night, without stopping. Seeing Yi Lingwei focused on watching, Yi Zhenmin carefully explained to her. Whether it's new buildings, underground warehouses, or walls, all use new materials. These materials are very waterproof, resistant to high temperatures and corrosion. They are also very strong. Houses built with them can withstand earthquakes below level 9 and hurricanes below level 12. The more Yi Lingwei listened, the more curious she became, and she couldn't help asking, what kind of material is so amazing? If possible, could you help me buy some too? I knew you'd be interested in this new material. So, your share has already been set aside for you by Dad. Thank you. No need to thank me, it's what Dad should do. Yi Zhenmin looked at Yi Lingwei with a gentle smile, full of fatherly affection. Cough, cough. A sudden cough interrupted the warm moment between father and daughter. Dad, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, just a bit of a dry throat. Yi Jin saw Yi Lingwei looking at him with concern and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, so he quickly changed the subject. Is it time to get out of the car?
Huh?
Yi Lingwei seemed a bit confused and asked back. Then she looked out the window again. The car had already stopped in front of Yi Jinmin's villa. Yes, we've arrived. Let's get out. Big brother Yi, I'll go home first to rest. See you later. After getting out of the car, Yi Zhenin greeted Yi Zhen and then left directly. Vivi, go upstairs and wash up first. We'll meet your grandpa together later. Where is my dad? Don't worry, I will take good care of him. Hearing Yi Jinmin's words, Yi Lingwei didn't think much and went straight to her bedroom on the second floor. Big brother Yi, come with me. This is a guest room. You can stay here from now on. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will prepare it for you. Yi Zhan followed Yi Jinmin to a guest room on the left side of the first floor. It's very nice. Thank you for your help. It's no trouble. It's just a small matter. You can wash up first. If it's convenient, we can go meet my father later. Okay, no problem. Hearing Yi Zhan's reply, Yi Jinmin nodded and then turned to leave. About an hour later, Yi Lingwei, Yi Zhan, and Yi Jinmin arrived at the old man's house. Grandpa, I'm back. As soon as they entered, Yi Lingwei happily shouted, Oh, my good granddaughter is back. It's been over half a month since I saw you. I missed you. Come here, let Grandpa take a good look. At the same time, the serious expression on the old man's face, as he was busy organizing work, suddenly changed to a kind, loving smile as he warmly responded to Yi Lingwei. You've lost weight and look tired. Girl, have you been very tired during this time outside? It's okay, not too tired. Yi Lingwei stepped forward, took the old man's arm, and affectionately said to Yi Zhan, Grandpa, let me introduce you. This is my father, Yi Zhan. Nice to meet you. I should have visited you in person long ago. Sorry for the rudeness. Thank you for saving Wei Wei back then and raising her so carefully all these years. The Yi family owes you. At this point, the old man bent down and bowed to Yi Zhan. Seeing the old man's gesture, Yi Zhan quickly stepped forward to help him up, looking flustered. Old grandpa, you're really putting me in a tough spot. Xiao Wei is my daughter, and raising her is my responsibility and duty. Meeting and saving her all those years ago was fate for us. The Yi family doesn't owe me anything, so please don't worry about it. For Yi Zhan, who is usually quiet and reserved, to say so much at once shows how much the old man's actions affected him. Grandpa, Dad, please stop thanking us so much. I am both your good granddaughter and Dad's good daughter. You are all my family. Yi Lingmei, holding the old man's arm and looking at Yi Zhan with a bright smile, said happily, You're so mischievous. The old man gently pinched Yi Lingwei's nose and said with emotion, But you're right. Having you is our blessing. Grandpa, I've brought back all the supplies. Where should I put them? After everyone was seated, Yi Lingwei spoke first. I had the construction team build dozens of large underground storage rooms in the back mountain. They're all finished now. I'll take you there later. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed, and he spoke seriously. According to the weather forecast from the Dragon Country Meteorological Bureau, starting next week, temperatures across the country will rise sharply. There's a high chance they will exceed 50 degrees, even approaching 60, and this will last for a long time. Also, there has been almost no rain recently. Most parts of the Dragon Country are severely dry, and crops are facing reduced yields or even total loss. If you pay attention, you'll notice prices are starting to rise quietly. This is why the Yi family hasn't stockpiled supplies domestically. First, we don't want to be noticed or exploited by others, which could cause prices to rise. Second, we want to leave the domestic supplies for our fellow citizens and those truly in need. The old man's thoughts perfectly matched Yi Lingwei's. Besides initially buying some supplies from the market, Yi Lingwei hadn't gone there again. Her reason for working with the Yi family and using their overseas network to stockpile supplies was precisely because of this. Yi Lingwei knew that making the patriotic old man aware of the coming end times, but unable to speak about it, was truly a form of torment. But that's just how reality is. If you speak out, no one will believe you, and you might even be used against you. Meanwhile, Yi Zhenghua, who was far away in Beijing, was also trying his best to find ways to quietly prepare the higher-ups of the Dragon Country for what's coming, so they wouldn't be caught off guard when the end times arrived. Grandpa, don't worry too much. Where there's a will, there's a way. As long as we do our best, we will definitely get through this. Yi Lingwei clenched her delicate little fist to encourage her grandfather. Yes, just being prepared in advance is already a huge help. Come on, Grandpa, let's go take a look at the warehouse. Saying this, the old man quickly stood up, shaking off his previous gloom.
All right.
Yi Lingwei also quickly stood up, following behind her grandfather eagerly, responding with high spirits. Yi Zhan and Yi Zhenmin followed closely behind. The old man led everyone through a secret door in the first-floor reception hall, then took the elevator downward. It took about 20 minutes before the elevator slowly stopped. The warehouse is built 300 meters underground, with 5 floors in each warehouse, and each floor covers over 10,000 square meters. And there are more than 30 such warehouses built by the Yi family in different locations. As the old man explained, everyone followed him through a long tunnel. These words were actually meant for Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan. Yi Zhenmin was involved in the construction from the start and knew the details better than anyone. Wei, later, please organize the supplies according to the labels on each warehouse. Don't forget to leave your share. The Yi family only needs half of it.
Got it.
Don't worry, Grandpa. I promise to keep the supplies neat and clear. Yi Lingwei saluted the old man with a serious face, pretending to be serious while speaking. Good, Grandpa trusts you.
Ha ha ha.
Yi Lingwei's joking finally relaxed the tense nerves of the old man, making him laugh happily and freely. So, Yi Lingwei spent 2 busy days transferring all the Yi family supplies from the space to the underground warehouse. Once everything was done, the old man held a celebration dinner at home for Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei. Wei, you've worked hard these past 2 days. Come, eat more vegetables to recover. The old man used his chopsticks to pick many of her favorite dishes into Yi Lingwei's bowl. Then he turned to Yi Zhan with enthusiasm and said, Yi Zhan, you should eat more too. Don't be shy.
Okay, unne.
Yi Zhan nodded politely in reply. Grandpa, tomorrow I will go back to the village with my father. We left in such a rush last time, we didn't have time to prepare everything. Yi Lingwei was eating and talking about her plans with the old man. Yes, it's time to go back and make arrangements. After all, time waits for no one. Those who are prepared will win battles without surprises. Since we've already seized the advantage and learned about the coming apocalypse early, we must make the most of this opportunity and prepare well. Grandpa, that's exactly what I think. Vivi has grown up and has responsibilities and courage, which is good. If you need any help from Grandpa, just ask. Don't try to handle everything alone. Got it, Grandpa? Don't worry, I won't be distant from you. Hee. Seeing the happy conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter, Yi Zhan and Yi Zhenmin stayed silent, just quietly listening. Grandpa, I'm leaving now. I won't say goodbye to you tomorrow. Go ahead. Rest early at home. Grandpa, I left 2 boxes of water in the living room for you. Remember to take them in. Okay, Grandpa knows. Drive carefully on your way back, stay safe, and take good care of yourself. I will remember. Goodbye, Grandpa. Bye, girl. Until Yi Lingwei's figure disappeared into the night, the old man turned and went back inside. Vivi, I won't be accompanying you back to the village tomorrow. There are some family matters to handle, and I need to stay and help your grandpa. Once your cousins return in a few days, I'll come find you. Back home, Yi Zhenmin stopped Yi Lingwei, looking at her with some regret. It's okay. You just focus on your work. Knowing Yi Zhenmin was in a difficult spot, Yi Lingwei pretended to be relaxed and said, Don't worry, Xiao Wei and I are here. Brother Yi, I'll leave Vivi in your care. Actually, Yi Zhenmin really wanted to say, if you weren't here, I might feel a little better. Vivi, I've found some construction teams for you. If you need, I'll have them contact you later. That's great. I didn't know where to find construction teams. Seeing Yi Lingwei was genuinely happy, Yi Jinmin immediately felt that his efforts were worthwhile. I'll give you the blueprints for building the house and defenses later. They are the same as the ones used by the Yi family, so you can refer to them. As for the new materials I set aside for you, will you store them in your space or have a vehicle bring them back? Yi Lingwei lowered her head and thought carefully, then said, let's store them in the space first. When I need them, I'll find a way to get them outside. Details still need to be discussed with the villagers before making a decision. Okay, I'll give you the key to the storage room where the materials are kept. When you leave tomorrow, just go and pick them up. Yi Jinmin took a key from his pocket and handed it to Yi Lingwei. All right, thank you. Your kindness means a lot to me. Yi Lingwei took the key and sincerely said to Yi Jinmin, Nan, I'm happy to help you. It's what a father should do. You don't need to carry any burden, just relax and accept it calmly. Because when you're well, I am well too. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan left early. This time, on their way back to the village, they didn't need to buy supplies, so they took the highway directly. Xiaowei, let's stop at Xifang City first. I have something to take care of. Okay, Dad. After arriving at Xifang City, Yi Zhan parked the car at the city hall parking lot and took out his phone. Hello, Yen, how is the thing I asked you to do going? Boss, it's all done. You can rest assured. Then bring me the files. I'm right outside the city hall now. Boss, wait a moment. I'll be there soon. From the other end of the phone, a clear, cheerful male voice was heard. A young, handsome guy hurriedly ran toward Yi Zhan. But when he really stood in front of Yi Zhan, he hesitated. He looked carefully for a moment, then prepared to turn away while muttering, how can there be two people in the world who look so much alike? If I didn't know the boss, and thought he was a nearly 50-year-old old man, I would definitely mistake him. This person is basically a younger version of the boss. Just as the young man took a few steps away, Yi Zhan finally spoke. Yen, where are you going? Are you going to find the old man you mentioned? Hearing Yi Zhan's cold yet very familiar voice, the young man stiffened and turned around, his face showing a mix of fear and disbelief. Are you the boss? The young man pointed at Yi Zhan with his finger, eyes wide with shock, asking in disbelief. Who else could I be if not me? Yi Zhan looked at the young man with a dismissive glance and said calmly. Actually, Yi Zhan was secretly delighted by the young man's reaction. After all, no man would not want to be young again. Boss, are you going for cosmetic surgery or plastic surgery? Why do you look like you're only in your 20s or 30s now? The young man couldn't believe his eyes, so he reached out and pinched Yi Zhan's arm left and right. Your muscles are more solid, and your skin is very tight. It's not something that cosmetic procedures can achieve. Yi Zhan slapped away the hands on him, his tone turning somewhat dangerous. Gu Yan, if you dare to touch me again, be careful, I'll deal with you. A young man named Gu Yan was startled by Yi Zhan's voice and shivered. He finally remembered that the person in front of him was the famous living king of an international assassin. Boss, I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited. Don't be angry, I won't dare again. Gu Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly flattered him in a humble tone. If others knew that the usually proud and cold young master of the Xifang City mayor's family, Gu Yan, had this side, they would probably be stunned. Stop talking nonsense here. Where are the things? Yi Zhan, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Gu Yan with a cold gaze and said calmly, Boss, here it is. The information and documents you need are all inside this. Hearing Yi Zhan, Gu Yan quickly handed over the file bag. Yi Zhan took the bag, roughly looked through the contents, nodded, and patted Gu Yan on the shoulder.
Good job.
Thanks, kid. Boss, when did you become so distant? You saved my life. We have a deep bond. It's my honor to do things for you. Gu Yan took a step back, seeming unable to accept Yi Zhan's gratitude. Boss, it's almost noon. Let me treat you to a meal? Yi Zhan originally didn't want to agree, but he thought of Yi Lingwei still in the car. As a man, feeling a bit hot or hungry wasn't a big deal, but he couldn't let his daughter suffer. So, he nodded in agreement. Then I'll go start the car. Seeing Yi Zhan agree, Gu Yan happily jumped 3 feet high and hurried to start the car. When they arrived at the restaurant, Guyen went to stand beside Yizhan and just said, "Boss, we're here. Let's go inside." He froze in place, staring unblinkingly at Yilingwei, who was getting out of the car. At that moment, Guyen felt his heart pounding loudly, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He had to cover his chest with his hand, and in his eyes and heart, there was only Yilingwei. In the past, whenever someone told him about love at first sight, he would scoff at it. To him, there was no pure love in this world, only for money or for, with no exceptions. But at this moment he believed. Perhaps his heart was moved because of Yilingwei's beauty, but it wasn't just that. Yilingwei was cold and noble in her beauty, pure and untouchable. This is a kind of beauty that doesn't belong to the mortal world, only to be admired from afar. Why are you looking? Be careful, or I might pluck out your eyes. At that moment, Yizhan slapped Gu Yan on the back of his head. The sharp pain woke Gu Yan from his daze. Realizing he had been too rude, his face instantly turned red. He stammered, "Sorry. I didn't mean to." Now, feeling embarrassed in front of Yilingwei, Gu Yan wished he could slap himself twice. His neck and ears also turned red.
Desukai.
"Dad, don't scare him anymore." Yilingwei's voice was cool and gentle, like a clear spring flowing into Gu Yan's heart, sweet and refreshing. "Look at you, so useless. This is my daughter, Yilingwei, who is now a third-year college student. I am Gu Yan, a little older than you. You can call me Gu Gij, Brother Gu." As soon as Yizhan finished speaking, Gu Yan eagerly introduced himself. "Gu Gij, please take care of me in the future." Knowing that Gu Yan was close to Yizhan, Yilingwei naturally didn't reject him. "Little sister Lingwei, can I call you that in the future?" Seeing Gu Yan's nervous yet hopeful eyes, Yilingwei smiled but didn't refuse. "Stop pretending to be close and hurry up and lead the way." Standing nearby, Yizhan couldn't stand Gu Yan looking at Yilingwei like that, so he pushed him forward suddenly. Gu Yan didn't notice and nearly fell to the ground. He heard Yilingwei's light laughter and quickly steadied himself. He looked at Yizhan with a resentful gaze and softly said, "Boss, can you please give me a little dignity in front of little sister Lingwei? I also want to keep my pride, okay?" "What pride? How dare you covet my daughter in front of me? If I didn't beat you up, that would be mercy." Yizhan snorted coldly, giving Gu Yan a warning look. "Boss, I admit I fell in love with little sister Lingwei at first sight, but I promise I won't cause her any trouble. If she has no interest in me, I will just watch her from afar and protect her. I hope you can keep your word, or I won't forgive you." For Yilingwei, who was not far behind Yizhan and Gu Yan, she might never understand this forever. Gu Yan felt her love for him grow deeper and deeper, even without knowing why. Gu Yan, Yizhan, and Yilingwei had just left the restaurant when the lobby manager warmly greeted them. "Young Master Gu, you're here. Today I have distinguished guests. Please serve all the signature dishes of your restaurant." "Yes, young Master Gu. Rest assured." At that moment, Gu Yan's phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw it was his father's call. He apologized to Yizhan and Yilingwei and said, "Boss, you and Sister Ling can sit in the private room first. I'll take this call and come to find you right away." He then turned to the lobby manager and said seriously, "Manager Lee, these two are my honored guests. Take them to the private room and make sure they are well taken care of." "Understood, young Master Gu." Manager Lee smiled politely and said to Yizhan and Yilingwei, "Please this way." As they walked, Yilingwei admired the restaurant's decor. The environment was peaceful, elegant, yet understated. "Our exclusive private room for young Master Gu is ready. Please come in." Just as the three approached the door of the private room, they unexpectedly encountered a man and two women, along with a waiter, who were arguing loudly and walking toward them. "Xiao Wang, what's going on?" Manager Lee sensed something was wrong and asked the waiter. "Manager Lee, these three guests are here to dine. They don't want to sit in the main hall and asked for a private room. But as you know, our restaurant is full every day and there are no extra private rooms. To get a private room, you need to make a reservation at least a month in advance. So, they are upset and insisting I find a room for them. The waiter explained everything clearly, recounting the cause and the process. Do you know who I am? Do they think I need to squeeze into a hall with those poor folks just to have a meal? With my status, I shouldn't settle for a broken-down private room. The man speaking had a long face, thin lips, and narrow eyes. He was thin, like he might fall over if the wind blew. Although he looked weak, he spoke arrogantly.
Who are you?
What's your identity? Our restaurant doesn't care about that, and we don't want to care. But no matter who you are or what your status is, if you want to dine here and need a private room, you must make a reservation in advance. Being able to become a manager in a 5-star hotel is not easy, and Manager Lee is certainly not someone to be easily underestimated. What do you mean by that, old woman? My uncle is the mayor of Fengqiao County, and my cousin is his only son. The girl standing to the man's left had a bold attitude that was no less arrogant than her words about her cousin. Indeed, they're not from the same family, but they're very close. The girl standing to the man's right kept staring at Yi Lingwei. Her eyes showed confusion and hesitation at times, and jealousy and resentment at others. Yi Lingwei naturally recognized the two girls across from her. The girl staring at her was Qian Baozhu, and the other, more arrogant girl, was Li Fei'er. Qian Baozhu was the village chief of Mountaineering Village No. 2, and the daughter of Qian Fugui. Li Fei'er was the daughter of the mayor of Lingyun Town. Qian Baozhu was a powerful supporter she had worked hard to gain. Since middle school, they had teamed up to bully the weak and intimidate classmates. In her past life, Yi Lingwei also fell into their trap. But because she was afraid of Yi Zhan, they only insulted and isolated her verbally, not daring to physically hurt her. Yi Lingwei was not interested in listening further, so she pushed open the door to the private room and was about to go in. At that moment, Qian Baozhu grabbed Yi Lingwei's arm and loudly questioned, "Are you Yi Lingwei?" Yi Lingwei forcefully shook her off and directly threw Qian Baozhu to the ground, coldly saying from a commanding height, "Who I am is none of your business." Although she didn't want to seek revenge, she still found these bullying little people like Qian Baozhu and Li Fei'er disgusting to watch. "Baozhu, are you okay?" Li Fei'er quickly stepped forward and helped Qian Baozhu up. But Qian Baozhu pointed at Yi Lingwei and said to Li Fei'er, "It's her, Yi Lingwei." "Baozhu, what are you talking about? You mean this stunningly beautiful girl is Yi Lingwei, that country bumpkin? Are you crazy? How is that possible?" Li Fei'er didn't know Yi Lingwei very well. Her impression of her was from middle school. Plus, Yi Lingwei had changed so much that it was understandable not to recognize her. Actually, if Qian Baozhu hadn't often belittled and insulted Yi Lingwei in front of Li Fei'er might not even remember her name after a few years. I'm sure it's her. As for why she looks so beautiful now, I don't know. "Hey, are you really Yi Lingwei?" Li Fei'er looked at Yi Lingwei with a sideways glance and asked proudly, "So what if I do? So what if I don't?" Yi Lingwei replied coldly, neither admitting nor denying. "Fei'er, you see, she didn't deny it, so she must be guilty." The reason why Qian Baozhu is at odds with Yi Lingwei goes back to their childhood. Because Qian Baozhu was the only daughter of Qian Fugui, she was loved by her family since she was young. Her father was the village chief, and she had 3 older brothers. Since she can remember, whether in Mounting Village 1, 2, or 3, she has always been the boss. Only she bullies others. No children dare to provoke her. But only Yi Lingwei. Whenever she dared to hit Yi Lingwei, Yi Zhan would go and beat Qian Fugui up, and he would leave no evidence. Yi Zhan's motto in Mounting Village was, "If you dare to hit my daughter, I'll dare to hit your father." So, after Qian Fugui was beaten a few times, Qian Baozhu never dared to hit Yi Lingwei again. This made Qian Baozhu, who was used to being bossy, unable to swallow her anger. Plus, Mounting Village 1 and Mounting Village 2 had long-standing conflicts. Over time, Qian Baozhu grew more resentful of Yi Lingwei. When Yi Lingwei was about to enter the private room, Qian Baozhu stepped ahead and blocked the door. "Move aside quickly. Stupid dog, get out of the way." Hearing Yi Lingwei's words, Qian Baozhu refused to back down and instead looked at Manager Li sharply, asking, "Why are you not giving us the private room?" and giving the private room to Yi Lingwei, this country bumpkin. Young lady, Miss Yi is our honored guest. Please show some respect. And this private room is VIP only, available anytime. Manager Li, who was entrusted by Gu Yan, naturally tried to protect Yi Lingwei. Just her? An honored guest? An uneducated country bumpkin, so poor she can't even afford to pay her school fees? That's hilarious. Qian Baozhu was only busy mocking Yi Lingwei, laughing wildly. She didn't notice that Yi Zhan, standing nearby, had already clenched his fists, with veins bulging on his neck, clearly trying to suppress his anger. Yi Zhan never expected that years of hiding his identity had turned him into a true farmer. Even with a considerable fortune, he dared not use any of it. He was afraid of being investigated, of his identity being exposed, and of bringing danger to his daughter. So, over the years, he has struggled to provide a difficult life for his daughter. He thought that as long as he could spend time with her and see her grow healthy and strong, it didn't matter if life was a bit poor. But he never expected that, without him knowing, his daughter had endured so much unfair treatment and bullying. In the end, it was because he didn't do enough to protect her. Just as Yi Zhan was about to lose his temper and act, Yi Lingwei spoke up. Qian Baozhu, you'd better shut up. Calling me a dirt clod, an old fool. Are you not from the countryside? Your parents and brothers are farmers, right? Isn't all the food you eat grown by farmers? You're such a mean-spirited person. What right do you have to look down on farmers? When Qian Baozhu was speechless from Yi Lingwei's sharp words, the man standing beside her finally reacted. He sometimes looked at Yi Lingwei with lecherous eyes and sometimes spoke sarcastically. Hey girl, is your name Yi Lingwei? I understand now you grew up with Baozhu. People used to think you weren't pretty, but suddenly, you look beautiful now. And your family is poor, so you couldn't afford to come to a 5-star hotel. But now, you're not only inside but also in a VIP private room. Such obvious things, can't you see it? Everyone probably knows why you've changed like this, right? Yi Lingwei lowered her head, playing with her slender fingers, and said disdainfully, Oh, what's going on? Go ahead, tell me. Humph. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. At first, I thought you were pretty, and I wanted to give you some face. But I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Spit it out quickly. You're a grown man. Your mouth smells worse than an old lady's cloth shoe. Yi Lingwei's words directly broke the man's defenses, making his face twist with anger. You shameless woman. Aren't you just a mistress for the man next to you? Trading looks for money. I've seen plenty of people like you. Meanwhile, Yi Zhan, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't contain his anger when he heard the man's words. He lunged forward and kicked the man in the chest. The man was kicked flying and fell heavily to the ground. He curled up, groaning in pain. It wasn't over yet. Yi Zhan took a step forward, pulled the man up from the ground, and slapped him twice in the face. Since a dog can't spit out pearls, there's no need to keep this dog's mouth. Seeing Yi Zhan about to continue hitting him, Qian Baozhu, frightened and stunned, finally reacted. She nervously approached Yi Zhan, crying and begging, Uncle Yi, please stop hitting him. Ma Guanyu is the only son of our county mayor in Fengqiao County. If he gets hurt, we all will be in trouble. Qian Baozhu was really scared. She knew Yi Zhan was ruthless. She also understood that today's chaos was partly her fault. If Ma Guanyu really got hurt, not only would Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan suffer, but she would also be involved. Cousin, are you okay? Let go quickly. How dare you hit the county mayor's son? It looks like you don't want to stay in Fengqiao County anymore. I'll call my uncle now and ask him to send someone to arrest all of you. Li Fei saw Ma Guanyu's mouth bleeding from the beating. Although she was sharp-tongued, her hands trembling as she held her phone showed her fear. At this moment, a powerful voice rang out. If officials don't serve the people and they dare to threaten the common folks, that's unacceptable. Who would have thought a small county mayor could have such power? It was Gu Yangang walking over from outside. Manager Li wanted to step forward to explain, but Gu Yangang waved him to stop. Who are you? How you do your job as county mayor is none of your business. Li Fei looked at the man who just spoke. His cold, handsome face was her type, but she was used to being spoiled and couldn't help asking back, "Who I am? You probably don't know, and you don't need to know." But he definitely does. Gu Yengang pointed at Ma Guanyu, who was being held in midair by Yi Zhan. "Cousin, do you know him?" Li Fair turned to look at Ma Guanyu, confused. Ma Guanyu widened his squinty eyes and nodded hard. By now, Yi Zhan's anger had mostly subsided. He roughly threw Ma Guanyu onto the ground. "Cough, cough, cough. Young Master Gu, save me." Ma Guanyu coughed violently, crawled over to Gu Yengang, and desperately looked up to ask for help.
Save you?
"Why should I save you? You offended my guest and expect me to help you? Isn't your father the county mayor? Just ask your dad to back you up." Gu Yan pointed at Ma Guanyu and the two others, then said to Manager Li, "Please ask the security guards to these 3 people out. Don't disturb my meal." "Okay, young Master Gu." "I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I really didn't know they were your honored guests. Otherwise, even if I had 10 guts, I wouldn't dare offend them." Ma Guanyu knew well that Gu Yan was ruthless, so he had to lower his stance and quickly admit his mistake. Moreover, if his father found out he had offended Gu Yan, he wouldn't get away with it either. "Linger, did they hurt you?" Gu Yan ignored Ma Guanyu and instead went to Yi Lingwei, showing concern and speaking gently, in stark contrast to his cold attitude earlier.
No.
"Besides, with Dad here, how could they hurt me?" Yi Lingwei tilted her head, trying to please Yi Zhan while swinging his arm. "Is that right, Dad? Yes, I will definitely protect you in the future." Yi Zhan knew Yi Lingwei was trying to make him happy, so he smiled and replied. Her playful actions made Gu Yan feel a little more at ease. "Linger, what do you want to do about them?" "I have nothing to say. Just let them go." "All right, then we won't bother with them. Let's go inside to eat." After saying that, Gu Yan invited Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei into the private room, ignoring the few people being escorted out by security. "Boss, why did you suddenly decide to go back to the village to build things?" Gu Yan was confused about Yi Zhan's decision and asked directly. Yi Zhan didn't answer immediately, but looked at Gu Yan steadily for a while. Feeling a bit nervous, Gu Yan asked hesitantly, "If I say, it's to prepare for the disaster that will happen soon, do you believe it?" "Boss, I understand what you mean. I will quietly stock up some supplies to prepare for the possible upcoming crisis. I will also remind my father to find ways to improve the city government of Sifong to better handle the crisis. It's good that you understand. No matter what happens in the future, we must be prepared." This was a plan that Yi Zhan thought of after careful consideration. It would help Gu Yan get ready, and also use his father's position to give the people of Sifong a better chance of survival. After dinner, Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei said goodbye to Gu Yan and continued driving to the village. As for Gu Yan, he only looked back longingly after the car disappeared for a while. Gu Yan didn't expect that just one glance from Yi Lingwei would bring her into his life, making her the person he wanted to protect forever. A single glance can last forever, just because he met you in the vast sea of people. All the moments froze at that instant, turning into eternity. "Dad, what's in the folder?" Yi Lingwei sat in the car, curious as she held the folder. Driving, Yi Zhan smiled and said, "Why don't you open it and see? Mountaineering Village 1, Mountaineering Village 2, Mountaineering Village 3, Land Development Rights." Yi Lingwei took out the documents from the folder, reading aloud as she looked at them. "What is this?" "I'm doing this to avoid trouble when we build defenses later," Yi Zhan explained patiently. "You know how tricky some people can be," he added. "Since the world is still peaceful now, once we start construction, we might face deliberate difficulties or troublemakers from the county, town, or village. Getting legal and proper development rights is like a protective charm for us. Then we can legally start building in the village." Yi Zhan patiently explained to Yi Lingwei, also wanting to teach her some ways to handle things in life. After hearing this, Yi Lingwei couldn't help but admire how thoughtful and far-sighted Yi Zhan was. She realized she still had a lot to learn in this area. Just then, Yi Lingwei's phone rang. Ring, ring. She picked up her phone and saw it was an unknown number. "Hello.
Yi Lingwei.
May I ask who you are?" "I'm your senior counselor," the voice replied. "Have you checked what date it is today? It's been a week since school started, and you haven't attended a single class?" Do you still want to continue university? Yi Lingwei only heard a series of loud lectures coming from the phone receiver. The sharp female voice made Yi Lingwei's ears ring loudly. Hello, Yi Lingwei, are you listening? Teacher, I am. I give you 3 days to return to school, or you will be considered as having dropped out automatically. Do you understand? Yes, teacher, I understand.
Goodbye.
Hey, don't hang up yet. Ignoring the frantic shouting from the counselor, Yi Lingwei simply hung up the phone. Today is already September 7th? I've been so busy that I forgot about the start of school. Yi Lingwei looked at the calendar on her phone and mumbled to herself. Xiao Wei, do you still want to go to school? If you don't want to go, you don't have to. Anyway, there are only a few days of classes left. Yi Zhan also heard the counselor's angry voice. He was worried Yi Lingwei might get upset, so he naturally didn't want her to go back to school. I think I should go once more. I still have some things to handle. Thinking of Uncle Liu, Yi Lingwei decided to return to the school again. All right, be careful and call me if anything happens. Although worried, Yi Zhan chose to respect Yi Lingwei's decision.
Don't worry, Dad.
With my current strength and skills, not many people can beat me.
Ye Lingwei clenched her delicate fist proudly.
Dad knows you're strong, but you should always be careful. No matter how powerful you are, if you're not cautious, you might stumble.
Got it, Dad.
I'll be careful. The father and daughter continued chatting while driving. Finally, as night fell, they returned to the village. They took a back route around the village without disturbing anyone. Dad, I've put the building plans and new materials behind our house. I'll also give you the phone number of the construction team later, so you can contact them directly. I want to go to school tomorrow. Okay, you don't need to worry about home. Dad will handle everything. Remember to go early and come back early. Yes, I understand. After dinner, Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan sat in the yard, enjoying the rare moment of warmth. Suddenly, Yi Lingwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said to Yi Zhan, Dad, watch this. I want to show you a new skill. Then, Yi Lingwei quickly disappeared into her space. Yi Zhan had already heard Yi Lingwei mention that she could enter her space. So, now that Yi Lingwei has disappeared, there was a moment of panic, but she quickly calmed down. When Yi Lingwei reappeared, and was actually several meters away from him, Yi Zhan was still very shocked. Because this was the first time Yi Lingwei showed her ability in front of others, she became playful. She kept appearing and disappearing repeatedly, almost like the legendary teleportation. Xiao Wei, if you don't stop, I might get dizzy. Hearing Yi Zhan's call, Yi Lingwei stopped playing. Dad, am I really amazing? Xiao Wei, how far can you move at once? Starting from the space I enter, I can reach any point within a radius of 50 meters.
Great.
Then, after you come back from school, Dad will take you abroad to get some free benefits. That would be wonderful. No matter how much supplies there are, I will take whatever comes. Thinking about the large amount of supplies arriving soon makes me happy.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing Yi Lingwei smile happily, Yi Zhan couldn't help but smile too. The stars in the sky blinked as if they were watching the warm, happy scene in the yard. Who knows what exciting day tomorrow will bring? North City is located between Donghai City and Sifang City. From Mountaineering Village, it takes over 10 hours to reach by highway. Because Yi Lingwei was driving alone this time, and they took breaks along the way, they arrived in North City late at night. Yi Lingwei randomly found a hotel to stay in, planning to return to school the next day. At 7 a.m., it was the time when students and teachers entered the campus. At that moment, a black SUV suddenly stopped loudly at the entrance of a restaurant next to the school. Passing students couldn't help but be drawn to the car, stopping and discussing with envy.
Wow.
Look at that SUV, so cool and powerful. This is a Mercedes G-Class. Even the cheapest costs several million.
Huh.
That expensive? But I really like it. When can I own a car like that? Such a car isn't affordable for ordinary people, unless you're a rich kid. I don't know who is driving, but I really envy her. Exactly. When Yi Lingwei, dressed in a white long dress, got out of the car and took off her sunglasses, the originally bustling crowd suddenly fell silent. Until Yi Lingwei entered the restaurant, The still crowd slowly reacted. Oh my goodness, how can someone look so beautiful? Tall figure, smooth skin, like a painting of her features. Plus that cold aura. She looks more than just an ordinary person. I'm afraid our school's most popular girl can't compare to her. She'd be at the bottom. Come on, can you really compare? They're not even in the same league. Is this girl from our school? Does anyone know her? The boys all stretched their necks, trying to find out more about Yilingwei. The girls had different expressions. Some admired her, some ignored her, and others were jealous. I think I know who she is. Suddenly, a quiet-looking girl hesitated and said, Quick, tell us, who is she? The boys all turned to look at the girl who just spoke, eager to hear. She is Yilingwei. We share a dorm. But she wasn't this beautiful or rich before, so I'm not sure if it's really her. The girl lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with her clothes, whispering,
Yilingwei.
Is she the girl being supported by a wealthy sponsor? At the start of school, her glorious story spread across the campus. I heard she was absent because she was feeling guilty. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing voice cut through the crowd. No wonder she can afford such an expensive car. TSK. All bought with money from selling herself. Just because she looks pretty, she has the capital. Such a shameless girl, showing off at school. The girls who had been jealous of Yilingwei immediately found a way to attack her. They said whatever harsh words they could. How can you slander her so easily? Do you have any proof? Exactly, I think she's pretty good. She doesn't seem as bad as you say. Hearing these malicious words, some boys stepped forward, wanting to speak up for her. Are you attracted to her because she looks good? Too bad, she has a rich sponsor. You poor students aren't even qualified to be her admirers. You're so rude and unreasonable. The boys defending Yilingwei were so angry they turned red in the face. Meanwhile, Yilingwei, who had already entered the restaurant, had no idea that people outside were arguing about her. Is Uncle Lu here? Wait a moment, I'll be out soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Uncle Lu, wearing an apron, came out from the kitchen. Who are you? Vivi? Uncle Lu rubbed his eyes hard, looking a bit unsure. Uncle Lu, it's me. Hearing Yilingwei's reply, Uncle Lu continued, Vivi, I didn't expect that in just 2 months, you've changed so much. You're not only more beautiful, but also more confident. That's great. Sit down quickly, don't stand there. He then pulled out a nearby stool, signaling Yilingwei to sit down. Thank you for your compliment, Uncle Lu. Yilingwei sat down smoothly and smiled at him. Uncle Lu, is it just you at the shop now? Yes, the cooks haven't come to work yet. Your aunt went to the market to buy supplies and should be back soon. Uncle Lu, there are 4 pills inside this bottle. These are rare medicines made by a family of doctors. As long as the injury isn't fatal, taking 1 pill can usually heal it. Vivi, what do you mean? This kind of precious medicine. You should keep it for yourself. I don't want it. Uncle Lu looked at the porcelain bottle handed to him by Yilingwei, but didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he politely refused. Yilingwei had no choice but to place the bottle on the table and gently explained, Uncle Lu, over the past 3 years, you've helped me a lot. I've always remembered that. The reason I came back this time is for you not to attend school. Moreover, I won't be coming back again in the future. Vivi, I haven't done anything wrong, so there's no need for you to thank me. You've had a hard life before, going to school and working part-time to earn money. Now that you've finally found your biological father, it's like the hard times are over. I'm happy for you. As long as you can live well in the future, it doesn't matter whether you come back or not. Seeing Uncle Lu's sincere concern for her, Yilingwei felt warm inside. That's why she was willing to take out 4 large pills from the space and give them to Uncle Lu. She truly hoped that Uncle Lu and his family could survive in the end of world, avoiding the mistakes of her past life. Uncle Lu, if you trust me, please close the shop before the end of September. Leave here and go back to your hometown, stay there for a while. I've heard some inside news that there might be frequent disasters and soaring prices soon. There could be looting and burning incidents. Staying here would be very dangerous. Vivi, I'm not doubting you, but this shop is my family's only source of income, so. Upon hearing Yilingwei's words, Uncle Lu didn't know what to say. Uncle Lu, I didn't ask you to believe me right now. But please pay more attention. If these situations I mentioned happen later, you can decide then. Alright, thank you for the reminder. I will be more careful. You should keep this medicine away, for your own good and for your family. Seeing Yi Lingwei's determined expression, Uncle Lu had no choice but to take the medicine, put it in the cash register drawer, and lock it. Oh, isn't that our Miss Vivi? Hearing the voice, Yi Lingwei turned to look outside. It was the shop owner's wife returning from shopping. Wow, look at that. Truly a country girl turned into a princess, completely transformed. Enough already. As soon as she came back, she started talking sarcastically. Can't she speak nicely? Uncle Lu glared at the shop owner's wife angrily, scolding her. I'm just telling the truth. Those who know she found her real father. Those who don't might think she's been kept as a mistress. If you don't believe me, go check at the school. I don't know who is so jealous that they smear her reputation. The shop owner's wife's sharp words seemed harsh, but they were actually a warning to Yi Lingwei. Someone was plotting behind her back, targeting her. Uncle Lu, shop owner's wife, I'll go now. Please take care of yourselves. Yi Lingwei bowed again to Uncle Lu and his wife, then turned around without hesitation. But who knows if there will be a next time to see each other. As Yi Lingwei stepped out of the restaurant, the crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone moved aside to make way for her. After parking her car outside the school, she entered the campus. She didn't notice that a girl was hiding behind a corner, secretly watching her. Hey, Ruolin, I think I saw Yi Lingwei come back. Okay, I got it. On the phone, Bai Ruolin's voice was cold and low, like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. Since being assaulted by thugs and having her legs broken by Yi Lingwei, Bai Ruolin had completely dropped her disguise. Mom, Yi Lingwei is at school now. This time, I want her dead. Alright, I'll send someone over right away.
Ruolin, don't worry.
Mom will definitely avenge you. It's all because Mom was too soft-hearted 17 years ago. Let her live, and now it's back to bite us. You know it's your fault, so I hope this time you won't disappoint me again. After hanging up, Bai Ruolin leaned on her crutch and stood by the window, gazing toward the school gate. Her face was twisted, and her eyes were full of swirling hatred. Meanwhile, Yi Lingwei had already arrived at the office and found the new counselor. Counselor, I am Yi Lingwei. I came today to handle my withdrawal from school.
What?
You want to withdraw? The counselor repeated in disbelief what Yi Lingwei had just said. Yes. Yi Lingwei, you must understand that once your withdrawal application is approved, there is no turning back. I've looked into your family situation and know that getting into university was not easy for you. I've also heard some rumors at school, but I don't know the full truth, so I won't comment on that. But I want to tell you that as long as you have a clear conscience, you don't need to fear others' gossip. If you've made a mistake, just turn back and correct it. There's no need to go down a wrong path forever. The counselor sincerely tried to persuade Yi Lingwei to change her mind. Counselor, I do have reasons I can't explain for withdrawing. But don't worry, it's not because of those rumors that I made this decision. Nevertheless, I want to thank you. Alright then, since you've made up your mind, I won't say more. Please fill out the withdrawal form and you can leave. Hearing this, the counselor had no choice but to agree to her withdrawal. She took out the withdrawal form and placed it on the nearby table. Yi Lingwei sat down and filled it out in less than 5 minutes. Counselor, I've finished filling out the form. Then I'll go now.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
After leaving the office, Yi Lingwei went straight to the dormitory building. As she reached the door, she heard voices inside discussing. Did you really see Yi Lingwei? Yes, I saw her this morning when I was at the school gate. She looks completely different now, much more beautiful. Plus, she's driving a luxury car, worth over 10 million, I heard. From the sound, it was the girl who recognized Yi Lingwei at the school gate that morning. Over 10 million? Oh my god, that's so expensive. Then another girl said in surprise, where did she get the money to buy such a luxury car? Isn't her family quite poor? The first girl asked again. Who knows? Hasn't it already spread around school? There are only a few quick ways to make money, but I don't know which one she used. A jealous voice sounded, seeming to say nothing but also implying a lot. I think she's usually quite shy and introverted, so she probably couldn't do something like that. When someone rebutted, the girl from before sneered. That's not certain. Maybe she's just pretending to be shy. People are not always what they seem. At that moment, with a creak, the door opened. Yi Lingwei pushed the door open, and the girls in the dormitory suddenly stopped talking. Oh, then tell me, what am I pretending to be? Where's the impossibility? Yi Lingwei looked at everyone calmly, then turned to the girl who had spoken sarcastically. Everyone in the dorm lowered their heads and stayed silent. They were both shocked by Yi Lingwei's beauty and intimidated by her confidence and strong presence. Yi Lingwei ignored them and packed her belongings in bedding, then handed them over to the dorm supervisor. Next, she turned and went to Bai Wolin's dorm. Hearing the noise, Bai Wolin turned around and saw Yi Lingwei walk in. Seeing the hatred in Bai Wolin's eyes, Yi Lingwei just slightly smiled with disdain. What's wrong? Are you already jealous of me? That's just the beginning. The good stuff is still to come.
Yi Lingwei genti patet Bai Wolin's checks.
Although she smiled, her cold voice sounded like it came from the depths of. Yi Lingwei, don't be too proud. Soon you won't be able to smile. Bai Wolin felt a thrill of excitement just thinking about Yi Lingwei's imminent downfall and revenge. Really? Who can say what will happen in the future? I only know that right now, I'm smiling and you're crying. With a slight force, Yi Lingwei removed Bai Wolin's chin. Bai Wolin immediately turned pale from pain, and her saliva couldn't stop flowing. Yi Lingwei took out a tissue to wipe her hand and said calmly, if you like spreading rumors and stirring trouble everywhere, I'll give you what you want today. Yi Lingwei didn't need to think twice. The bad rumors about her on campus must have been started by Bai Wolin. Besides Bai Wolin, no one else in the university knew about her recent changes. Then, Yi Lingwei took out her phone, found a prepared article and copied and pasted it onto the campus website of Beishur University of Finance and Economics. She personally held her phone and showed Bai Wolin the article. She forcefully grabbed Bai Wolin's hand and clicked the confirm button to publish. Bai Wolin kept shaking her head and struggling, trying to pull her hand away, but it was useless. Until she personally pressed the send button, Bai Wolin suddenly sank to the ground. Her secret about being an illegitimate daughter and her photos with troublemakers were all exposed. Bai Wolin knew she was finished. She would never have the face to stay at this school again. Bai Wolin, as women, I didn't want to use such mean methods to deal with you, Yi Lingwei said. But since you keep provoking me again and again, you can bear the consequences yourself. And remember, your life belongs to me now. Soon I will come to get you. Before that, you must stay strong and live on.
Ha ha ha.
Watching Yi Lingwei walk away laughing, Bai Wolin couldn't hold back any longer and went crazy. She threw everything she could find, things to smash and break, onto the ground. The dormitory instantly became a mess. Yi Lingwei, may you have a bad ending. Bai Wolin shouted madly at Yi Lingwei, who had already walked far away. Even if Yi Lingwei died in front of her now, her hatred would still not be eased. Yi Lingwei left the dormitory building and strolled leisurely around the campus, taking some beautiful photos to keep as memories. She watched energetic, lively students, full of sunshine and vitality. Groups of students riding bikes hurriedly heading to their classrooms. No one expected that such beautiful times and a lovely campus would, in just a month, turn into a living. Yi Lingwei didn't lack pain or the desire to change things. She knew this was a disaster sweeping across the entire blue star, a calamity all of humanity had to face. She didn't have the power or ability to change it. She wasn't a saint or a savior. Whether you call her selfish or cold-blooded, the only thing she could do now is wait and see what happens. As for what the future holds, no one could predict. Yi Lingwei walked on, lost in deep thought. Just as she stepped out of the school gate and reached the middle of the road, unexpectedly, a truck suddenly sped toward her from the side. At that moment, Yi Jinmin, who had been waiting at the school entrance for some time, saw a scene that made his heart race with fear. Vivi, watch out. In an instant, Yi Jinmin used all his strength to rush to Yi Lingwei's side and pushed her toward the roadside. Meanwhile, the truck showed no signs of slowing down and even sped up after hitting Yi Jinmin, driving away from the scene. Yi Jinmin was thrown into the air by the truck and then fell heavily onto the road, about 10 meters away. His head hit the ground first, and he clearly felt life slipping away. He knew he probably wouldn't make it this time. Luckily, his daughter was safe. Luckily, he protected her this time, and he could consider himself a good father. It's just a pity he would miss his appointment again and couldn't stay by his daughter's side in the future. Why was the time they spent together so short? Only 60 days. So brief that he hadn't even had the chance to hear his daughter call him dad. As long as his daughter could live well, he would be content. If there is a next life. Thinking of this, Yi Jinmin couldn't hold on anymore and closed his eyes with a smile. Yi Lingwei, pushed to the roadside, watched helplessly as Yi Jinmin was hit and thrown into the air. She saw his body tumble several times before crashing heavily onto the ground. Her mind went blank, and she could even hear the sound of Yi Jinmin's head hitting the pavement. Hud, hud, hud. The sound was deafening. Until the blood from Yi Jinmin's head stained the ground red and hurt her eyes, she finally reacted. She ran to his side, tears bursting from her eyes as she cried out, "Dad!
Dad!"
When Yi Lingwei knelt beside Yi Jinmin and saw his closed eyes and lifeless face, tears flooded her eyes instantly. The pain felt like her heart was being torn apart. From the beginning, Yi Lingwei's approach to Yi Jinmin was not out of love, but for her own benefit. So, she had always believed she didn't have much feelings for him. Maybe living peacefully like this was fine, and she never thought about calling him dad. She never realized that unconsciously, Yi Jinmin had already taken root in her heart, gained her approval, and become part of her life. At this moment, Yi Lingwei was certain she could not accept Yi Jinmin's departure. She wanted him to be her father. Yi Lingwei reached out and gently wiped the blood from Yi Jinmin's face. Feeling his increasingly faint breathing, she forced herself to stay calm. Without hesitation, she took out a 9-turn rebirth pill and a bottle of spiritual spring water from her space. Then, carefully, she supported Yi Jinmin's head, put the pill into his mouth, and fed him a sip of water. Yi Lingwei stared at Yi Jinmin without blinking, tears like broken pearls falling onto his face. "Dad, as long as you wake up, I will take good care of you in the future. From now on, I will learn to love you the way you love me. I was naive before, I was wrong."
"Dad, I'm sorry."
Every minute felt like a century, long and painful. Her arms, which were holding Yi Jinmin steadily, began to tremble. Although she knew the 9-turn rebirth pill and the spiritual spring water were powerful, she couldn't stay calm as long as he didn't wake up. Seeing more and more onlookers gathering around, Yi Lingwei had no choice but to carry Yi Jinmin and walk to the car. Yi Jinmin, who had been about to leave with a soul-capturing messenger, was miraculously saved again by the 9-turn rebirth pill. Still confused, he opened his eyes and looked around, only to find himself lying inside the car. Wasn't I already dead? Could it be that the underworld has cars like in the real world? I just don't know if my little girl will be sad for me if I died. Maybe I shouldn't be sad. I can't bear to leave her. As long as my little girl can live happily and well in the future, I will have no regrets even if I die. After placing Yi Jinmin on the back seat and preparing to open the driver's door, Yi Lingwei suddenly heard Yi Jinmin talking to himself. She couldn't help but burst into tears of joy, thinking, "It's so wonderful to have a silly dad who loves me this much. Dad, how do you feel? Is anything hurting? I'll take you to the hospital right away." Yi Lingwei opened the car door, looked at Yi Jinmin on the back seat, and asked worriedly, "It seems I really died. I even heard my little girl call me dad." Still lost in her thoughts, Yi Jinmin lay on the back seat of the car with his eyes closed, not paying attention to Yi Lingwei. Hearing Yi Jinmin speak, Yi Lingwei felt a sour feeling in her heart and a bit of sadness. It was her fault. She had only enjoyed her father's love before and never responded, not even willing to call him dad. Maybe this is what people call being loved so much that you become fearless. Only after losing it do you regret it deeply. Dad, you're not dead. you're still alive and well. From now on, I will call you Dad every day and treat you well." As soon as Yi Lingwei finished speaking, Yi Jinmin suddenly sat up and silently stared at her. His eyes showed mixed emotions, happiness, fear, and a joyful sense of revival. They sat like that for a long time until Yi Jinmin couldn't hold back anymore. He covered his face with his hands, letting tears flow freely. It seemed that years of suppressed sadness and waiting finally found release at this moment. His missing soul was also finally healed and made whole. Yi Lingwei quietly stayed by his side, not disturbing him. At this moment, what he truly needed was not comfort or reassurance, but an outlet for his feelings. It was about saying goodbye to the past and welcoming a new beginning.
Dad, how did you know I came to school?
I called your father last night and he told me. So, I drove here overnight to find you. I didn't tell you in advance because I wanted to surprise you. Yi Lingwei was driving casually while chatting with Yi Jinmin. No one mentioned the moment when Yi Jinmin lost his composure earlier. Then you're leaving now? Will Grandpa be busy enough? Your older cousin and others returned to the Yi family yesterday, and with your second uncle there, they have enough help. I also left the supermarket I haven't sold yet to your grandfather. Now I come empty-handed to join you. Do you think I might dislike that? Not only would I not dislike it, I would warmly welcome it. As a daughter, how could I dislike my own father? From now on, I will definitely take good care of you. Hearing Yi Lingwei call him Dad repeatedly, Yi Jinmin's smile stretched almost to the back of his head. It was such happiness to finally have his daughter's approval. Dad, I will take you to the hospital first for a full checkup. I don't feel at ease otherwise. Nan, although Dad feels fine physically and doesn't feel uncomfortable anywhere, since you insist on going to the hospital, I won't oppose it. But we shouldn't go to a hospital in Beishur. It's better to wait until we reach Sifang City for a checkup. After all, there were many people around when the accident happened. I was seriously injured and can't recover fully in such a short time. If we go directly to a hospital in Beishur, I worry there might be hidden risks. Yi Lingwei thought for a moment and agreed that Yi Jinmin's concerns were valid. It's better to be cautious. Okay, Dad, I'll follow your advice. When we get to Sifang City, we'll have a checkup. Then Yi Lingwei changed the subject, speaking softly. I just don't know if the car accident was an accident or planned. It's all my fault for reacting too slowly, and I caused you unnecessary trouble. Nan, I will find out the truth about this. Don't worry. And remember, Dad's rescue was instinctive. You shouldn't feel guilty. Yi Jinmin clearly saw what happened and was very sure that the accident was not an accident, but someone's deliberate act. Thinking of this, his eyes showed a fierce look. He looked at Yi Lingwei driving and forced himself to suppress the rising anger inside. Since someone wanted to harm his daughter, he would never let the other person go. When Yi Lingwei and Yi Jinmin arrived in Sifang City, it was evening, and the city lights were just turning on. They went straight to a hotel to rest for the night, planning to go to the hospital after sunrise. Actually, Yi Jinmin's health had recovered very well and was completely fine. Going to the hospital was just for peace of mind. The next morning, Yi Lingwei packed up and said to her father, who was waiting nearby, Dad, shall we leave now for the hospital? Yes, Yi Jinmin replied with a smile, his eyes full of affection. Just as they arrived at the hospital, Yi Zhan called, Xiao Wei, where are you now? Dad, I'm at Sifang City's Central Hospital. The hospital? Did something happen? Are you hurt or sick? Hearing Yi Zhan's nervous tone, Yi Lingwei quickly explained, Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. The situation is a bit complicated.
I'll tell you more when I get back.
Okay, you focus on your work. I won't bother you anymore. Yi Lingwei, who had already hung up the phone, didn't know that Yi Zhan, who was just in Fengqiao County on business, was already driving quickly towards Sifang City. 3 hours later, Yi Lingwei handed all the test reports to the doctor. The doctor carefully reviewed them and smiled, saying, Young lady, your father's health is very good. All the numbers look great and are even trending towards youthfulness. Being in his 40s, but having a body like someone in their 30s is truly enviable. Thank you, doctor. Hearing the doctor's words, Yi Lingwei's worried heart finally relaxed. Yi Jinmin looked at Yi Lingwei and took a deep breath, feeling very relieved, knowing that his daughter was worried about him. As Yi Lingwei and Yi Jinmin just arrived at the hospital lobby, they saw Yi Zhan rushing inside. "Dad, why are you here?" "I'm worried about you, so I came to see you myself." "Are you leaving now?" Seeing Yi Zhan covered in sweat, Yi Lingwei felt a bit distressed. She quickly took out a tissue and wiped his face. "Big brother Yi, let's find a place to sit first, then I'll tell you everything." "Okay." Hearing this, Yi Zhan happily agreed. The three of them found a restaurant nearby, ordered some dishes, and reserved a private room. Yi Lingwei recounted everything that had happened yesterday to Yi Zhan. Yi Zhan listened with growing fear and saw Yi Lingwei's eyes slightly red. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gentle look was instantly replaced by a fierce expression. A chilling coldness enveloped him, making others instinctively want to stay away. "Xiao Wei, Dad will definitely not let the person behind the scenes get away." Yi Zhan restrained his murderous intent and assured Yi Lingwei in a gentle voice. Then he turned to look at Yi Jinmin and said sincerely, "Thank you for risking your life to protect my daughter." "No need to thank me. Wei Wei is not only your daughter, but also mine. Doing anything for her is my willing choice, even if it costs my life." Yi Jinmin looked at Yi Zhan with unwavering determination. That's what he said, and that's what he did. From that moment on, Yi Zhan truly recognized Yi Jinmin's identity. He understood that Yi Jinmin's love for Yi Lingwei was no less than his own. "Dad, how are the arrangements in the village going?" Yi Lingwei didn't want the atmosphere to become too heavy, so she changed the subject. "I've already spoken with the heads and elders of 3 villages. Our village has no problem and is very willing to cooperate. Sand Village didn't say much, but there probably aren't any big problems. Just that the second village is causing more trouble. If it gets too bad, we can temporarily isolate the second village. Let's focus on building our village and Sand Village first, then assess the situation later and decide what to do." Yi Zhan felt overwhelmed thinking about the village matters. He wasn't good at handling relationships. Over the years, he had become like invisible in the village, with no presence. There are 2 main reasons for the trouble. First, your power isn't strong enough, so they don't fear you. Second, their greed isn't satisfied by the benefits they get. Hearing Yi Jinmin clearly explain the cause, Yi Zhan's eyes lit up, and he rolled his eyes as he said, "Next, I need to take Xiao Wei abroad. The village matters are now your responsibility. Since you participated in the village's defenses before, you have plenty of experience. I believe that just 3 small villages are nothing for you. Big brother Yi, are you planning to give up?" Yi Jinmin asked in disbelief. "Yes." Yi Zhan openly admitted, not feeling like he was being unreasonable.
You.
Yi Jinmin was so angry he couldn't speak, just laughed bitterly. Seeing Yi Jinmin so angry that he was fuming, Yi Lingwei smiled and said, "Dad, we really need to go abroad. Please take care of the village matters for us. Thank you." Since it's what Nanny said, Dad will definitely listen. Just rest assured, Dad will make sure everything in the village is arranged properly. Yi Jinmin patted his chest confidently. TCH, a flatterer. Yi Zhan sat nearby, glanced at Yi Jinmin with disdain, and muttered softly. At that moment, the TV in the restaurant's private room suddenly interrupted with a news report, catching the attention of Yi Lingwei, Yi Zhan, and Yi Jinmin. According to Donghua News, at 1:21 a.m. local time on September 10th, a violent eruption occurred at Fusher Mountain, an active volcano in Sunset Country. The eruption produced an ash column reaching 23 kilometers high, with a large amount of volcanic ash spreading rapidly around. This eruption's high-temperature lava and shockwaves caused serious damage to nearby cities. Many buildings collapsed, roads were damaged, and essential infrastructure like electricity and communication was severely disrupted. According to local aviation authorities, after the volcano eruption, several airports in Sunset Country had to close. Many flights were delayed or canceled, causing thousands of travelers to be stranded at airports. The Sunset Country government quickly activated emergency disaster plans, with firefighting, medical, and rescue teams working together to carry out rescue efforts. A volcano expert interviewed said that Mount Fushir has entered an active phase, and there may be further eruptions, but it is hard to predict the size and scope. The relevant authorities in Sunset Country urged people to stay alert and closely watch official disaster warnings. They advised everyone to be prepared to evacuate at any time to ensure their safety. Our station will continue to follow the latest news about this volcano eruption to bring you the most timely and accurate reports. After the news report, Yilingwei finally realized that, exactly 1 year ago today, Mount Fushir in Sunset Country experienced a large-scale eruption. It just happened to be 1 month before the end of the world. 2 months earlier, the massive earthquake in Sunset Country was actually a warning of Mount Fushir's eruption. Xiaowei, what do you think about this? Yizhan looked at Yilingwei with a serious expression and asked. This eruption at Mount Fushir lasted for 18 days, she replied. It produced nearly 10 billion cubic meters of ash and lava, covering large areas of Sunset Country. The power of the eruption was equivalent to nearly 1,000 nuclear bombs, causing devastating damage. Following that, there was the Nanyang tsunami, the great eruption of Huangshihua volcano in Beautiful Country, and the earthquake in Dragon Country. She continued. This eruption at Mount Fushir seems like the start button for the catastrophe on Blue Star. Various natural disasters followed one after another, causing global chaos and unrest. As Yilingwei explained, Yizhan and Yizhanmin's expressions grew more serious. Moreover, because the volcano kept erupting, thick clouds of ash formed in the sky, blocking out the sunlight, she said. This plunged Blue Star into years of cold and darkness, entering a mini ice age. The once lush vegetation quickly turned into silence and ruins. Temperatures plummeted, making it impossible for crops to grow, leading to food shortages for humans. The gases released during the eruption, like sulfur dioxide, reacted with water in the atmosphere to form acid rain. Acid rain is highly corrosive and severely pollutes water resources, posing a great threat to human survival. During times of drought, floods, and rapid climate change, many people have contracted plagues. Some experts believe that the origin of the zombie virus can be traced back to these events after the end of the world. When Yilingwei reached this point, she paused and added, So, actually, before the end of the world, Blue Star was already in chaos. After Yilingwei finished speaking, Yizhan thought for a moment before saying, Vivi, after we finish eating, you should go find a hotel to stay in. I'll take your father back to the village. Once everything there is settled, I'll come back to find you. Then we can go overseas together to find some free opportunities. Okay, I understand. Yilingwei knew that Yizhan was worried she might be too tired, so he asked her to stay in Sifang City to avoid long trips. Yizhanmin had no objections either. With time tight, acting separately to improve efficiency was the wisest choice. After dinner, once they saw their fathers off, Yilingwei found a 5-star hotel and settled in. Over the next few days, Yilingwei stayed inside her space, not stepping out of her room. It wasn't until Yizhan returned from the village that Yilingwei finally opened her door for the first time. Dad, you're back? Yilingwei looked happily at Yizhan standing outside the door, her eyes full of joy. How have you been these days? Have you been taking good care of yourself? Yizhan entered the room, looking at Yilingwei with calm concern. I've been fine. Dad, have you finished transferring everything in the village? My dad is unfamiliar with the place. Is everything really okay? Hearing Yilingwei's worries and concern for Yizhanmin, Yizhan felt a strange, bitter feeling inside. But afraid of making Yilingwei uncomfortable, he didn't show any of it and forced a smile as he said, The transfer in the village is all done. It was a bit difficult, but the outcome is good. Your dad was once the youngest billionaire in Donghai City. His skills and courage are extraordinary. So, you should trust your dad's ability. Now that you have such a good dad, I might soon be forgotten. Although Yizhan didn't want to admit Yizhanmin's excellence in front of Yilingwei. However, I must say that Yizhanmin is truly one of the rare, outstanding people I have ever seen. Dad, although my dad is very impressive in my heart, you are even better and more capable. Yi Lingwei sensed a hint of sarcasm in Yi Zhan's words and sweetly comforted him. Xiao Wei, although what you said is true, I don't mean to compare myself with him. Hearing Yi Lingwei's praise, Yi Zhan tried to hide the slight smile rising on his face and straightened his expression before continuing. Let's discuss the plan to go overseas and take advantage of opportunities. Okay, Dad. Yi Lingwei pretended not to notice Yi Zhan's proud expression and happily agreed. Dad, are you cold? Should I get you a warmer down jacket? Dressed in a long, extremely cold-resistant down jacket, Yi Lingwei was shivering badly. Traveling from the scorching heat of the Northern Hemisphere to the icy South Hemisphere only takes a few hours by plane. But Yi Lingwei felt like she had arrived in two completely different worlds. Just take care of yourself. Dad isn't cold. This year's weather is indeed unusual. Usually, it's not this cold in the South Hemisphere at this time of year. Seeing Yi Lingwei dressed like a little bear, Yi Zhan couldn't help but smile. Xiao Wei, wait a moment, I'll make a call. Okay, Dad. Yi Zhan walked aside, picked up a satellite phone, and said, Come over, I've arrived. Half an hour later, a brand new S-Class Maybach SUV stopped in front of Yi Zhan, and a man and a woman got out. The man looked about 1.85 meters tall with a slim build. His calm gaze and composed demeanor showed his maturity and steadiness. The woman had a curvy figure, with long, wavy brown hair reaching her waist, and her appearance was stunning and elegant. Especially her deep, bright eyes, which seemed to see through people's hearts, added a mysterious charm to her noble aura. Boss, let's go. Boss, who is this beautiful little girl who looks like an elf? The man took Yi Zhan's luggage, while the woman's gaze was entirely fixed on Yi Lingwei standing nearby. It's too cold outside. Let's talk after we get in the car. After saying that, Yi Zhan casually helped put Yi Lingwei's suitcase into the car. Let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Yi Lingwei. Xiao Wei, these two are Chu Yifeng and Wan Shi. Hello. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chu Yifeng looked at Yi Lingwei in the back seat and said with a gentle smile, Hello, Brother Chu. Yi Lingwei also responded with a smile. Sister Weiwei, quickly call me Sister Wanshi and see how it sounds. At this moment, Wanshi, sitting in the front passenger seat, blinked her big eyes and said playfully, Hello, Sister Wanshi. Her lively tone was completely different from her bright and elegant appearance. Hello, Sister Wanshi.
Hey.
Not only does Sister Weiwei look pretty, but her voice is also very sweet. I really don't know how the boss was so lucky to have such an obedient and cute daughter. Fortunately, the boss has become younger now. The previous dark and old look was really hard to watch. Wanshi spoke enthusiastically, not noticing that Yi Zhan's expression was growing darker. Wanshi, that's not how you should talk about Dad. No matter his age or appearance, in my heart, he's the most handsome. Although she knew Wanshi's words were unintentional, Yi Lingwei couldn't help but defend him. Yes, sister said the wrong thing. I won't say that about Dad anymore. Sister Weiwei, please don't be mad at me. Chu Yifeng secretly glanced at Yi Zhan through the rearview mirror and subtly reminded her, Wanshi, maybe you should say less. Boss and Sister Weiwei are tired now. Let them rest well. There will be plenty of time to talk later. That's true. I won't say anything for now. Hearing Chu Yifeng's words, Wanshi nodded in agreement. Her naturally carefree personality didn't understand Chu Yifeng's subtle hint. But seeing Yi Lingwei's slightly tired face, she quietly closed her mouth. Yi Lingwei's attempt to defend him also lifted Yi Zhan's mood, and he decided to give Wanshi a break. Seeing Yi Zhan's face lighten, Chu Yifeng felt a slight relief. Although Wanshi was now smiling happily, if she fell into the boss's hands, she wouldn't last a day before being thoroughly scolded. Remember, their small team had been under the boss's control for a full 3 years. Over 1,000 days and nights of intense training, their skin had been stripped layer by layer. He had never seen what true looked like, but he had definitely experienced hellish training. Since Wanshi joined them later and hadn't felt the boss's cruelty, she dared to cause trouble now. The car moved silently until Yi Lingwei woke up, and they arrived at the entrance of a residential house. Yizhan was standing outside the car, talking to Chu Yifeng and Wan Shi. Yifeng, how is the task I asked you to do going?
Boss, it's all done.
Here are the location and keys to the warehouse. Chu Yifeng handed over a briefcase to Yizhan. What about you? Did you all follow my instructions? Yizhan took the briefcase and asked again. Wan Shi and I have secretly brought the supplies back to the country. As for the others, I checked yesterday and their progress is about the same as ours. Remember, these supplies must be kept hidden and not discovered by others. After Chu Yifeng finished speaking, Yizhan carefully reminded him again. Tell them to wait for me at Lingyun Town, Fengqiao County, Xifang City, after we return to the country. I will explain why you need to exchange all your money for supplies then. Understood, boss. If there's nothing else, you and Wan Shi should go back first. I'll handle things here. Okay, take care. See you when we return to the country. Hey, Chu Yifeng, why are you pulling me? I haven't said goodbye to Sister Weiwei yet. Seeing Chu Yifeng holding Wan Shi's wrist and walking away, Yi Lingwei, who had been quietly sitting in the car, opened the door. Yizhan turned to look at Yi Lingwei when he heard the sound and asked with concern, Little Wei, you're awake. Did you rest well? Yes, I did. Yi Lingwei smiled and replied. Let's go inside first. Okay. After speaking, Yi Lingwei jumped out of the car and followed Yizhan into the house. The house was a simple two-story small building. It wasn't large, but the yard was spacious. There were few neighboring houses and it wasn't busy, so it was very quiet. Yizhan opened the door, entered the living room, and reached under the seat to press something. Suddenly, a loud rumble sound was heard. Next to the study, a row of bookshelves was moved aside, revealing a staircase leading underground. Yizhan waved to Yi Lingwei, signaling her to follow, and then went down first. Yi Lingwei followed closely behind. When they reached the basement, she saw that various supplies were piled up throughout the warehouse, stretching as far as the eye could see.
Dad, where did all this come from? Why are there so many?
Foolish girl, of course I bought them. During my years as a killer, I actually made a lot of money, but I've always kept it in overseas accounts. Because he was afraid of being discovered by enemies, he never dared to move even a tiny bit.
I'm sorry, Xiao Wei,
for making you follow Dad and endure so many hard years. Yizhan looked at Yi Lingwei with regret. Dad, please don't say sorry to me. You are the best and greatest father in the world. Being your daughter is the luckiest thing in my life. Because of her, Yizhan had a soft spot and became cautious. How could Yi Lingwei not understand her father's worries? Clearly, she was the one who burdened her father, and she should be the one feeling guilty. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's quickly put all these supplies into the space. Next, Dad still wants to take you to get some free benefits. Noticing that Yi Lingwei seemed a bit down, Yizhan quickly changed the subject. It took a whole day for Yi Lingwei to store all the supplies from the warehouse into her space. Then, father and daughter rested in the house for the night. The next day, they went to several nearby warehouses to collect more supplies. On the third day, buying these supplies used up all of Yizhan's savings. Yi Lingwei sat in the car, flipping through some documents Yizhan gave her. The first thing she saw was basic information about the largest arms depot on Blue Star. The United States has the biggest arms depot on Blue Star, covering about 600 square kilometers. Its ammunition storage capacity is impressive, with an estimated total of over 10 million tons, including 50 billion rounds of bullets. Because it is located in a desert area in the United States, it is very remote and uninhabited. Plus, it is equipped with the world's most advanced defense system, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. Its internal structure is very complex, mainly including fortress-style warehouses. Over 2,000 fortress-like warehouses store various weapons and ammunition, ensuring quick supply during war. Production area, responsible for manufacturing and producing ammunition to keep supplies steady. Command center, manages and operates the entire depot efficiently. Engineering facilities, includes infrastructure and protective facilities to ensure safety and stability. Further reading revealed information about the oil reserves of Sala Country, located in the eastern part of Long Country, Sala country has very rich oil reserves. The proven crude oil reserves amount to 300 billion barrels, nearly 20% of the world's total reserves. The oil extraction conditions in Sala are excellent, with concentrated oil fields, thick oil layers, strong flow, and easy extraction. Additionally, Sala's oil is mostly light, with low water and wax content, so it can be sold directly without much processing or filtering. Dula Cape is the largest oil port in Sala and one of the main ports in Bobo Bay. It is built on the tip of a small peninsula with a dock that can accommodate the largest oil tankers. There are refineries, petrochemical plants, and asphalt factories. Finally, there is information about Debegwo's coal resources. Located north of Longwa, Debegwo ranks second in coal reserves on Blue Star, with proven reserves exceeding 150 billion tons. The BAS Basin is the largest coal-producing area in Debegwo, accounting for more than half of the country's total output. The BAS coal field covers over 20,000 square kilometers, with proven reserves of about 100 billion tons. Debegwo's coal is of very high quality, with high purity, low ash content, and high calorific value, making it suitable for household use. After reading everything, Yi Lingwei felt no fear at all. Instead, she felt strangely excited and hopeful. Papa, is this our next target?
Yes.
But your information is too rough. We need to spend more time doing on-site investigations. Then, based on the actual situation, we will make a feasible plan to ensure everything goes smoothly. Okay, I will do my best to cooperate. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Zero-cost purchase. It's not a dream. Let's go. Thus, Yizhan took Yi Lingwei across various overseas locations, working for more than 20 days. Finally, in early October, at the last moment when international flights from Longwa were suspended, they rushed back home. Although the father and daughter experienced several life-and-death crises and nearly broke through the skies overseas, these efforts were worth the rich rewards. No wonder people say, without night grass, a horse won't fatten. Without sudden wealth, a person won't get rich. Compared to the material they obtained this time from the overseas zero-cost purchase, the supplies Yi Lingwei painstakingly bought earlier were insignificant and not worth mentioning. But on the other hand, if the end of the world hadn't arrived, disasters would be frequent across Blue Star, social violence would intensify, and countries worldwide would be preoccupied. Yi Lingwei wouldn't have the chance or opportunity to take advantage of this freebie. Papa, I want to visit the Yi family before returning to the village to see Grandpa, Yi Lingwei said as she looked back from her thoughts and spoke to Yizhan walking beside her. All right, Papa will go with you. Yizhan stopped and gently patted Yi Lingwei's head, speaking softly. Thank you. Yi Lingwei looked up and gave Yizhan a big smile. When they arrived in Donghai City, they noticed many police patrols on the streets. After asking around, they learned that Donghai City had been under martial law since the 1st of this month. It used to take over half an hour to drive from Donghai City to the Yi family's hillside villa. Now, once outside the city, the entire western area was the Yi family's territory. A tall fence made of steel mesh, over 10 meters high, was covered with dense electric wires. There was only a small gate, guarded by tall, strong security personnel. To get through, you had to report for security checks. Grandpa, it's me, Vicky. I and Dad have returned to the country and want to visit you. But we're blocked at the gate and can't get in. Vicky, wait a moment. I'll notify the security at the gate to let you in. Just from the sound of his voice, it was clear how happy the old man was to receive Yi Lingwei's call. They had to pass through at least 10 checkpoints before finally reaching the hillside villa and the old man's home. Vicky, I'm glad you're considerate enough to come see me, your old grandpa. The old man had been waiting at the gate for a long time. As soon as he saw Yi Lingwei, he smiled broadly. Young Yi, you've been working hard lately. Vicky, come inside with your father, so we can have a good chat. The old man warmly approached and greeted Yizhan. Grandpa, you say that, but it's not easy for me to see you. I had to go through many obstacles. Yi Lingwei wrinkled her nose and pouted playfully.
It's my fault, Grandpa.
I didn't arrange things well. I promise. Next time you come home, I won't keep you outside. the old man earnestly assured her after she finished speaking. Grandpa, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. By the way, is there only you at home? Yi Lingwei entered the living room and looked around, seeing no one else. Your second uncle and your younger uncle are here, but they're too busy to come out. Most of your cousins and their wives are back too, except Yi Feng and Song Anren, who we still can't contact. As for Wang Feng, since your second uncle left his position, she's been causing a lot of trouble. She doesn't want a divorce and refuses to come back with your second uncle. If it weren't for Yi Feng and Yi Chen, the old man really wouldn't want to mention Wang Feng. As for Wang Feng, Yi Lingwei didn't want to say much, so she changed the subject and asked, "What about my eldest uncle and his family?" Your eldest uncle was about to return, but suddenly he was assigned a task from above, so it was delayed. Your eldest aunt can only come back with your eldest cousin first. They should arrive around tomorrow. Hearing this, the old man's face showed worry, mixed with some anxiety. In a few days, the end of the world will arrive. If Yi Zhengui still can't come back, the situation will become very uncertain. Grandpa, don't worry. I believe your eldest uncle will come back safe and sound. Yi Lingwei softly comforted the old man. This porcelain bottle contains 10 reviving pills. Keep it for emergencies, she said, handing a delicate porcelain bottle to him. No matter how serious the injury, as long as there's still breath, taking it will help your body recover quickly. Yi Lingwei patiently explained the amazing effects of the medicine. If taken together with spiritual spring water, the effect will be even better. Additionally, I will prepare some more spiritual spring water for you. The old man looked at the porcelain bottle handed to him, hesitated for a long time, and finally took it. Vivi, such precious medicine. I shouldn't accept it, he said. But now, the situation is special, and the world is difficult. Who knows when an accident might happen, he added. To add an extra layer of protection, I have to be shameless and accept it, he continued. Grandpa, don't say that. Everything I give you is from my heart, Yi Lingwei said gently. No matter how precious the medicine is, life is more important.
You've been so good to me.
I hope you stay well. Always stay with me, love me, she added. Yi Lingwei knew her grandfather was proud and strong all his life, so she didn't want him to feel burdened, and she patiently comforted him. Grandpa, having a granddaughter like you is a blessing for me. Grandpa will live longer, love you, and protect you. Thus, Yi Lingwei stayed at the Yi family house, spending the whole day with her grandfather. They only set out again late at night, driving back to the mountain village. As for why they traveled at night, it was because daytime temperatures were too high. The highway was closed during the day, only allowing passage at night. Along the way, Yi Lingwei saw that large reservoirs were dry, rivers had stopped flowing, and crops in the fields had withered due to lack of water. The closer they got to the countryside, the more tense the atmosphere felt, as if a crisis was about to happen. Additionally, there were more reports of fights, robberies at jewelry stores, and other acts of violence, things that were rarely covered in the news before. Recently, such incidents had become more frequent, and there was a clear upward trend. After resting for a day and traveling through 2 nights, Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan finally arrived back at Dengshan village on the morning of October 6th. At this point, only 4 days remained before the end of the world. Dengshan village and its 2 neighboring villages are located in a basin surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. There is only one road connecting the villages to the outside world, running between the eastern and western mountains. Yi Lingwei sat in the car and saw that where the road used to be between the western and eastern mountains, a high wall about 20 to 30 meters tall had been built. This wall completely enclosed Dengshan village within the basin, cutting off all contact with the outside. However, there were 2 large gates in the middle of the wall for entry and exit. Yi Zhan stopped the car and went to the gate, where he found that the guards were the village chief and militia from Dengshan village. He exchanged a few words with them and then returned to the car, driving into the village. From a distance, Yi Lingwei saw that the other 2 villages, Air Village and Sand Village, had also built their own walls, making it impossible to see inside from outside. Between the 3 villages, there was a giant glass building that covered the lake below, enclosing it completely. As they continued inward, Yi Lingwei noticed that around the borders of one village, and near the other two, many houses had been built. When their car reached the entrance of Yi Village, Yi Lingwei realized that the walls of Air Village and Sand Village were far more formidable than those of Yi Village. Yi Village's wall was not just tall but probably around 30 to 40 meters high. The entire wall was covered with sharp spikes and electric fences, giving a chilling feeling at first glance. The original village entrance had been replaced by a heavy gate. Yi Zhan drove around the foot of the mountain and saw that all the areas bordering the western, eastern, and northern mountains were protected by strong steel wire fences. Anyone outside wanting to enter the village could only do so through the main gates. At Yi Village's entrance, there were recognition and fingerprint systems, and after passing through, militia conducted a second check. Looking up, I saw that the entire village was covered with a special transparent material. From top to bottom, inside and out, the whole village was tightly wrapped. Because I was eager to go home, Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei didn't get out of the car after entering the gate. They just rolled down the window and casually chatted with the soldiers on duty, without stopping for long. "Brother Dazhuang, why does Uncle Yi look so young now? I almost didn't recognize him just now." After Yi Zhan's car left, a tall, strong man in his 30s, standing at the gate, spoke to a slightly older man standing opposite him. "Also, Xiaowei has become more beautiful. You can't tell her from before. Not just you. If Uncle Yi hadn't come to my house earlier to discuss the village renovation with my father, I might not recognize him now. As for Xiaowei, just look at her handsome father. That girl isn't ugly at all, just too poor before to dress up nicely." The man named Dazhuang seemed to open up and kept talking excitedly. "Yeah, look at her clothes, and then at the luxury car she drives. Having money is really great." The first man who spoke agreed after hearing Dazhuang and nodded in agreement. When Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei arrived home, they were stunned by the luxurious mansion in front of them. It was a 3-story building covering over 1,000 square meters, built entirely with special materials. Even the glass was bulletproof and explosion-proof. Of course, Yi Lingwei couldn't tell the difference herself. Yi Zhan had told her. Building such a house in such a short time must have taken a huge effort. It shows that Yi Xinmin must have put a lot of hard work into it. "Dad, I'm back." "Where are you?" "Vivi, you're back? That's great. Dad is behind the house. Come over." "Okay, wait a moment. I'll come right away." After hanging up, Yi Lingwei happily told Yi Zhan, "Dad, I'll go to the backyard first." "Go ahead. I have something to handle myself." After saying that, Yi Zhan made a call and then headed to the right. It turned out that on both sides of Yi Zhan's house, about 2 kilometers apart, many new townhouses had been built. "Boss, you're back?" "Yeah, let's go inside and talk." When Yi Zhan arrived at the gate of the first villa, it was already crowded with people, 8 men and 1 woman. If Yi Lingwei had been here, she would recognize some familiar faces. "Are you all wondering why I suddenly asked you to stockpile supplies with all your might?" Yi Zhan sat on the sofa in the living room and spoke to everyone. At first, maybe you didn't understand. But now, with rising prices, shortages of resources worldwide, and various natural and man-made disasters, we seem to understand a little more. After Chu Yifeng finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. His words represented their feelings as well. The reality might be more serious than you think. "I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you this. In 4 days, an unprecedented disaster will hit Blue Star. Whether you stay here or leave is up to you. You decide. But I only give you half an hour to think it over. Because if you don't leave today, you might never get another chance." Yi Zhan remembered Yi Lingwei mentioning that, before the end of the world, there would be heavy rain for 3 days. Then, a fierce plague would quickly spread across Long Country. From first-tier cities to second, third, and fourth-tier cities and down to counties, towns, and villages, all would enter lockdown, forbidding free movement. Half a month later, this rain would turn into acid rain, lasting for a whole month. The prolonged heavy rain would cause floods, landslides, and mudslides in many parts of Long Country. By that time, the government would be powerless to organize rescue efforts. Leader, I will stay. After half an hour, Chui Feng was the first to make his decision. Soon after, everyone else also expressed their choices. Out of 9 people, only 4 decided to stay. The other 5 chose to leave and return to their families. All right, since everyone has made their decision, let's leave now to avoid any last-minute changes. Yizhan opened the bag he had brought earlier and took out bottled water, giving each person one. This wasn't ordinary water but special spiritual spring water that Yizhan had specifically asked Yilingwei to obtain for them. Remember, this bottle of water must be kept on you at all times. In critical moments, it could save your life. No matter what happens, live your life well. I hope we will have the chance to meet again someday. Take care, leader. The few people about to leave had mixed feelings and sadness in their eyes. I have some things to do, so I can't see you off. As he spoke, Yizhan was about to turn and leave. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke. Leader, can I say goodbye to Sisterling? Yizhan looked at the speaker, who was Gu Yan, someone he had met before. No need. If you survive in the future, you can come see her then. Ignoring Gu Yan's eyes dimming with disappointment, Yizhan strode confidently toward the door. The 9 people immersed in the farewell scene would never know Yizhan's feelings of reluctance and worry. Child, I wish you all good luck, Yizhan silently blessed in his heart. To him, these people were like his own children. Meanwhile, Yi Shenmin was excitedly explaining his recent achievements to Yilingwei. Yilingwei looked at Yi Shenmin with admiration. Dad, you're so amazing. Thanks to you, I couldn't have done it without you. That's okay. If you have anything to do in the future, just tell Dad. I'll help you. Hearing Yilingwei's praise, Yi Shenmin was so happy he almost floated. He was now willing to try anything, even plucking stars from the sky. 3 more days passed, and the heavy rain arrived as expected. Seeing the dense raindrops on the roof and hearing the continuous, deafening thunder, Yilingwei, Yizhan, and Yi Shenmin stood in the yard, all looking very serious. Every change and event felt like a countdown to the end of the world. It constantly reminded Yilingwei not to hold onto false hope. People tend to feel more pain when they are close to suffering. They become more afraid when facing death. In fact, when pain and death truly arrive, people often become calm. Time quickly passed, and it was October 10th. As night fell and time ticked away second by second, midnight drew near. The rain kept falling, with no sign of stopping. Many parts of the country had lost power, and the mountain village was no exception. Without lights, the night became even darker. It was that kind of darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of you, a darkness without a single glimmer of light. It was as if the entire blue planet had fallen into the mouth of a giant abyss beast. Then, with a streak of blood-red lightning tearing across the sky, the scene continued. Yilingwei stood quietly by the window, her lips gently parted. Finally, this moment is coming. Dad, are you ready? Yes, everything is prepared. All the villagers have been informed. We've done what we should and shouldn't do. Now, we leave it to fate. Yizhan's voice was calm, but there was a hint of determination. Yes, we're not saviors. We can't save everyone. Our best is to help those around us as much as we can. That's all we can do now. Yi Shenmin, standing beside Yilingwei, also spoke softly. Yilingwei nodded. She understood that her guilt from the past life and the villagers' care for her made her do so much for them. But that was enough. The future path depended on them. When the end of the world arrives, she would hide in the shadows and no longer intervene directly. She would wait until they grew strong enough to stand on their own and survive well in the chaos. There's a saying, favor can turn into hatred. Yilingwei didn't want a relationship with the villagers to turn sour. Everyone has their own destiny, including Blue Star. We can't force things. We can only respect and go with the flow. Do your best. Leave the rest to fate. Though Yilingwei's words seemed meant for Yizhan and Yi Shenmin, they were also a reminder to herself. There's only an hour left until midnight. Dad, let's go back to our rooms now. Remember to lock the doors tightly. I hope we wake up tomorrow just as peacefully as now. I am still your good daughter, and you are still my good fathers. Xiao Wei, don't worry. Dad will get through this. I won't let you down. And tomorrow morning, I'll make you green vegetable and shredded pork noodles. As Yi Zhan and Yi Zhenmin finished speaking, tears fell from Yi Lingwei's eyes. She hugged her fathers tightly, then turned and ran back to her room. Yi Zhan and Yi Zhenmin exchanged a look, giving each other encouraging glances before also heading back to their own rooms. When the clock struck midnight, the entire blue star fell into silence. Apart from the sound of wind, rain, and distant thunder, there was nothing else. All living creatures on Blue Star, humans, animals, and various plants, seemed to be paused at the same time. Everyone fell into a coma simultaneously. Time quickly moved to noon the next day. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and the inside of the house remained dim. Apart from the sound of rain and thunder, the entire mountain village was very quiet, including Yi Lingwei's home. When the clock on the wall showed both the hour and minute hands pointing to 12, Yi Lingwei, who had been lying in a coma on the bed, moved slightly. Her lightly curled eyelashes trembled, and her delicate, fair fingers twitched. Even her breathing grew heavier, as if she would wake up soon. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes, Yi Lingwei slowly opened her deep, slightly cold eyes, like a lake. Perhaps because she was unconscious, she didn't move after waking. She just stared quietly at the ceiling, her eyes empty and confused. It wasn't until lightning split the sky again and thunder roared nearby that Yi Lingwei suddenly sat up. She picked up her phone, looked at it, and muttered to herself, October 11th, 2035, Thursday, 12:15 p.m. Exactly 12 hours have passed since midnight last night. No, wait, I remember in my previous life, I was unconscious for a full 2 days and nights. But even then, I was among the first to wake up at school. Why is it different this time? Why am I waking up so much earlier? And what about the others? Could they also wake up early? And the zombies? Hearing this, Yi Lingwei suddenly seemed to remember something. She quickly put on her shoes, opened the door, and ran outside. First, she went to the bedroom of Yi Zhan on the first floor. Through the window, she saw him still lying straight in bed with his eyes closed. She looked carefully and found no signs of abnormality. He was still in a coma. She immediately felt relieved. Then she turned and hurried to Yi Zhenmin's bedroom window. Yi Zhenmin was also still unconscious, with no signs of anything unusual. After locking the door behind her, Yi Lingwei left the house and rode her bike around the 3 villages. Along the way, she saw no one, no zombies, and heard no sounds. It seemed that she was the only one who woke up early. Then, Yi Lingwei returned home, locked the door tightly, and went back to her room. She sat on the sofa, carefully recalling the situation when the apocalypse first arrived in her previous life. She remembered that the first group of people to wake up had been unconscious for about 2 days and nights. These people were few in number and all had multiple abilities. The second group of people woke up on the 3rd day. They were more numerous and all had abilities, but each only had one type of power. By the 4th day, everyone else had woken up. Unfortunately, these people had not awakened any abilities and remained ordinary people. Those who did not wake up quickly became rotten and terrifying, turning into zombies that everyone feared. Yi Lingwei remembered that everyone had a high fever during their unconsciousness. It was easier for those with abilities. They woke up feeling okay, with little discomfort. But for ordinary people, it was terrible. They had been unconscious for 4 days, without water, and their bodies were already weak. With the fever, waking up was even harder. They didn't even have the strength to stand, let alone fight. So, when zombies started attacking humans, most ordinary people, unprepared and defenseless, were struck down immediately. Some died on the spot, while others turned into zombies. This was one of the main reasons why the number of zombies increased sharply at the start of the apocalypse. Because of this, Yi Zhan had told the villagers to sleep separately last night, each in their own room, with the doors locked. The initial zombies, called Level 1 zombies, had no intelligence. They couldn't open doors or locks. They only used brute force to attack. As long as the zombies were locked inside when they woke up, they couldn't hurt anyone immediately. This was a solution Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhan discussed for a long time. But she didn't know how many villagers would follow their advice. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Everyone has their own fate. Anyway, I've done all I can. As long as I have no regrets. Let's see my abilities. I wonder if they've changed compared to last time. Yi Lingwei mumbled softly for a while, then closed her eyes and focused her feelings. She didn't check her abilities immediately because, in her previous life, she had already possessed abilities. So, abilities no longer felt new to her. Plus, with her experience from last time and waking up so early this time, she was not as surprised. If nothing unexpected happens, her identity as a supernatural ability user is definitely confirmed. As expected, Yi Lingwei only took a few minutes to sense that her body had gained several new types of energy. In her previous life, Yi Lingwei possessed 4 types of abilities: metal, water, wind, and dark. However, due to some special reasons, her dark ability was never revealed publicly. So, besides herself, everyone else thought she only had 3 abilities. Yi Lingwei tried to activate her abilities one by one. First was the metal ability. She focused all her energy, trying to cover her right index finger with her metal power. After a few seconds, her normally tender finger was slowly wrapped in a silver metal layer. Then, Yi Lingwei controlled the metal ability to return into her body, and her finger returned to normal. Next was the water ability. Since it had just awakened, her ability level was still low. After exhausting all her water energy, she could only gather enough to form a cup of water. Then, Yi Lingwei tried the wind ability. Sure enough, the gust of wind she managed to create with all her effort was weaker than a fan's breeze. As for the dark ability, because she rarely used it in her previous life, she knew little about it. She only knew that high-level dark ability users could turn invisible. Other skills of dark ability users she had heard of but never used. She could only explore them gradually in the future. After testing all 4 abilities, Yi Lingwei surprisingly discovered that her body contained several other types of energy. Could it be that she is not just a 4-ability user this time? Could she have other abilities besides metal, water, wind, and dark? From what she knew, in her previous life, the strongest ability user in Dragon Country was a person with 9 abilities. She wondered how many abilities she might have in this life. Thinking of this, the usually calm Yi Lingwei suddenly became excited. With anticipation, she began to activate the additional abilities one by one. According to Yi Lingwei, there are 12 types of abilities that ability users can have. Among them, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the 5 most common elemental abilities. Ice ability, as an upgraded version of water ability, is also classified under water abilities. Wind, lightning, light, dark, time, space, and mental powers are called special abilities. Very few people have these powers, and those who do are usually very strong, making them hard to defeat. Wind powers are also called speed powers. Users are fast, strong in attack, and quick at escaping. Lightning powers are known as the strongest attack abilities. The power of lightning is very fierce and is a natural enemy of zombies. It's the most feared ability among zombies. Among these powers, mental abilities are the most mysterious and frightening. They can quietly influence and control others' thoughts. Even high-level zombies with their own minds in the later stages of the apocalypse can be controlled by this power. Light powers have healing abilities and are called healing powers. During the apocalypse, light users are the most popular and admired by humans. Dark powers are the opposite of light. They have incredible destructive power and are feared and disliked by people. That's why Yi Lingwei rarely used dark powers in her previous life. Time powers are even rarer and more powerful. People with this ability can see the past and future. When they reach the highest level, they can control time, making it stop or speed up. However, Yi Lingwei has only heard of this mysterious power and has never seen it herself. Space powers, besides their known storage abilities, also have strong offensive capabilities. In her previous life, Yilingwei saw a high-level space user cut zombies into pieces from a distance using a space blade. She once asked Bai Wolin why her space powers never improved or upgraded like others. Bai Wolin looked away and then cried, saying it was because she had too few space crystals. Without enough crystals, her powers couldn't upgrade. Now, Yilingwei finally understood. Bai Wolin had been pretending her space powers with a jade pendant, so she couldn't upgrade them. Even if she had more crystals, it wouldn't help, since space crystals are very rare. Only high-level leaders or wealthy groups can buy them. Ordinary people, especially small teams like theirs, find it very hard to get space crystals. At that time, Yilingwei was too naive to dare ask Bai Wolin for a space crystal core. But Bai Wolin's pursuers couldn't stay calm when they saw her crying, and they all started blaming Yilingwei. They said Yilingwei was eating and drinking Bai Wolin's things, not helping her find the space crystal core. Now they accused her of being ungrateful and selfish. But back then, Yilingwei only stayed silent and didn't bother to defend herself. She couldn't understand why Bai Wolin relied on her for protection, and even the supplies in Bai Wolin's space were gathered by her risking her life. Even the water they drank was stored in advance with her water element abilities. And it wasn't just Bai Wolin. Her group of pursuers were all weak and had no fighting skills at all. Whenever danger appeared, they only hid behind Yilingwei, leaving her to fight alone. She really wondered if she was blind or mentally off in her past life. How could she be so easily controlled by Bai Wolin? Not only did she serve as Bai Wolin's free bodyguard for 10 years, but she also ended up dying at her hands. Thinking of these things, Yilingwei felt her blood boil, and the hidden resentment surged again. Her father had told her that a month ago, the mastermind behind the car accident was Bai Wolin. It was Bai Wolin who ordered Bai Wanner to plan the accident. But because Yilingwei and Yi Jinmin were unharmed, the Dragon Country police classified the incident as attempted murder. The driver was sentenced to life imprisonment, while Bai Wanner and Bai Wolin received 5 and 3 years in prison respectively. Considering the laws and social order of the Dragon Country, Yi Jinmin had to accept this outcome for the time being. They planned to deal with Bai Wanner and Bai Wolin after the apocalypse arrived. It was interesting that Yi Jinmin's thoughts matched Yilingwei's exactly. Yilingwei never intended to take Bai Wolin's life before the end of the world. Not letting her experience the terror and cruelty of the apocalypse would be too easy on her. She wanted Bai Wolin to live a little longer, thinking that the prison after the apocalypse would be very interesting. She wondered if Bai Wolin would like that life. Perhaps the next time they met, it would be her final day. Once she finished Bai Wolin herself, their grudges could finally end. Thinking of this, Yilingwei forcibly pulled her thoughts away and decided not to waste more time on Bai Wolin. Yilingwei quickly continued to guide and harness the extra energies within her body. She decided to start with the wood element, which she was more familiar with and easier to control. Yilingwei took out a seed from her space and tried to use her internal energy to activate it. After waiting a few minutes, she saw the seed in her palm slowly sprout a small green shoot. Yilingwei was very happy to see the tiny sprout, which proved she truly had the wood element ability. After a while, when Yilingwei used the small flame on her finger to ignite a piece of white paper, she knew she had successfully confirmed another ability, the fire element. Now, she had 4 types of elemental powers: metal, wood, water, and fire. Only the earth element remained unconfirmed. Thinking for a moment, Yilingwei stepped into her space and gathered a handful of soil. After returning to her room, she placed the soil on her dressing table. Then, she focused her energy trying to move the small handful of soil. To her surprise, she succeeded easily and effortlessly. This might be because she often used her mind to farm and till the land in her space, making her very skilled at controlling earth. Next, Yilingwei practiced the 5 elements, wind and dark abilities in turn, making sure all her energy related to these 7 powers was fully used up. Finally, she concentrated and carefully sensed if there was any other energy remaining in her body. Although she already had 7 abilities, who would dislike having more? The more types of abilities she had, the stronger she was, increasing her hope of surviving in this end of the world. After a careful check, Yilingwei confirmed she still had several other energies inside her. She was very happy and excited about this discovery. Could it be that she also had a chance to become the strongest with 9 abilities in this life? In fact, after the apocalypse, not only humans had abilities, zombies also possessed powers. Due to their special nature, zombies have no emotions, so they don't feel fear or pain. And besides headshots, they are hard to kill. Therefore, when abilities are at the same level, humans are actually weaker than zombies. In fact, as zombies evolve, their appearance becomes more and more similar to humans. High-level zombies still have independent thinking and control over lower-level zombies. However, humans have multi-type supernatural abilities. These humans are very strong and can fight against many enemies at once. Zombies only have single-type abilities. Even if they evolve into high-level zombies, their individual strength is limited. This causes humans with supernatural powers to be slightly weaker than zombies at low levels, but stronger at high levels. This is why, after decades of fighting in the last world, neither side could fully defeat the other. But if humans could dominate zombies in high-level combat, could they then win and end the apocalypse? Of course, this is just Yilingwei's hopeful fantasy. Whether zombie or human, there is only one chance to awaken supernatural powers at the moment the apocalypse begins. Once awakened, these abilities cannot be changed for life. If one cannot awaken, there will never be another chance. Yilingwei doesn't understand why, in this life, her awakened abilities are different from her previous life. Why does she have several more types of abilities? Could it be related to the spirit spring water and the bone cleansing pill? Yilingwei has given spirit spring water to several people, so that doesn't matter much. But she, Yizhan, and Yi Jinmin have all taken the bone cleansing pill. 4 days ago, when Yilingwei first returned home, she took out a bone cleansing pill from her space and gave it to Yi Jinmin. First, because she trusted and accepted Yi Jinmin. Second, to prevent any accidents when the apocalypse arrives, she wanted an extra safeguard. Thinking of this, Yilingwei suddenly had a bright idea. Although she didn't meet Yi Jinmin in her previous life and didn't know him well, she knew exactly what supernatural abilities her father Yizhan had awakened in her previous life. Once her father wakes up, she can confirm whether her abilities this time are related to spirit spring water and the bone cleansing pill. Besides the 7 confirmed abilities, only 5 more abilities remain unverified. These 5 are lightning, light, time, space, and mental powers. Yilingwei doesn't know much about these abilities. But no matter which one it is, each ability is extremely valuable and enviable in the last world. She just doesn't know which of her remaining energy types belongs to which ability. Thinking of this, Yilingwei could no longer hold back her curious heart and decided to test her healing ability first, starting with the simplest power. Yilingwei picked up her eyebrow trimming knife from the dressing table and, without hesitation, cut her finger. She saw a drop of bright red blood emerge from her smooth, white finger. Yilingwei then focused her energy, trying to heal the wound. 2 minutes passed, but she saw no change in the wound. Just as she was about to give up and consider using spiritual spring water to heal it, suddenly, she saw a gentle white light cover the wound, healing at a visible speed. Wow, this is really amazing. The light is so beautiful and soft, like the legendary holy light. No wonder light-type powers are called angels in the power world. Yilingwei's eyes sparkled as she watched the light continuously flow from her finger. Until her internal light power was exhausted, the dreamy white glow disappeared. Although I have spiritual spring water and many rare herbs, they're not suitable to show in front of others, which makes them inconvenient to use. Now that I have light-type powers, I can use them as a good cover for the spiritual spring water. Even though the healing ability of light powers is far less than that of spiritual spring water, they can be used openly, without fear of others coveting them. As she continued testing, 10 minutes later, Yilingwei saw a very thin purple-golden arc of electricity emerge from her fingertip, and she burst out laughing. Oh my, is this the famous thunder-type power? known as the most powerful attack power in history. I never expected that the newly awakened thunder power would look so tiny and cute. If it weren't for the rainy weather outside and the dim light inside, this tiny, faint arc of electricity wouldn't be easy to notice. After playing with it for a while and seeing the arc disappear, she continued her testing. Next, she wondered if she had awakened space-type powers. Although she currently has a space jade pendant that can disguise her as a space power user, trying wouldn't hurt, since it wouldn't take much time. She was very familiar with how to use space powers, so controlling them was quick. The method to check if she had space powers was simple. Just imagine taking an object out of nowhere and see if it disappears. If the object disappears, she then needed to sense where it went. Yi Lingwei casually picked up a wooden comb, imagining placing it into a space. In just a moment, the comb disappeared. Yi Lingwei sensed that the comb was stored in a gray, empty space about 10 square meters in size. She was very sure that the comb was not stored in the jade pendant space. This meant Yi Lingwei now had 2 separate spaces. She decided to call this empty space the superpower space to distinguish it from the jade pendant space. She didn't plan to store items there. Instead, she wanted to develop and upgrade her space abilities, like space blades, space attacks, and space storms, to become stronger. So far, Yi Lingwei had confirmed 10 different superpowers, surpassing the 9 strongest superpowers known in her previous world. She held back her excitement and continued sensing if there was any other energy inside her body. After more than 2 hours of careful sensing, she finally confirmed that she faintly felt 2 more types of energy. However, these energies were very weak and hidden deep inside her. Because she was unfamiliar with them, it took her so long to be sure. Besides the 10 known superpowers, only the time and mental energy superpowers had not been verified yet. Although she couldn't prove that the remaining 2 energies were from these 2 types of superpowers, she was very confident. Based on her previous tests, she could infer that these 2 energies came from the time and mental superpowers. So, Yi Lingwei was sure she had 12 superpowers in total. This means she was a full-spectrum superpower user in this life. Yi Lingwei didn't know if there were full-spectrum superpower users in her previous world, Blue Star. At least before her death, she never heard of anyone with all types of superpowers. The strongest superpower users in the Dragon Country only had 9 types. Having more superpowers made it harder to upgrade later and required countless crystal cores. But just thinking about possibly becoming the strongest person on Blue Star made Yi Lingwei very excited. Her desire to become stronger reached its peak at this moment. Initially, Yi Lingwei planned to relax and enjoy her life after the apocalypse, relying on the billions of supplies stored in her jade pendant space. However, she quickly abandoned that idea. Since she had such good talent in this life, maybe she could try to fight and see what happens. After all, every time Yi Lingwei saw the cruel and disgusting appearance of zombies, she felt upset. If she could live peacefully in a prosperous world, who would want to relax in a dangerous, zombie-filled apocalypse? Yi Lingwei looked at the clock on the wall and saw it was almost 6 p.m. outside. It was raining heavily. She looked at the dark house and then stood up. After turning on the light, she rubbed her hungry stomach and went to the dining room. She took out a hot bowl of rice noodles, a roast chicken, a roasted duck, some vegetables, and a small cold dish from her space. She arranged everything on the table and sat down, ready to enjoy a big meal. Just as Yi Lingwei picked up her chopsticks and took a big bite of rice noodles, she heard a creaking sound of the door opening, followed by footsteps approaching her. She quickly stood up and went to meet whoever was coming.
Dad.
You're awake? That's wonderful. Yes. Yi Zhan looked at Yi Lingwei with affection, smiling warmly. He gently asked, "How do you feel now? Do you feel any discomfort?" Although Yi Zhan seemed fine on the surface, Yi Lingwei still asked with concern, "I'm good, no discomfort." "Don't worry." "But I am a little hungry," Yi Zhan said softly, gently patting Yi Lingwei's head. "Dad, let's eat first," Yi Lingwei said happily, as if a little bird, chattering non-stop. She didn't notice the complicated, obscure look in Yi Zhan's eyes. "Okay, let's eat first. We can talk after dinner," he replied. "All right,
Dad.
Seeing Yi Lingwei so cheerful and smiling, Yizhan felt genuinely happy for her. As parents, who wouldn't want their children to live freely and happily? Half an hour later, after Yizhan and Yi Lingwei finished their meal, everyone was stunned, looking at the messy table with dozens of empty plates stacked high. The father and daughter both turned to look at each other and smiled. Did we eat a bit too much? Yizhan hesitated but finally spoke shyly. Dad, it's normal for mutants to eat a lot. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Although we haven't yet confirmed what kind of ability you've awakened, based on my experience from the previous life and the time you've woken up now, I can almost be sure that you are a multi-ability mutant. Yi Lingwei said confidently.
Is that so?
No wonder my appetite has increased so much. I used to eat a lot, but not as much as now. Luckily, you have space. Not only do you store a lot of food, but you also keep planting new crops. If not, with our eating habits, even in peaceful times, most families couldn't afford it, let alone in the resource-scarce end of the world. Don't worry, Dad, from now on, I will take care of you. Eat as much as you want. I can support it. Seeing Yi Lingwei clenched her fist with a proud look, Yizhan couldn't help but smile and said, All right, then I'll rely on you from now on. While Yizhan was tidying up the table, Yi Lingwei looked at Yi Jinmin but saw no signs of him waking up. Now, besides waiting quietly, Yi Lingwei could do nothing else, so she had to temporarily suppress her worries. Back in the living room, after helping to clean up, Yi Lingwei prepared to test her father's awakened ability type. Since she had no better method, could she tell at a glance if someone had awakened an ability? What kind of ability was it? Which system of abilities? So, she could only verify one by one. It was troublesome, but at least she would get an answer. Yi Lingwei awkwardly explained this clumsy method to Yizhan. Xiao Wei, this method is pretty good. Although it's slow, it can more accurately find out what kind of ability you've awakened and how many. Yizhan saw Yi Lingwei's embarrassment and confidently expressed his approval of this method. Dad, as long as you don't mind the trouble, then you should try it quickly. Seeing Yi Lingwei looking at him curiously, Yizhan could only smile and nod. He started testing with the simplest 5-element ability. Whether it was because of Yizhan's higher intelligence or some other reason, he began the verification. Yi Lingwei discovered that she was skilled in controlling multiple types of abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yizhan's proficiency was just as good as hers, even in how long it took to test each ability. She knew this because she had memories from her previous life, which made her very familiar with controlling powers. As Yizhan continued testing wind, thunder, light, and space abilities, Yi Lingwei felt overwhelmed. She clearly remembered that in her past life, Yizhan also had 4 abilities. However, his abilities were different: metal, wood, fire, and wind. Now, the types of abilities Yizhan had awakened far exceeded those from her previous life. It was clear that in this life, not only she but also others had changed their abilities. Xiao Wei, I think I have at least 3 more types of energy inside me, Yizhan said. These are the dark, time, and mental abilities, which I haven't been able to test yet. Are you sure? Yi Lingwei asked, surprised, holding her chin in disbelief. I'm very sure, Yizhan replied seriously, looking at her with determination.
Wow.
When did full-element ability users become so common?
Yi Lingwei eklemet.
In my past life, I had never heard of such talents. I can't believe 2 appeared in just one day in this life. She didn't know how to express her feelings at that moment. Xiao Wei, isn't it good that this is happening? Yizhan asked, pretending not to understand when he saw her surprised and adorable expression. Of course, it's great.
Yi Lingwei replied.
It would be even better if my dad also had all abilities. Then our family would have 3 full-element ability users, she said excitedly. We could dominate in the end times.
Haha.
When Yi Lingwei, who was acting freely, saw Yizhan standing nearby, watching her affectionately, she blushed and shyly said, Dad, was I acting like a crazy person just now? No. Dad thinks your honesty and cuteness are wonderful, he replied. You daring to speak and laugh now makes you even more lovable than before, when you were timid and shy. Of course, No matter what kind of person you are, you're my daughter, and I love you the most. Dad, it's really great to have you. Vivi, your eyes are only on your dad, and there's no place for me. Am I a bad father? Why is life so cruel? It's hard to accept and makes me sad. As soon as Yi Lingwei finished speaking, she heard Yi Jinmin's sour voice behind her. Dad, you're awake? Yi Lingwei turned around and looked at Yi Jinmin with surprise. Yes, I didn't expect to wake up and see such a heartbreaking scene. Dad, you must be hungry, right? I'm going to prepare dinner for you. Seeing Yi Jinmin's resentful expression, Yi Lingwei decided to step back for now. Both Yi Zhan and Yi Jinmin are good fathers. For Yi Lingwei, both are her most important family members and equally dear. Now that both fathers are here with her, comparisons are inevitable. As a daughter, Yi Lingwei feels both happy and troubled. People often say that in families with many children, parents find it hard to treat everyone equally. But Yi Lingwei's situation is quite the opposite. She really wants to say that as the daughter of both fathers, she also finds it difficult to be fair to everyone. However, as long as her two fathers can stay safe and be with her, she doesn't mind a little more trouble. Childish. Yi Zhan glared at Yi Jinmin and said disdainfully, Hee, I don't mind. Yi Jinmin replied stubbornly, full of defiance. Dad, the food is already on the table. Come and eat. I'll be right there. Thank you, my dear girl, for being so thoughtful and kind to me. Yi Jinmin looked at Yi Zhan provocatively and deliberately raised his voice. I couldn't care less about you. Xiaowei, I'm going to wash up in the bedroom. I'll come back later. Okay, Dad. Hearing Yi Lingwei's response, Yi Zhan ignored Yi Jinmin and turned to go to the bedroom. Dad, you eat first. I'll go to the living room and prepare some things. Yi Lingwei placed her bowls and chopsticks in front of Yi Jinmin, who was already seated. No need to worry about me. You go ahead and do your things. I feel very hungry now, and I might eat a lot. If you're here, I can't relax. Yi Jinmin waved his hand, signaling Yi Lingwei not to stay with him, and picked up his chopsticks to eat eagerly. Seeing this, Yi Lingwei smiled and nodded, then turned to go to the living room. Half an hour later, when Yi Zhan finished washing up and came out, I happened to hear Yi Jinmin let out a big burp and noticed he looked a bit uncomfortable, staring at a pile of empty plates on the dining table. What's wrong? Are you surprised that you can eat so much? In response to Yi Zhan's teasing, Yi Jinmin didn't argue back this time. Instead, he looked confused and asked, although I ate so much, why do I not feel full? Could something be wrong with me? Maybe the special power I awakened is the Big Eater power? Stop thinking nonsense about Big Eater power. You really like to imagine things. As soon as Yi Zhan finished speaking, Yi Lingwei giggled softly, covering her mouth. Hurry up and clean the dining room. Xiaowei, and I will help you check what kind of power you've awakened. Let's see if it's really the Big Eater power. At this point, Yi Zhan's usually serious face also broke into a smile. Dad, go wash your face first. I'll handle cleaning the dining room. Seeing Yi Jinmin look embarrassed, Yi Lingwei quickly stepped in to help. Oh, all right then. I'll finish washing up and come straight to the living room. Okay. Watching Yi Jinmin walk away, Yi Zhan happily said to Yi Lingwei, Xiaowei, Dad will help you clean up too. Thanks, Dad. Yi Lingwei didn't seem to notice Yi Zhan's little intentions and happily agreed. At this moment, turning a blind eye was the wisest choice. When Yi Jinmin arrived in the living room, Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei were already sitting on the sofa waiting for him. An iron spoon, a few seeds, an empty water cup, some white paper, and a handful of soil. What are these things for? Yi Jinmin looked at the items on the table with confusion. Don't underestimate these simple objects. With them, we can test what kind of power you've awakened. Yi Zhan kept a mysterious tone, pretending to be profound. Really? How do you test with these? Have you two already finished testing? Yi Jinmin suddenly remembered that after waking up, he hadn't had a chance to ask Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei what powers they had awakened. I woke up early with Xiaowei, so we've already tested. As for how to use these items, I'll tell you in a moment. Just follow what I say. So, What kind of power did you awaken? Wait until your test is finished, then we'll tell you, so you won't be discouraged now. TSK, look at your arrogant attitude. Don't worry, I definitely won't be worse than you. You think you can reach the same level as us? That's probably very difficult. Yizhan, just wait and see. Yizhan's repeated suppression of Yi Jinmin sparked his competitive spirit. Yi Lingwei saw Yizhan and Yi Jinmin start arguing back and forth, and she could only hide quietly nearby, trembling and not daring to make a sound. Although Yizhan enjoyed teasing Yi Jinmin, he didn't forget to focus on the important task. After Yizhan explained carefully, Yi Jinmin finally understood the purpose of the items on the table. An hour later, Yi Jinmin's awakened special ability was confirmed. It was one of the 5-element abilities: metal, wood, and fire. There were also 2 special abilities: wind and ice. This means Yi Jinmin has abilities in 5 different elements. How about that? Now I am a 5-element ability user. Pretty impressive, right?
Oh.
That might not be the case. Yizhan looked calmly at Yi Jinmin, who was showing off, and said slowly, "Are you saying your abilities are more than mine?" Yi Jinmin stared at Yizhan in disbelief and asked, "Guess?" Yizhan leaned on the sofa, his eyes half closed, speaking calmly. "With your tricks, your abilities probably are only 1 more element than mine."
Ye zemmin glanjet at yazan, failing dissatisfied. No.
Wrong, keep guessing. Yizhan wagged his finger at Yi Jinmin, showing a mischievous grin that was unlike his usual cool demeanor. Could it be that you awakened 7 elements? Just 2 more than me. What's there to be proud of? Still wrong, keep guessing. 8 elements? No, try again. Could it be 9? I remember, Nan said the most powerful ability user she knows is a 9-element ability user. Could you have gotten lucky and become a 9-element ability user too? Hearing this, Yi Jinmin felt both shocked and jealous. Are you very envious and jealous? But unfortunately, you're wrong. My luck is something you can't envy. You can only look up to me. When he saw that Yi Jinmin's expression was starting to, Yizhan felt even happier. Dad, Aba was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Yi Lingwei saw Yi Jinmin's face getting worse and had to soothe him. Girl, tell Dad, what kind of special ability did you awaken? Yi Lingwei hesitated, worried about hurting Yi Jinmin, unsure whether to say. Xiao Wei, don't say too much. I'm afraid your dad's fragile heart might not handle it. Yizhan, watching the scene, kept stirring trouble. Dad. Yi Lingwei looked at Yizhan pleadingly, signaling him to say less. If she really angered Yi Jinmin, she would have to comfort him again. Sigh, she really didn't know where that quiet, reserved father had gone. Girl, just tell me. Am I the kind of person with a narrow mind? The more abilities you awaken, the stronger you are, the happier I am. Xiao Wei is more powerful than you, and you would be happy for her. But if it were me, you'd probably only feel jealous. Yizhan, shut up already. I used to call you Big Brother Yi with pride, but you don't act like a big brother at all. Yi Jinmin was almost driven mad by Yizhan. The guy was just a slick old fox. He couldn't argue back or fight. Okay, I won't say anything. I'll let you have a turn. Xiao Wei, quickly tell your dad. Let's tell him what kind of abilities we awakened, so he can see for himself. Yi Lingwei was exhausted by the way Yizhan and Yi Jinmin interacted. Dad, Aba, and I both awakened 12 types of abilities. That means we are all type ability users. What? Both of you are all type ability users? Yi Jinmin jumped up from the sofa in shock, his pupils dilating significantly. Dad, I'm telling the truth. But as a 5-type ability user, you are also very powerful. I believe you will become a strong person in the future. Girl, Dad believes in you. I was just too shocked and needed some time to calm down. Yi Jinmin comforted Yi Lingwei briefly, then quickly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He stood there straight, staring out into the dark night, silent for a long time. Yi Jinmin's mood was very complicated now. He is happy for Yizhan and Yi Lingwei, but worries that his own abilities are too weak to keep up with them in the future. What he cares about is not that Yizhan is stronger or better than him. What he cares about is whether he has the ability to continue supporting his daughter, to be a protector for his daughter, shielding her from wind and rain. He fears that someday he will no longer be needed or relied upon. Yizhan walks over to Yi Jinmin and pats his shoulder. As a father, Yizhan naturally understands how Yi Jinmin feels right now. What's wrong? Have you given up? You're overthinking. We're just getting started. How could I give up? Maybe in terms of supernatural abilities, I'm not as good as you. But when it comes to loving our daughter, I won't love her any less than you do. Then get yourself together, and don't make the kids worry. Is that necessary to tell me? I didn't mean it that way. I'm just expressing my feelings. Why is such great wealth and honor falling just on you? There's nothing I can do. It's just luck, a blessing from heaven. Haha, come on, look at you. So proud of yourself. Yi Jinmin raises his fist, pretending to give Yizhan a punch in the chest. Let's go discuss what we need to do next.
All right.
Seeing Yi Jinmin's mood improve, Yizhan feels relieved. He's most afraid of comforting or persuading others. He'd rather just curse loudly or fight fiercely. But with Yi Jinmin, besides teasing him a little and gaining some verbal advantage, he really doesn't dare to act against him. After all, Yi Lingwei is behind Yi Jinmin, and for her sake, he can't be too harsh. Dad, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I was just too surprised and couldn't accept it for a moment. Seeing Yi Lingwei's worried look, Yi Jinmin suddenly feels that he was overly sentimental and hesitant just now, which isn't like his usual personality. Regarding the fact that they are all elemental supernatural users, he found it hard to accept, especially when it concerns others. So I suggest you two keep this secret inside yourselves. Besides us three, no one else should know about it. Before we have absolute strength, revealing your talents too early is just asking for trouble. Exactly. A tall tree catches the wind. Only those who know how to protect themselves can grow better. After Yi Jinmin finished speaking, Yizhan nodded in agreement. I understand. From now on, in front of outsiders, I will only show 5 types of special abilities. Besides the known space ability, I will also have wood, fire, earth, lightning, and light abilities. It took Yi Lingwei some thought to choose these 6 types of abilities. The space ability is obvious. First, she has already used it in front of the Yi family. Second, whether going out on missions or collecting supplies, she can't do without the space ability. The light ability is naturally for protecting the spiritual spring water. Whenever there is a fight, there will be injuries. Yi Lingwei doesn't want to get hurt outside and then have to secretly treat herself after returning home. As for the other 3 abilities, Yi Lingwei didn't use them in her previous life. So, choosing them now is a good way to practice, get familiar with them, and make future upgrades easier. In contrast, the metal, water, and wind abilities were already well mastered by Yi Lingwei in her past life, so upgrading them was no problem. As for the special abilities, there's no need to say more. They are the most mysterious and powerful cards she has. Nan Nan is so smart, she understands everything immediately. My husband and I will also choose to do the same as you. Although the 5-element abilities are not much compared to you all, they might still seem too eye-catching compared to other abilities users. So, I choose the metal, ice, and wind abilities as my main abilities for the future outside. After Yi Jinmin finished speaking, he and Yi Lingwei looked at Yizhan sitting nearby. Both were curious about what choice Yizhan would make. I'm different from you. You choose to hide your strength, which is the wisest choice. But I can't. To fight for a place in the end times and protect our home, we need a top expert to stand guard. This isn't just to deal with zombies, but also to scare the troublemakers. Since Xiao Wei said that the 9-element ability users are the strongest she knows, I want to become such a powerful person. Besides the light, time, and mental abilities which I will keep as my trump cards, the other 9-element abilities can be used by me outside in the future. Because Yizhan was once an international assassin, he had seen much of human darkness. He deeply understood that only by being strong could he survive in the end times, live well, and live long. People should know when to hide their weaknesses and when to show their strengths, so others won't dare to challenge or deceive them. From now on, I will take the lead in battles, and you will stay back and manage things, Yizhan told Yi Jinmin. Dad, what about me? Yi Lingwei blinked her bright eyes and looked at Yizhan, curious. If you want to conquer the world, my husband and I will be your sword, fighting for you everywhere, he explained. If you want to rule the world, we will be your strongest helpers, helping you reach the top. If you just want to relax and live a simple, happy life, my husband and I will fully support you. Just be yourself and live the life you want. Sweetheart, what Dad said is also what I want to say. You can do whatever you want as long as you're happy and content. Yi Lingwei looked at Yizhan and Yi Jinmin with teary eyes and said, Dad, thank you both. Thank you for being so kind and understanding. From that moment, the shy, insecure, and sensitive Yi Lingwei from her past completely disappeared. From now on, she would be true to herself, love herself, and do what she wants to do and love who she wants to love. Hate might help her grow quickly and understand herself better, but love would make her stronger and better. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Yizhan quickly changed the subject, feeling uncomfortable with the emotional atmosphere. Xiao Wei, now that Dad has some space, shouldn't you show us? Yizhan couldn't stand the sentimental mood, so he hurriedly shifted the topic. Of course, no problem. But I wonder how big Dad's space is? And how much it can hold? As soon as Yizhan finished speaking, Yi Lingwei immediately responded. It's about 10 square meters, maybe 7 or 8 meters high. It probably can't hold too much.
Just give it what you think is enough.
Yizhan roughly estimated. Okay, please wait a moment, Yi Lingwei said, then quickly entered the space of her jade pendant, finding some suitable shelves from the warehouse. Essential supplies like food, clothing, shelter, and daily necessities were definitely necessary. Yi Lingwei prepared many of each and sorted them onto the shelves. Next, she took a lot of spiritual spring water, common medicinal herbs, pills, and other items people might need. She also gathered several boxes of weapons and ammunition. After carefully checking, I found that the supplies she prepared are quite complete. Then I quickly left the space. See, Yi Lingwei waved her small hand, and the supplies she just prepared appeared out of thin air in the living room. Dad, do these things look enough? If not, I can bring more. That's enough. If I have too much, my space won't hold it all. Yizhan smiled happily as he stored all the supplies into his space. Look at you, smiling so foolishly. Having space is really something, huh? Seeing Yizhan's proud look, Yi Jinmin could only stare blankly and said irritably, You're right. Having space is indeed amazing. Having space makes things easier. No matter where we go in the future, we won't go hungry or thirsty. That's great. Hearing Yi Jinmin's sour remark, Yizhan's smile grew even wider. Dad, let's go to the warehouse now. Didn't you just build several warehouses? I'm going to help you fill them up right now. From now on, everything in these warehouses belongs to you. You get to decide everything. As soon as Yi Lingwei finished speaking, she stepped forward, grabbed Yi Jinmin's arm, and headed outside. Yi Lingwei was really tired of their arguing and worried she might be caught in the middle again if she stayed late. Yi Jinmin's newly built warehouses are partly in the backyard, partly underground, and some are hidden on the back mountain. In fact, when building the Yi family villa, Yi Jinmin had already reserved several tunnels leading to the back mountain. As the saying goes, a clever rabbit has 3 burrows. Having spent many years in the business world, Yi Jinmin's strategies and schemes are far beyond ordinary people. It took Yi Lingwei a whole day and night to categorize and place the supplies into different warehouses as Yi Jinmin requested. Looking at the time, Yi Lingwei realized it was already past 10 at night. Dad, since everything's done, I need to go home and sleep now. Yawning and feeling weak, she said to Yi Jinmin. All right, go back and rest quickly. Also, you should rest early and not tire yourself out. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Yi Lingwei turned and headed home. She looked up through the transparent roof at the dark night sky, listening to the dense rain and distant thunder. Unconsciously, another day had passed. This is already the 3rd night after the apocalypse arrived. When the clock strikes midnight tonight, only a few people will wake up from their coma. They are people with multiple supernatural abilities. As multi-ability users, they are both lucky and unlucky. Lucky because they have strong powers and can survive better even in the end times. Unlucky because, no matter how powerful they are, they must face the cruelty of the apocalypse and the ugliness of human nature, never seeing hope or a future. Day after day, year after year, many people around them die. In the last life, Yi Lingwei endured such oppressive and hopeless days for 10 years. Fortunately, in this life, she has family with her, a space with a jade pendant, and billions in supplies. Even her abilities are stronger than in her previous life. So, will this life be different from the last? With a new beginning, could there be a different ending? In the last life, when Yi Lingwei returned to the mountain village, it was already too late. Only a few villagers were still alive. Others had either died accidentally or turned into zombies. I wonder how many villagers will awaken their abilities this time, with everything prepared? Thinking about it, it's quite exciting. When Yi Lingwei woke up again, it was already bright outside. She checked her phone. Today is October 13th, 2035, 8:12 a.m. That means it's the third day since the apocalypse began. Last night at midnight, the first group of multi-ability users woke up. Tonight at midnight, the second group of single-ability users will awaken. And tomorrow night, the last group of ordinary people will wake up. Of course, zombies will awaken at the same time. By then, the apocalypse will officially begin. The whole world will plunge into chaos instantly, and human society will collapse completely. Putting aside her thoughts, Yi Lingwei quickly washed up and left the room. Nuo, you're awake? Did you sleep well last night? Yi Jinmin, sitting in the living room organizing documents, saw Yi Lingwei come downstairs and stood up to ask. I slept pretty well. Dad, where is he? I didn't see him. Oh, he went out early this morning. Didn't you notice? Since yesterday, every hour or two, he's been walking around the village. Probably worried about the villagers. Oh, that makes sense. After all, my father is an orphan who was cared for by the villagers since he was young, growing up eating food from many families and wearing clothes from many homes. His feelings for the villagers are definitely special. I won't talk about him anymore. You should go eat now. The porridge I made and the steamed dumplings are still warm. As Yi Jinmin spoke, he went to the kitchen and brought the food to the table. Dad, have you eaten? After sitting down, Yi Lingwei looked at Yi Jinmin standing nearby and asked, I've already eaten. You should eat now. I have some materials to organize, so I won't stay with you. All right, just go ahead and get busy. Yi Lingwei sipped the sweet porridge and enjoyed the fragrant fried dumplings. This feeling of happiness was just wonderful. Who would have thought that after the end of the world, her life could be so peaceful and comfortable? Vivi, I really miss you so much. After finishing breakfast, Yi Lingwei stepped out of the yard and was immediately embraced by a stunningly beautiful woman rushing over like the wind. Cough, cough. Wan Shijia, can you let go of me first? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll suffocate. Held tightly in her arms, Yi Lingwei smelled the light floral scent on her and looked at her snow-white skin, speaking with difficulty. Oh dear, sorry, I got a little too excited. Seeing your little face all red, it's really adorable. Wan Shi saw Yi Lingwei's cheeks rosy and couldn't help but reach out and touch them twice, acting like a mischievous girl. Wan Shi, if you keep acting like this, you might scare Vivi away. Followed closely by Chu Yifeng, who smiled politely and teased her gently. Big brother Chu, hello. It was only then that Yi Lingwei realized that behind Wan Shi, besides Chu Yifeng, there were two unfamiliar men. One of them was dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt and long pants, tall and upright, with a stern face. His face was as sharp as a carving knife, with nearly perfect features, a high nose bridge, and thin lips pressed tightly. His cold, distant gaze seemed to surround him with a kind of aloofness that kept others at a distance. The other man, standing beside him, didn't look any less impressive. He had narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes that revealed a fierce and rebellious spirit. He wore light blue jeans and a plain white shirt, perfectly showing off his straight and strong figure. His lips curled into a slightly mischievous smile, showing his unique arrogance and wildness vividly. Seeing Yi Lingwei look behind her, Wan Shi pouted and said, "Vivi, look at me. What is there to see in those two? One is 1,000-year-old ice cold, almost freezing people to death. The other is a rebellious and unruly young man who doesn't understand what true sincerity is." Hearing Wan Shi say this, Yi Lingwei couldn't help but laugh softly. Although her words sounded dismissive, they were full of affection and closeness. "Vivi, don't listen to Wan Shi's nonsense. Let me introduce you. These two are Bei Mingyuan and Xiao Beichen. And this little beauty is Yi Lingwei, our leader's daughter." Chu Yifeng interrupted Wan Shi with a smile and gently said to Yi Lingwei and the two men beside her, "Hello, Vivi. I'm Xiao Beichen. In the future, you can call me Big Brother Xiao. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. You have a cool, lotus-like beauty that seems untouched by worldly things. It's very special." After Chu Yifeng finished introducing, Xiao Beichen stepped forward first and casually started talking with Yi Lingwei. "Thank you, Big Brother Xiao, for your compliment." Yi Lingwei responded with a gentle smile. "Vivi, be careful. Don't be fooled by him. He knows how to flatter girls and is full of sweet words. Wan Shi, your mouth really isn't likable. No matter how brave I am, I wouldn't dare to be arrogant on the leader's territory. I don't want to be beaten to a pulp by the boss."
"Hello, I am Bai Mingyuan."
At this moment, a deep voice sounded in Yi Lingwei's ear. It seemed to carry an unspoken coldness, without a trace of warmth. Yi Lingwei was momentarily stunned, then raised her clear and lively eyes to look at Bei Mingyuan. "Oh, hello. I am Yi Lingwei. Please take care of me in the future."
"All right."
Bei Mingyuan's tone was cold and stiff, but Yi Lingwei clearly heard his response. Not many people can get our lord Bei Mingyuan to speak first. "Vivi, don't think that these few words are easy for him. For him, it's already very difficult. So, Vivi, don't take it to heart. Bei Mingyuan is like that. Sometimes he doesn't speak for days." Wan Shi was worried that Yi Lingwei might think Bei Mingyuan's attitude was too cold, so she carefully explained on his behalf. "Wan Shi, I understand. I won't mind. Everyone's upbringing and experiences are different, so their personalities naturally vary. This is very normal." Yi Lingwei no longer looked at Bai Mingyuan but turned to Wan Shi and spoke to her. However, no one noticed that from the moment Bai Mingyuan appeared, his eyes never left Yi Lingwei. No one knew that Bai Mingyuan's long-frozen heart seemed to stir slightly, even if unintentionally. "Since you all came here, let's go inside together. Let's discuss our plans and ideas for what's next." Yi Zhan, who had just finished inspecting the village, saw everyone standing in his yard as he entered the house and spoke. A group of people followed Yi Zhan into the living room. "Have you all woken up?" Yi Jinmin, who was busy, saw everyone and asked with a smile. "Yes, Uncle Yi." Wan Shi was the first to answer when she heard his question. The others also politely greeted Yi Jinmin. They had been in Mountaineering Village for over 20 days and were already familiar with Yi Jinmin. Seeing everyone seated, Yi Zhan looked calmly at Yi Lingwei and Yi Jinmin and said, "Actually, last midnight, I was called away by a few people. Since you two were already asleep then, I didn't tell you. I've already shared some information about the end times and supernatural abilities with them. Fortunately, all 4 of them awakened multi-type abilities." Hearing this, Yi Zhan's expression relaxed noticeably. "Vivi, do you know? Now I have water, wind, and space abilities 3 types. The end times might be a disaster for others, but I actually quite enjoy this exciting life." Before Yi Zhan finished speaking, Wan Shi couldn't help but show off to Yi Lingwei. "Wan Shi, you're so impressive, congratulations." Perhaps because their personalities complement each other, Yi Lingwei liked Wan Shi's cheerful, enthusiastic, and generous nature. "Impressive? Not really. I have too many monsters around me, but I'm still pretty satisfied with myself." "Monsters?" Seeing Yi Lingwei look confused, Chu Yifeng chuckled softly and said slowly, "I guess the monsters Wan Shi mentioned are Xiao Beichen and Bai Mingyuan. One is a 4-type ability user, and the other is a 9-type ability user." Upon hearing Chu Yifeng's words, Yilingwei couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. She first looked at Xiao Beichen, noticing his lips curled into a slight, mischievous smile. Then she turned to Bei Mingyuan, who still looked cold and distant, quietly watching her. Yifeng is right. Xiao Beichen has 3 known abilities: metal, fire, and wind, plus 1 special ability that hasn't been confirmed yet. Bei Mingyuan has 6 known abilities: thunder, ice, wind, metal, fire, and earth, along with 3 other special abilities that can't be verified for now. Big Brother Chu is also quite impressive. He has wind, fire, and metal abilities. Wanting to make sure Yilingwei understood, Yi Zhan carefully explained again. After listening, Yilingwei felt that Ruashi was right. There are 7 people here, and all of them have multiple abilities. If they aren't monsters, then what are they? Xiaowei, I didn't introduce this to you earlier because Dad thought you wouldn't have much contact with them. But now that they've chosen to stay with us, you will definitely work with them in the future. Yi Zhan paused, seeming to think about how to say it properly.
Just say it, Dad.
I'm listening. She straightened her expression and looked seriously at Yi Zhan. They are actually international mercenaries. At first, they formed a small team of 6. I was hired as their trainer during that time. I trained them for 3 years, through life and death crises, watching them grow stronger. Later, I had you. Although I don't see them as often now, we keep in touch every year. Their team grew from 6 to 9 members. For me, they're like my children, and you can trust them. It's true, parents love their children deeply and plan carefully for their future. As a father, Yi Zhan is confident and responsible for his daughter's safety and happiness. But Yilingwei is only 20, full of energy and youth. Her life can't be just about family, she also needs friends. Friends who can fight alongside her in the end-of-world situation. People she can trust completely, who can have her back. Knowing the true cause of her death in her past life, Yi Zhan understands that Yilingwei finds it hard to fully trust others now. Therefore, since her rebirth, Yilingwei had never contacted anyone outside her family, nor did she have any friends. Although Yi Zhan understood her thoughts and actions, he still hoped she could move past her hatred and make real friends. He had thought about this for a long time before deciding to let Yilingwei spend more time with Wan Shi and the others. After all, only happiness can erase pain, and new life can replace death. Yes, Wei Wei, from now on, sister can be with you every day. In the past, our team was full of grumpy men, and I suffered as a delicate beauty.
Hayu?
Delicate and pretty? I think more like a fierce tigress. As Wan Shi finished speaking, Xiao Beichen's wild and carefree voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Beichen, since your mouth is so foul, I wish you'll never find the person you love. Wow, Wan Shi, you're so sharp. Spirit in heaven, spirit on earth, you have spirit, I have spirit, but only Wan Shi's words are not effective. Xiao Beichen suddenly stood up quickly from the sofa, then clasped his hands together and sincerely prayed to the sky. This was very different from his usual rebellious attitude.
Ha ha ha.
Wei Wei, look at him. He's so scared he's about to laugh himself to death. Uft, Yilingwei and Chu Yifeng couldn't help but laugh along. Only Bei Mingyuan remained expressionless, as if no one and nothing could affect his mood. Cough cough. All right, stop joking. At this moment, Yi Zhan pressed his slightly curved lips, straightened his expression, and cleared his throat. From now on, the 5 of you can go out together to train and fight zombies. You can look out for each other to reduce danger. Of course, you can also go alone, but try to ensure your safety as much as possible. What do you think? After everyone quieted down, Yi Zhan continued speaking. Okay, good. I'm very happy about this. Of course I want to fight alongside Wei Wei. Chu Yifeng, Bei Mingyuan, Xiao Beichen, and Wan Shi all agreed one after another. After everyone finished speaking, they all looked at Yilingwei. She nodded and agreed, saying, I have no objections either. In fact, Yilingwei could feel her father's good intentions behind this. All right, since everyone agrees, let's give your team a name as a way to better face new challenges. Boss, what should we name it? We're all listening to you. Yes, boss, you decide. As soon as Yi Zhan finished speaking, Chu Yifeng and Xiao Beichen suggested together. I won't pick the name. You all decide. Seeing everyone eagerly looking at him, Yi Zhan blushed and gave up. An hour later, since no one had agreed on a name, Yi Jinmin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. How about calling it War God Squad? Good, I like that name. I think it's great too. Let's go with that. Everyone agreed, clearly very happy with the name War God Squad. Thus, after the apocalypse, the famous and unstoppable War God Squad was officially formed. By the way, Sister Weiwei, what kind of abilities do you have? Wan Shi's question also made the other three curious. They all looked at Yi Lingwei. I awakened 6 types: wood, fire, earth, lightning, space, and light. Yi Lingwei thought for a moment, then explained her abilities as she had previously agreed with her father.
Wow.
Sister Weiwei, you're so amazing. I want to cling to your success. Wan Shi's eyes lit up. She hugged Yi Lingwei's arm with admiration, speaking exaggeratedly. Even Chu Yifeng and Xiao Beichen looked at Yi Lingwei with envy. Sister Weiwei, how about we go out together? See what everything looks like outside now. It'll help us prepare. Plus, I want to bring back some supplies I stored earlier using my space ability. During the 3 days you and the boss returned from abroad, I was busy bringing supplies to our home. Wan Shi suddenly had an idea and suggested excitedly. Sounds good. Great idea. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Even Yi Lingwei became interested. Boss, Uncle Yi, do you want to come with us? Chu Yifeng looked at Yi Zhan and Yi Jinmin politely. You all go ahead. We won't join. Uncle Yi needs to stay and watch the house. I also have village affairs to handle. Dad, how's the village? Has anyone woken up? Apart from when she first woke up, Yi Lingwei had gone to visit the village. Over the next 2 days, she was busy helping the 2 fathers test their supernatural abilities and transfer supplies, so she didn't have time to go back to the village. 9 people have woken up, and they all have dual abilities. Our village has 5, the second village has 3, and the third village has 1. I told them some news about the end of the world, but now they don't know what to do. We all decided to wait tonight to see if anyone else awakens their abilities. Then, everyone will gather again for a meeting to discuss what to do next. Because of this meeting, I can't miss it, so I have to stay in the village. As for why I didn't tell the villagers earlier about the coming end of the world, of course, that includes you too. As Yi Zhan spoke, he suddenly looked at Chu Yifeng, Bai Mingyuan, Xiao Beichen, and Wan Shi. First, even if I told you early, neither the villagers nor you would believe it. Second, I can't explain how I knew this news in advance. Yi Zhan paused here and didn't say more. Chu Yifeng looked at Bai Mingyuan, Xiao Beichen, and Wan Shi, thought for a moment, then said, Leader, we understand all that. Luckily you warned us, or we might still be wandering in some corner of Blue Star, clueless. So, we are very grateful to you. The other 3 nodded in agreement after Chu Yifeng finished speaking. I know you are all good kids and grateful. But because of that, I want to be clear so there are no unnecessary misunderstandings later. Actually, this was something Yi Lingwei had been worried about. Say too much and people who don't believe you might think you're crazy. Say too little and they might not appreciate you and could even resent you later. Since I've said everything that needs to be said, I won't take up more of your time. You can go out if you want, but be sure to stay safe and take care of yourselves. Okay, leader. Then we'll take Sister Weiwei with us. Dad, I'm leaving now. Alright, go ahead. After Yi Lingwei finished greeting Yi Lingwei, Yi Zhan, and Yi Jinmin, she was pulled by Wan Shi by the wrist, and they headed outside together. Sister Weiwei, let's take 1 car for the 5 of us. This way, we can look out for each other and stay safer. Sure, you just make the arrangements. Wow, having a kind and gentle younger sister like you is really wonderful. Wan Shi walked ahead with Yi Lingwei, while the 3 people behind them had different expressions. Chu Yifeng looked at Wan Shi chatting happily, with a loving smile in his eyes. Bai Mingyuan remained expressionless, but his gaze stayed on Yi Lingwei. Xiao Beichen, with his hands in his pockets, looked carefree, glancing at this and that from time to time. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at Lingyun town. It normally only takes half an hour by car, but now it took 4 times longer. Along the way, they saw several car accidents. Cars were scattered across the road, some with dents in the front, others deformed at the back. Fortunately, these accidents weren't serious. The drivers only suffered minor scratches. These accidents were probably caused by drivers fainting suddenly on the night of the 10th. Luckily, it was late at night, with few cars and pedestrians on the road, or it could have been much worse. Another reason was the heavy rain, which blurred visibility and made the difficult journey even harder. But luckily, Lingyun town is on higher ground, and despite 6 days of continuous heavy rain, there was no flooding. Most of the mountains here are rocky, with little soil, so landslides and mudslides are rare. Honestly, apart from being poor, Fengqiao County has no other major flaws. Historically, it's never experienced any big disasters, making it a truly lucky place. Vivi, should we go into the town to look around, or head straight to the county seat? Wan Shi, eating fries, looked at Yi Lingwei and asked, "Since it's the end of the world now, everything is full of unknowns. Since we're here, it's fine to take a look inside. Our main activity area will be centered around Mount Xingshan, then expanding to Lingyun Town and Fengqiao County. I think it's better to explore now while we have the chance." After Yi Lingwei finished speaking, Xiao Beichen, sitting in the front passenger seat, agreed. Vivi's right. Let's go. Bei Mingyuan, sitting in the back seat, also spoke. Then we'll listen to Vivi's plan. Wan Shi winked at Yi Lingwei playfully. They were riding in a luxury van with 3 rows of seats. Chu Yifeng was driving, Xiao Beichen sat in the front passenger seat, Yi Lingwei and Wan Shi sat in the middle, and Bei Mingyuan sat alone in the back. The reason I chose this car is because it has a large, spacious, and comfortable interior. If we can't get back at night, a few people can rest inside the car. Alright, since no one has any objections, I'll just drive in. After speaking, Chu Yifeng stepped on the gas, and the car drove into Lingyun Town. Because Lingyun Town is in a remote area with few people around, it is very small. Although called a town, it only has the basic town government, health clinic, police station, and post office. There are no schools, hospitals, or large shopping centers. There are only 2 small commercial streets, each lined with a few small shops. The town isn't busy, so there is no nightlife. When the apocalypse happened, most families in the town closed their doors and stayed inside. When Yi Lingwei and her group entered Lingyun Town, the streets were empty and no pedestrians could be seen. Probably because at this time, very few people are awake and active. What's that place ahead? Someone seems to be over there. Xiao Beichen, sitting in the front passenger seat feeling very bored, suddenly pointed ahead to the right and said excitedly. Since leaving Mountaineering Village, they hadn't seen a single awake person on the way, which made him very anxious. That's the health clinic. I used to get sick a lot when I was a kid, so my dad would take me there every now and then. Although it was raining heavily outside and visibility was poor, Yi Lingwei recognized it at a glance. Vivi, you and the leader are really unlucky. The leader has never even been in love, and over the years, he's been like a father and mother to us. It's really tough on him. And you, a delicate young girl, following such a rough man like the leader to make a living, it's even harder for you. I'm okay though. My dad is the one who works the hardest. Bai Mingyuan, sitting in the back seat and gazing out the window thoughtfully, heard Yi Lingwei and Wan Shi talking and slightly frowned. We've arrived. Let's get out and take a look. After Chu Yifeng parked the car, he said to everyone. Yi Lingwei looked outside and saw about a dozen people standing at the health clinic's entrance. They looked anxious and helpless in the rain. When she got out of the car and approached, she found that the clinic's door was locked. Young girl, are you coming from outside? One older man saw Yi Lingwei walking over and quickly stepped forward to ask. Sir, is there something you need? When others heard Yi Lingwei respond, they all turned their attention to her. I want to ask what's happening outside. Is the water and electricity out there too? Probably. Based on Yi Lingwei's experience from her previous life, under the combined effects of heavy rain and the end-of-the-world situation, it's not just Manhwa that is experiencing power and water outages. It's happening worldwide. Why are all of you gathered here? After Yi Lingwei finished speaking, Chu Yifeng asked next.
Om.
The man looked hesitant, troubled inside, unsure whether to tell the truth. Since midnight yesterday, he had felt very hungry. He wanted to find something to eat, but found that the water and power had already been cut off at home. So he didn't think much, and went back to his room to keep sleeping. But when morning came and he looked for his phone to check the time, he found it had no battery left. He had to find his old electronic watch at home. When he looked at it, he was shocked to see the date displayed, October 12th, 9 a.m. exactly. He clearly remembered going to bed on the night of October 10th, so how could 2 days have passed while he was asleep? He thought maybe the watch was broken and tried to wake his family, but he found they didn't respond no matter how much he called or shook them. If they were still breathing and had pulse, he would have suspected they were just unconscious. Worried beyond words, he rushed out of the house and went to the clinic. He originally wanted to find a doctor to check on his family at home, but he met several familiar people already waiting there. After asking around, he learned their families were experiencing the same situation. They waited at the clinic entrance for a long time, but no doctor arrived. More and more people with the same problem gathered. It was then that he realized how serious the situation was. Could it be that everyone in their town had been given sleeping pills, or was suffering from some strange illness? Because he didn't know the exact cause, he hesitated now, unsure whether to tell Yi Lingwei the truth. Is it because someone at home is unconscious? Seeing the man silent, Chu Yifeng continued to ask, "How do you know that? Could it be that someone in your family is also affected? Did you visit other hospitals?" At this moment, the silent crowd looked at Chu Yifeng and asked eagerly. "Yes, we went to a big hospital. The doctor said it is a special virus that can spread. So, during the coma, people need to be isolated, preferably in separate rooms. Everyone still in a coma will wake up either tonight or by tomorrow night at the latest." Hearing Chu Yifeng's words, everyone outside the hospital seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "What should we do if we wake up? Do we need treatment?" The man who spoke first asked again. "If there is no obvious discomfort after waking, then it's fine. It means their immune system has fought off the virus. But if they stay close to the unconscious people for a long time again, we can't be sure they won't get infected a second time. So, unless there's a special reason, it's best to stay away from those in a coma." "All right, we understand. Thank you all." After thanking Chu Yifeng and the others, the crowd, feeling a bit hopeful, left the clinic one after another. Their figures gradually disappeared into the rain, becoming blurry. "You still love to interfere in others' affairs." Xiao Beichen looked at Chu Yifeng and said casually before getting into the car. Seeing this, the others also got into the car. After getting in, Chu Yifeng kindly explained, "It's just a small favor, and it doesn't hurt us. Besides, these people are all powerful ability users. They might help us in the future. You always think too much and look too far." Xiao Beichen already knew Chu Yifeng's usual way of doing things, so he was just complaining. "I think the situation in other places is probably similar to Lingyun Town. People waking up today are likely still confused, so there shouldn't be big problems." Wan Shi thought for a moment and shared her opinion. "Yes, I think so too. The real end of the world will only come when the zombies appear tonight. Vivi, have you ever thought about taking advantage of the chaos? While everyone is still unprepared, we could go and get some free supplies." Wan Shi's eyes sparkled as she looked excitedly at Yi Lingwei. Yi Lingwei thought for a moment, organized her words, and then asked, "Are you going to the nearby supermarkets and malls? If so, then go ahead. My father and I have enough supplies stored for a while, so I won't go this time. Currently, Yi Lingwei has limited abilities and cannot save everyone. The only thing she can do is avoid fighting for resources with others and leave them a little more chance to survive. But Yi Lingwei can't expect Ruashi to do the same. After all, they didn't know the end of the world was coming before. They also don't have a jade pendant space like her, so even if they stock some supplies early, the amount is limited. The end of the world is chaotic and cruel. Waking up early is just good luck for Ruashi and the others. Vivi, where are you planning to go? Although we are mercenaries, we are not the kind of people who burn, kill, and loot. Fighting evil and promoting good has always been our principle. Even if you don't trust our character, you should trust your father's judgment, right? Brawashi, I didn't mean that. I didn't say you guys are bad. Right now is a good time to gather supplies. Your actions are understandable and reasonable. Seeing Yi Lingwei eager to explain, Brawashi finally couldn't help but chuckle, her face stiffening.
Ha ha ha.
Vivi, I was just joking. Don't worry so much. Brawashi, you should tone it down a bit. Don't really make Vivi angry. In front, Chu Yifeng looked at Brawashi helplessly and explained, a few days ago, we found out that Fengqiao County has 2 smuggling gangs involved in illegal import and export trade. We also learned that these people bully men and women and threaten the local villagers. They are ruthless and have committed many evil deeds. The county head of Fengqiao has been turning a blind eye to this. He even helps the villains and covers for their actions. We had already planned to strike their hideouts when the time was right. And now is the best opportunity. Brawashi, this is your chance to go and grab some benefits. Yeah, we can stock up our supplies. After all, in the end of the world, no one will complain about having too many resources. Secondly, we can also take the opportunity to deal with all that trash. Otherwise, when they wake up, they'll be a trouble. So, do you want to go together? Wan Shi shook Yi Lingwei's arm, looking at her with full anticipation. Yes. Since it was black eating black, Yi Lingwei had nothing to worry about. Oh, that's great. Wan Shi cheered happily. Although teaming up with Yi Lingwei was Yi Zhan's idea, no matter her personality, as long as she had no bad intentions, they would try to accept her. But if Yi Lingwei could get along well with them and share the same values, working together and supporting each other, that would be the best. Vivi, can you use a gun? At this moment, Xiao Beichen, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly asked Yi Lingwei seemingly out of nowhere. Can you use a gun? Yes. Dad has already taught me. As soon as Yi Lingwei finished speaking, Xiao Beichen continued to ask, do you dare to shoot someone with a gun? Yes. Right after Yi Lingwei answered, Xiao Beichen pressed on. Have you ever killed someone? Yes. To be precise, in her previous life, even after spending 10 years in the apocalypse, Yi Lingwei had never killed anyone. Apart from countless zombies she had killed, she had only injured or incapacitated those who offended her. She never intended to take a life. She couldn't get past that moral barrier. She always felt killing was a one-way road that would lead her into endless trouble. Maybe she was afraid of becoming a monster, or perhaps because she was naturally kind, but mostly it was because she was too timid and weak. Because of this, although Yi Lingwei was powerful in her previous life, Bai Wolin was not afraid of her at all. Instead, Bai Wolin exploited Yi Lingwei's personality flaws for her own benefit. Yi Zhan, perceptive, noticed this fatal weakness in Yi Lingwei from her words. So, during the more than 20 days they spent abroad with Yi Lingwei, Yi Zhan subjected her to nearly brutal training. When infiltrating the largest arms depot in America, the father and daughter faced danger multiple times. To help Yi Lingwei overcome her psychological barriers, Yi Zhan even risked his own life. He used his life to force Yi Lingwei to shoot and kill. Yi Lingwei clearly remembered that the first time she fired a gun, her hand was surprisingly steady, with no tremor at all. Because she knew that only by shooting quickly and accurately could she save her father's life. She killed 1, 2, 3. Since she fired the first shot, her father stayed by her side day and night, until she fully adapted and no longer woke up startled at night. Seeing Yi Lingwei silent and not speaking, Wan Shi thought Yi Lingwei was upset. She glared at Xiao Beichen in annoyance and angrily shouted, Xiao Beichen, what's wrong with you? Is that how you ask questions? I'm just worried that Wei Wei hasn't experienced these things, and after seeing us kill, she might find it hard to adjust. Xiao Beichen then realized that Yi Lingwei had not known him for long and might not be used to his way of speaking. Wei Wei, don't take it the wrong way. I don't mean anything bad. I just usually talk like that. If I made you uncomfortable, I apologize. Wan Shi, I'm fine. Big brother Xiao, you don't need to apologize. I was just thinking about some things earlier, and I didn't mean to upset you. Yilingwei saw Wanshi defending her and Xiao Beichen's guilty look in his eyes, so she quickly smiled and explained, "That's good. You scared me a little." Hearing Yilingwei say that, Xiao Beichen immediately relaxed. "All right, since we've all agreed, let's set off now. Xiao Beichen, you seem full of energy, so you can drive next." Chu Yifeng then stood up from the driver's seat. He pulled Xiao Beichen over and sat in the passenger seat himself. "Just drive. What's the big deal? You all better sit properly. I drive faster than the boss, like a turtle crawling." Hearing Xiao Beichen say that, Chu Yifeng wasn't annoyed and still spoke kindly, "Knowing you're good at driving and fast, all right? Just hurry up and go. By the time we reach Fengqiao County, it might be afternoon." On the way to Fengqiao County, the number of car accidents increased noticeably. Fortunately, some drivers were alert and busy helping doctors and police handle the accidents. Chu Yifeng and the others also got out of the car a few times to help, so the journey was delayed. By the time they arrived in Fengqiao County, it was already after 2 p.m. All the shops and businesses were closed, and they couldn't find a place to eat. So, Yilingwei and her group had their lunch in the car. They ate food that had been prepared earlier and stored in the space. Having space-based abilities is great. It allows us to store luggage and valuable items easily. We can even keep food warm and fresh inside, making it the best partner for home or travel. Xiao Beichen, while enjoying the delicious braised pork knuckles, said with envy, "Yes, especially during the end of the world, when others lack food and drink. With space abilities, we can ensure we won't go hungry or freeze, giving us more chances to survive." Even Chu Yifeng, who seems calm and relaxed, looks envious when talking about space powers. Wherever a person goes, supplies follow. As long as the space ability isn't exposed, there's no need to worry about others stealing supplies. If the space is big enough and supplies are plenty, one could hide away and survive for a lifetime. Ahem, ahem, ahem. When Chu Yifeng said this, Yilingwei, who was drinking water, choked and started coughing. "Vivi, slow down when you drink." Wanshi quickly reached out and gently patted Yilingwei's back, caring. "Thanks, Wanshi. I'm fine now." Yilingwei had to admit, Chu Yifeng's words just now matched her own thoughts perfectly. When she was reborn, she only wanted revenge and to gather enough supplies. Then she could relax with her close family in the end of the world. No longer struggling daily on the brink of death, starving and freezing like in her previous life. For a moldy bread or a rotten fish, she fought others fiercely. The more she experienced the end of the world, the more she believed that being able to eat well and stay warm was the greatest happiness in life. Besides, she was only a 20-year-old college student now. Not a great person with foresight or concern for the nation, so what grand ambitions could she have? Now this life is good. Her two fathers are with her, and the villagers are all doing well. She has friends and enough supplies. "Vivi, why are you so happy? What are you thinking?" Wanshi nudged Yilingwei's arm with her elbow, curious. "I was thinking that awakening space abilities is our good luck." "Of course. It shows we're lucky." Chu Yifeng looked at the proud Wanshi, then cleared his throat and said to Xiao Beichen, "Beichen, just drive the car to the east outskirts of the county, to the warehouse we rented in advance. The hideout is only about 10 minutes away from Brotherhood's base, which makes it easier for us to plan our next move." "Okay, no problem." After Xiao Beichen agreed, Chu Yifeng turned to Yilingwei and gently said, "Since we still have some time, let me explain the general situation of these two smuggling gangs in Fengqiao County to Weiwei. Their hideouts are located in the suburbs east and west of Fengqiao County. The leaders of the gangs are two men called Brother Tiger and Brother Leopard. A few years ago, they each set up a shell company in Fengqiao County. Although their signs say Import-Export Trading Company, they are actually involved in illegal smuggling activities. These two companies each have warehouses covering over 1,000 acres. When they started, they took over high-quality farmland. This is against the law, and they didn't compensate the farmers. Despite this, their companies were approved, and they have been illegally trading in Fengqiao County for many years. People might find it hard to believe they have no ties to the local government. Our secret investigation shows that each year, These companies give the county chief, Ma Chong, up to 20 million yuan in cash. Plus, they also send expensive jewelry, watches, and luxury cars. After Chu Yifeng finished speaking, Yilingwei asked suspiciously, "People say one mountain can't hold two tigers. As competitors, do these two gangs have no conflicts?" "Actually, they don't have any conflicts or fights," Chu Yifeng replied. "Because they smuggle different types of goods, they don't compete for the same interests. In fact, they get along quite well." Chu Yifeng was also surprised. The two gangs seemed to have coordinated perfectly, with no overlap in the types of smuggled items. This is the situation. Now, let's plan our attack. Xiao Beichun will do the reconnaissance, I will lead the front. Wan Shi and Wei Wei will provide cover, and Bai Ming Yuan will cover the rear. Remember, no one from the gangs, whether unconscious or awake, should be left behind. After speaking, Chu Yifeng reminded everyone to check their weapons. He signaled Xiao Beichun to stop the car, then got out first and led the team on foot toward the target. Half an hour later, after Xiao Beichun finished the reconnaissance, he reported, "Beichun, what's the situation inside?" Chu Yifeng saw Xiao Beichun walking confidently toward them and immediately stepped forward to ask, "From how I look now, you can tell. I wonder if it's our good luck or their bad luck. All members of Brother Hu's gang, every single one, are unconscious. Not a single one is awake. All right, I understand. Now, the four of us will go in first. You stay outside and keep watch. If anything happens, remember to inform us immediately." "Okay. Leave the outside to me." After Xiao Beichun took the walkie-talkie handed to him by Chu Yifeng, he looked serious and assured them, "Got it." Wan Shi, Yelingwei, and Bai Ming Yuan waited for Chu Yifeng's command. They quickly formed a team and climbed over the wall into the factory area. Then, all four drew their guns almost at the same time and immediately entered combat mode. Although Xiao Beichun had already scouted the place, there are always exceptions. Years of being a mercenary had made them very cautious in their actions. Usually, they could mess around among themselves without issue. But during a mission, they had to be extremely careful and not make any mistakes. Because Chu Yifeng had already checked the area beforehand, he quickly found the gang's dormitory building and precisely reached the top-floor apartment of Brother Hu. Chu Yifeng quietly opened the door to Brother Hu's house and was the first to rush into his bedroom. A few seconds later, 2 faint gunshots were heard inside. Then, Yelingwei saw Chu Yifeng quickly retreat from the bedroom. Through the slightly open door, Yelingwei glimpsed a man and a woman on the big bed, both bleeding heavily from their foreheads. Next, they checked the other rooms quickly. After confirming no one was left behind, they left Brother Hu's place. Later, the four followed their original plan and returned to the dormitory building below. Chu Yifeng led the way, Yelingwei and Wan Shi covered him, and Bai Ming Yuan watched the surroundings and guarded the rear. They fought their way down from the 5th floor to the 1st floor. By the end, Yelingwei's hand was trembling from holding the gun. She had already lost count of how many shots she had fired. Although this wasn't the first time Yelingwei had killed someone, it was definitely the first time she had shot so many people at once in such a short period. The people she killed deserved it. Otherwise, when these villains woke up, it would be a disaster for ordinary people struggling to survive in the end times. But when she stepped out of the dormitory building, she couldn't hold back and ran to the corner too. It wasn't fear or pity, but every time a bullet pierced someone's forehead, Yilingwei could see fresh blood pouring out from the dark hole in their forehead. That bright red color was not only shocking to her eyes, but also made her stomach churn. "Vivi, are you okay? Come on, drink some water and rinse your mouth." Wan Shi saw Yilingwei and quickly ran over to her. She took a bottle of mineral water from her space, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Yilingwei. Nearby, Chu Yifeng and Bai Ming Yuan also looked at Yilingwei with concern. Yilingwei took the water, rinsed her mouth, and then said casually, "Senior Sister Wan Shi, I'm fine. I might have eaten something bad, and my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Why don't you rest in the car for a while? When we're done, we can leave together." "Senior Sister Wan Shi, no need. I'm feeling much better now. Let's stick to the plan. All right, if you feel unwell again, be sure to tell me." "Okay." Seeing Yulingwei insist, Wan Shi had no choice but to agree and let her continue with the next part of the plan. Afterward, the group spent quite some time carefully inspecting the entire company. Only after confirming no one was missed did they consider the first step of their plan complete. When Yi Lingwei and the others stood at the entrance of a warehouse about 10 meters high, they couldn't help but marvel together how huge the warehouse was. This was also their final target. As usual, Chu Yifeng stepped forward to open the door. But 5 minutes passed, and the lock remained unchanged, with no sign of being opened. Chu Yifeng didn't expect that his usually excellent lockpicking skills, which he was proud of, would fail him in Fengqiao County, a small, rundown town. Watching sweat drip down Chu Yifeng's temples, Wan Shi couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Boss, are there locks in this world that even you can't open?" "Don't talk about yourself. I didn't expect it either. In the world of lockpicking, I have also faced setbacks." Chu Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to Wan Shi, looking quite discouraged. "What do we do now? After all the effort we've put in, are we going to leave empty-handed?" After working hard all day and not gaining anything, Wan Shi naturally felt a bit disappointed. This isn't an ordinary lock. Every time it's opened, it automatically resets with a new code, so there's no fixed key. And the material is extremely hard, made from a rare metal on Blue Star. Currently on Blue Star, no material is harder or more durable than this metal. Therefore, it fundamentally prevents any violent attempt to break the lock. Chu Yifeng didn't expect this outcome either. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. Even Bei Mingyuan, who seemed indifferent, was carefully examining the 2 large doors in front of him, hoping to find a way inside. "Maybe I have a solution." Just as everyone was at a loss, Yilingwei's cold voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "Sister Wei Wei, what did you say?" Wan Shi, who was lost in thought, was a bit slow to respond when she heard Yilingwei's words. "I said I might have a way to open this lock." Yilingwei repeated what she had said earlier. "Really? That would be wonderful. Boss, step aside for a moment and give Wei Wei some space." Wan Shi, who had looked like a wilted eggplant and was feeling down, suddenly became lively again, her eyes shining with excitement as she stared at Yilingwei. Yilingwei stepped forward a few paces and approached the lock. Using her mind, she took out the Qingming sword from her jade pendant space. Wow, what a beautiful sword! The sword in Yilingwei's hand was long and sleek, with a deep blue color throughout. The scabbard was decorated with beautiful patterns, and the hilt was embedded with a black gemstone. At the moment the Qingming sword appeared, it seemed as if the entire world lost its color in an instant. Wan Shi, who had been staring at the sword, was almost blinded by the radiant glow emanating from it. Even Bei Mingyuan and Chu Yifeng were deeply impressed by the sword's stunning presence. In fact, all 3 of them felt an inexplicable sense of pressure radiating from the sword itself. At the moment Yi Lingwei raised her long sword and decisively struck the lock, the crowd's exclamations almost happened at the same time. "Stop! You'll ruin the sword." Suddenly, a clear ding-dong sound rang out. "It's over, it's over. I didn't expect such a good sword to be destroyed like this. My heart hurts so much." Wan Shi wailed loudly, quickly covering her eyes with her hands, not daring to look at the Qingming sword being destroyed. Meanwhile, Chu Yifeng, standing beside Wan Shi, vigorously rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He saw that the once indestructible lock was easily cut into 2 pieces like tofu and fell to the ground. The 2 crisp ding-dong sounds came from the broken lock hitting the ground. Bai Mingyuan picked up the lock and examined it carefully again. Its material was exactly as Chu Yifeng described. Since the lock was fine, the problem must be with the treasure sword in Yi Lingwei's hand. This sword's origin was probably unusual, definitely not an ordinary item. "Hey, why aren't you all talking? Although it's sad that the sword is destroyed, but Sister Wei Wei, don't be too upset. If you're really that upset, I can cry loudly for you." After waiting a long time without any response, Wan Shi secretly looked at Yi Lingwei through her fingers. "Wan Shi, thank you for your kindness. My Qingming sword is perfectly fine, so I won't be sad or upset." Just look. Yi Lingwei couldn't help but smile softly and helped Ruanxi lower her hand. Then she lifted the Qingming sword and gently waved it a few times. Seeing the still radiant and flawless Qingming sword, Ruanxi couldn't help but marvel again. This sword is really beautiful and lively. I like it so much. I wonder when I can have a unique sword like this too? Yes, I also love my Qingming sword very much. And I fell in love with it at first sight back then. It seemed as if the Qingming sword understood Yi Lingwei's words, sensing her affection, and emitted a joyful hum. If Yi Lingwei could understand the murmurs of the Qingming sword at this moment, she would surely realize the grievances the sword bore for her. The Azure Darkness sword never expected that its first appearance would not be to fight alongside its owner, but simply to unlock the lock. It felt like using a sledgehammer to a nut, overkill, and not impressive at all. However, as long as the owner was happy, it was okay for it to sometimes lower itself and act modestly. Vivi, is the name of this sword Qingming? Is it the Ming from Baiming Yuan? Yes. That's a nice name. Very fitting for this sword. Right? I think so too. Yi Lingwei, who had already stored the Qingming sword in her jade pendant space, didn't realize that just because of a name, Baiming Yuan, who was usually cold as ice, unexpectedly showed a rare hint of a smile. Seeing Yi Lingwei put the sword away, the other three people wisely stopped discussing the topic and pushed open the warehouse door, walking inside one after another. The entire warehouse was divided into several areas: luxury goods, electronics, famous cigarettes and wines, luxury cars, and refined oil. In the luxury goods area, Yi Lingwei saw many items she had only seen in ads before: various brand-name watches, handbags, jewelry, and high-end cosmetics. On the shelves in the electronics area, there were all kinds of brand TVs, computers, and phones. The famous cigarettes and wine section was dazzling, with shelves filled with red wine, white wine, cigarettes, and cigars. As for the luxury cars area, they saw rows of noble, shiny cars with a metallic gleam. Not only Chu Yifeng and Baiming Yuan, but even Ruanxi and Yi Lingwei couldn't help but stare, wishing they could store all of them in their space. However, the largest area in the warehouse was the refined oil section. Various gasoline, diesel, kerosene, and other refined oils were neatly stored in barrels on the ground, at least 1,000 barrels. In a hidden corner of the warehouse, there was a small separate room filled with many precious antiques and calligraphy paintings. People say, ancient treasures in prosperous times, gold in chaotic times. But in the end of the world, even gold is worthless, let alone these things. Ruanxi picked up a famous painting to admire for a while, sighing, what a pity. What was said casually by Ruanxi unknowingly stirred a storm in Yi Lingwei's heart. Yes, why hadn't she thought of that before? In her past life, after the apocalypse arrived, the first things abandoned by people were libraries and museums, because their contents were neither edible nor drinkable. For most people struggling between life and death, they held no real meaning or value. So, after storms, floods, and other disasters came one after another, most libraries and museums across the regions quickly fell into ruin due to lack of maintenance and repairs. Almost nothing of value was left behind. In her past life, whenever Yi Lingwei passed by a library or museum, she felt sad and regretful seeing books and artifacts scattered in mud and ice. Whether in her past life or this one, Yi Lingwei always believed that, whether they were antiques, famous paintings, or books, they are the crystallization of human wisdom. They are proof that human society once existed, seeds of civilization, sparks of light. Although the arrival of the end times temporarily halted human progress and made people give up learning to survive, Yi Lingwei firmly believed that the apocalypse would eventually end and social order would be restored. And books are the key to passing down human civilization again. As long as this seed remains, it will one day sprout, grow, and become a towering tree. As long as these books are protected, there is hope for human civilization to revive. At this moment, Yi Lingwei made a decision. From now on, she would do her best to collect various books and artifacts, protect them, until they could see the light again. In her past life, She lacked the ability to do this and could only shake her head in regret. In this life, she would no longer leave behind regret or frustration. Vivi, do you like these things? She saw Yi Lingwei gazing at the antiques and calligraphy in the room, silent for a long time, and asked, Yeah, I like them quite a lot. Then I'll give them all to you. If someone appreciates them, it's not a waste. Isn't that not good? After all, this warehouse was found by you and I stop with the eye and you, if I give it to you, just take it. If it weren't for you, even if we found this warehouse, we wouldn't be able to get in. In the end, we'd get nothing and leave empty-handed. Before Yi Lingwei finished speaking, Shi interrupted her. Exactly, Vivi. Since you like it, just take it without worry. Anyway, we are all rough and simple people, so we don't appreciate these elegant items. After Shi finished speaking, Chu Yifeng, who was standing nearby, also advised Yi Lingwei. Since that's the case, I'll store these items. But let's agree in advance. I'll only take 10% of the other supplies in the warehouse. We can't stick to the previous plan of dividing everything equally, with each person getting 20%. Otherwise, I won't take anything.
All right, fine.
We'll do as you say. Shi saw that Yi Lingwei was insistent, thought for a moment, and then reluctantly agreed. After Yi Lingwei packed all the antiques and paintings in the house into the space, Chu Yifeng continued speaking. Since everything is settled, let's not waste time. Let's quickly load and transport the goods. So, Shi and Yi Lingwei used the space to quickly load the goods onto the large truck. Then, each of the four of them drove a truck to unload the items into a nearby warehouse they had rented in advance. They were responsible for moving the supplies, while Xiao Beichen stayed behind to guard the area. Although the space helped, making loading and unloading more efficient, there were still so many goods in the warehouse that they worked until after 11 at night. By the end, Yi Lingwei couldn't even remember how many trucks they had loaded and unloaded. Although I didn't use much physical strength, I do feel a bit mentally exhausted. If only my space could be a bit bigger, then I could take all the warehouse goods at once. Wouldn't that make things easier? Sitting in the business car, Shi lazily slumped in her seat, looking tired as she complained. Just be content. Having space is already a big deal. What more do you want? Just joking. I'm not greedy at all. Don't take it seriously. While Shi was joking and laughing, no one noticed that Yi Lingwei, sitting beside her, was lowering her head in a guilty way. Shi's space wasn't very big, but her jade pendant space was large, able to hold hundreds or thousands of items. Such a warehouse-sized space was no problem. But she couldn't and didn't dare to do that. Because that was just her jade pendant space, not an extraordinary ability space. When outside, she had to honestly use her ability space. She couldn't act differently to avoid being discovered for her unusual power. It's already past 11 o'clock, and in less than an hour, it will be midnight. By then, another group of special ability users will wake up. This could make our upcoming plans more difficult. It might also increase the risks and challenges when dealing with Brother Leopard. After all, it's rare for everyone on Brother Tiger's side to be unconscious and not alert. Chu Yifeng looked around the car with a serious expression and said, Maybe it will be a bit tricky, but it shouldn't be a big problem. In the end, they are just a bunch of unorganized people. We've all been in battles and faced danger directly. Handling them will be easy. Although Xiao Beichen agreed with Chu Yifeng's worries, he didn't really mind. That's true, but we can't be too careless, since there are only 5 of us. After Xiao Beichen finished speaking, Chu Yifeng added, All right, I understand. Xiao Beichen, driving the car, nodded to show he understood. The road from the east to the west of the city was dark, with heavy rain and water on the ground, making it hard to drive smoothly. Fortunately, Xiao Beichen was a skilled driver, so they didn't waste much time. After 20 minutes, they arrived near Brother Leopard's small company in the west of the city. Just like in the afternoon, they parked the business car in a nearby warehouse they had rented earlier, then walked to their target. Wait here for me, Xiao Beichen said. Because time is tight, I will try to finish the reconnaissance as quickly as possible. Okay, stay safe. The group watched Xiao Beichen's figure disappear into the dark, rainy night ahead from a hidden corner. There was no moonlight, no streetlights, only occasional flashes of lightning, thunder, and rain. Whether for those already awake or still unconscious, for the entire Blue Star or the Dragon Country, tonight was undoubtedly the last quiet and peaceful night. A few minutes later, soaked from head to toe, Xiao Beichen reappeared before everyone. There are 2 guards on duty at the door and no one is in the yard. I didn't see anyone in the dormitory building, and the warehouse door is closed but not locked. Because of the time, I didn't go inside the warehouse. Be careful when you go later. As for Brother Leopard, he has already woken up, and there are about 7 or 8 people with him. They are now gathered in the conference room of the office building, where 2 doctors have been brought in from somewhere to examine the unconscious people. They probably activated the backup power supply, so when you enter the building later, the room with the lights on is the conference room. That's pretty much all I know. All right. Thank you for your hard work.
Let's go inside now.
After Xiao Beichen finished reporting, Chu Yifeng patted his shoulder. Then he looked back at Yi Lingwei and the others, signaling them to follow, and led the way into the rain. When the 4 of them reached the entrance, Chu Yifeng made a hand gesture to the other 3. He and Bai Mingyuan silently sneaked behind 2 guards. One of them held a shiny dagger and quickly cut the guard's neck arteries, smoothly sending them to the afterlife. When the 4 reached the door of the conference room, they could just see a big, burly man with a round face and a lot of flesh playing with a pistol through the door. This discovery made their hearts tighten suddenly and their pupils widened. Having a gun isn't necessarily scary. What really makes them feel worried is that there are also 2 innocent doctors inside the conference room. At that moment, they heard voices from inside. If you 2 don't see the problem again, I'll shoot you dead. Did you hear that? Check the bodies of our brothers quickly. As soon as the so-called Brother Leopard finished speaking, a few muscular thugs nearby kicked the 2 doctors hard. Stop hitting, we'll check now. The 2 doctors, already bruised and swollen, couldn't tell what was wrong with the people in the coma, but they could only bow their heads and beg for mercy. Chu Yifeng looked at his watch. There were only 15 minutes until noon. By then, the people lying on the conference table might wake up, which could make things even more complicated. So he decided to act quickly. Catch the king first. He would handle Brother Leopard. Ruan Shi and Yi Lingwei would shoot the thugs. Bai Mingyuan would rescue the doctors and deal with those lying on the table who were unconscious. After giving the order, Chu Yifeng and the others rushed into the conference room swiftly. At the sound of the gunshot, a few people moved so quickly that it was almost impossible to see. In less than a minute, they had killed all the gang members in the meeting room, including Brother Leopard. Just moments before, 2 doctors had been held down by Bai Mingyuan and pushed under the table. When the gunfire started, they were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground and lay there motionless under the table. Chu Yifeng quickly searched Brother Leopard and the others. To his surprise, he found 5 pistols on them. Boss, what should we do with these 2? Bai Mingyuan pointed at the 2 doctors still stiff and lying under the table and asked coldly. Bai Mingyuan's face was cold as he dragged the trembling doctors out from under the table. Knock them out and lock them in this room first. Once we're done and ready to leave, we'll open the door for them. Before the 2 doctors could react, Bai Mingyuan struck them each with a palm, knocking them out. Then he neatly pushed them back under the table. There's 10 minutes left before midnight. Even if we move quickly, it will be hard to clear the entire dormitory building in such a short time. Although many people have already died in the meeting room from our guns, no one knows if there are still survivors in their dorms. So, during the next phase, everyone must stay alert and be very careful. Chu Yifeng led Yi Lingwei and others quickly toward the company's dormitory building while analyzing the situation. Sure enough, just after they finished clearing the top few dorm rooms, they heard voices from the floors below, doors opening and talking. Why is the power still out? My phone's dead, and I don't know what time it is now. It's still dark outside, which means no full night has passed. Before I slept, I was full, but now I feel starving after just one sleep. A man's murmuring voice came from downstairs. Yeah, Changzi. I also feel like I haven't eaten in 3 days and 3 nights. At that moment, the door of another dorm downstairs was pushed open. Then, another man's voice came through. Chu Yifeng knew they couldn't delay any longer, or the situation would only get worse. So, he jumped directly from the balcony and landed behind two men downstairs, quickly using a knife to take them out. Seeing this, Wan Shi, Yi Lingwei, and Bai Mingyuan also followed closely, jumping down. At this moment, Yi Lingwei felt grateful that she had previously drunk spiritual spring water and taken the washing marrow pill. Otherwise, as an untrained college student, she wouldn't have been able to perform such difficult moves. Seeing Yi Lingwei catch up, Wan Shi gave her a big thumbs up. Even Bai Mingyuan, who was behind Yi Lingwei, couldn't help but be impressed by her quick and decisive fighting style. Thanks to the four of their coordinated teamwork and cooperation, they finally cleared the entire dormitory building in half an hour with no casualties. The reason they finished so quickly was not only because of their strong abilities but also because the people who had just woken up were too weak from long unconsciousness. They were not only hungry and exhausted but also mentally foggy, greatly reducing their fighting strength. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. On the way to the warehouse, Wan Shi praised Yi Lingwei, who was walking beside her. Just okay, I hope I didn't let everyone down. Vivi's skills are really good, and she works well with us, without any awkwardness. No wonder she was trained by the same master. Chu Yifeng, leading the team at the front, also gave high praise to Yi Lingwei.
Sure.
Just as they were about to reach the warehouse, Chu Yifeng made a shushing gesture. Through the rain, they could vaguely see that the warehouse door was slightly open and not locked. Because the whole warehouse was fully enclosed, they couldn't see inside from outside, so they couldn't be sure if there was an ambush behind the door. At this moment, it would be great to have tear gas or smoke bombs. Thinking clearly is hard after waking up. I only brought my gun with me. I didn't think to prepare some of those in advance and keep them in my space. This operation today has been full of surprises. I didn't expect that just two smuggling gangs hiding in a small town would be so difficult to deal with. After two setbacks, Wan Shi wondered if it was because they didn't check the lunar calendar before leaving today. Wan Shi, I have some.
Look.
Then, Wan Shi, Chu Yifeng, and Bai Mingyuan saw Yi Lingwei suddenly pull out tear gas and smoke bombs one after another. Then, Yi Lingwei took out 4 protective masks and 4 protective suits, handing them to each of them. Finally, she directly gave each person a bulletproof vest. I'm sorry, I forgot about the bulletproof vest earlier, she said. Only now do I remember. Isn't it a bit late? Seeing Wan Shi and the others standing there in silence, Yi Lingwei felt a little embarrassed and explained. It's not late at all. Now is just the right time to bring them out. To avoid misunderstandings, Wan Shi quickly grinned, showing her 2 rows of neat, white teeth, and sincerely said, Vivi, you're truly a wonderful teammate. Whenever we face problems we can't solve, you appear like a fairy from the sky, waving your hand to help us. Having you on our team is the luckiest thing I've had lately. Wan Shi is right. Vivi has really helped us a lot. As Wan Shi and Chu Yifeng finished speaking, Bai Mingyuan, who rarely spoke, looked very seriously at Yi Lingwei and said, You're very good. You're flattering me. I'm not as great as you all say, she replied shyly. Let's get moving quickly. Yi Lingwei responded shyly and started putting on her protective suit, bulletproof vest, and gas mask. The other 3 saw this and immediately stopped talking, following her lead. Sure enough, when the 4 threw dozens of tear gas and smoke bombs into the warehouse, they immediately heard several men cursing and coughing loudly behind the door. When the people inside the warehouse realized something was wrong and tried to open the door to escape, they found that Yi Lingwei and the others had already sealed the door tightly, making it impossible to open. After 3 more minutes, confirming that the tear gas had reached its maximum effect, Chu Yifeng took the lead and rushed in the moment the warehouse door was opened. Wan Shi, Yi Lingwei, and Bai Mingyuan naturally followed closely behind. The warehouse was brightly lit, seemingly unaffected by the citywide power outage. After a burst of gunfire, the chaotic warehouse suddenly became quiet. Apart from the footsteps of Yi Lingwei and the others, no other sounds could be heard. Chu Yifeng locked the door behind him, arranged 2 people per team, and began a thorough search of the entire warehouse. Chu Yifeng and Ruan Shi formed one team, while Yi Lingwei and Bei Mingyuan formed another. Yi Lingwei and Bei Mingyuan stood back to back, holding guns in both hands, each watching one side, quickly moving through the aisles between the shelves. Just as the two were about to leave a corridor and enter the next one, a blurry figure suddenly darted out from behind several shelves not far away. After a gunshot, Bai Mingyuan shouted, "Be careful." He instinctively dodged, then quickly threw himself to the ground, shielding Yi Lingwei beneath him. Soon after, another burst of intense gunfire erupted. A few minutes later, after a scream and the sound of a body falling, no more gunfire came from behind the shelves. "Don't go over yet. I think they might be tricking us," Yi Lingwei warned as she saw Bai Mingyuan seem ready to stand up. "Use this first to check the situation over there," she added. "Okay." Bai Mingyuan nodded as he saw a large box of tear gas grenades suddenly appear in front of him. After tossing 3 tear gas grenades around the shelves opposite, sure enough, loud coughing sounds immediately followed. At that moment, Bai Mingyuan told Yi Lingwei, "Cover me." Then he charged out suddenly, firing 4 or 5 shots at the other side. The person hiding behind the shelves finally collapsed in a pool of blood, no longer alive. "Checking like this is too dangerous and takes too long. Maybe we should just use tear gas," Yi Lingwei suggested. "I'll throw a few into each aisle of the shelves. If someone's hiding inside, they'll definitely be smoked out. Your job is to cover me and take out the enemy. This way, it's faster, more efficient, and less risky. What do you think?" Bai Mingyuan noticed that when Yi Lingwei looked up at him, under the light, her long, slightly curled eyelashes looked like little fans. A faint shadow fell on her lower eyelids, making her look adorable and charming. After about 10 seconds, seeing that Bai Mingyuan hadn't responded, Yi Lingwei asked again, "Is this okay?" "Yes," Bai Mingyuan replied quickly this time. Together, they worked well as a team, finishing most of the warehouse in a short time. When they met Ruan Shi, Yi Lingwei shared this method with her. With their combined efforts, they finally cleared the entire warehouse after an hour. They had killed 13 people, and including those at the door, the total was over 20. For people looked at the large number of guns and ammunition in front of them, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. Luckily, these weapons and ammo were stored in a locked secret room inside the warehouse. Otherwise, even with their many skills, today would likely be very dangerous for them. Just the power of these bombs is enough to destroy dozens or even hundreds of such large warehouses. Today is really risky. Who would have thought that Brother Leopard would be so brave? Trading arms in the territory of Dragon Country, who would dare do that? We're really lucky to have such good fortune. Chu Yifeng was genuinely a bit scared. Ultimately, it was because they were too careless. From the start, they didn't take the 2 smuggling groups in Fengqiao County seriously. That's why they didn't investigate their arms smuggling activities earlier. This was his failure as the team leader. Today was an accident, but we must be more careful in the future. After Chu Yifeng finished speaking, Ruan Shi added, "Let's first move all the other supplies from the warehouse. Later, you and Wei Wei can store all these ammunition in your space and take them back to Dengshan village." After telling everyone to leave the secret room and locking the door again, Chu Yifeng turned to Ruan Shi and Yi Lingwei. "All right, sounds good. Let's get started then." Once Yi Lingwei and Ruan Shi agreed, Chu Yifeng gave the order, and everyone quickly got busy. They followed the same process as before, with 4 trucks shuttling back and forth between the 2 warehouses many times. It wasn't until dawn that they finally finished moving all the supplies. In Brother Leopard's warehouse, besides guns and ammo, the largest portions were food, frozen meat, and various finished and semi-finished food products. After the 4 finished breakfast, they saw Ruan Shi standing on the deck of a luxury yacht's flybridge. She loudly exclaimed, "Look at these expensive luxury yachts. I never thought I'd realize my dream of owning one, even though I fought the battlefield. But now, after the apocalypse, I can easily make it happen. Stop feeling sentimental. Let's hurry and move the supplies back to Dengshan village." With so much material, Even if each of us drives a big truck, we won't be able to finish in a short time. But tonight at midnight, everyone's still unconscious, including the zombies, will wake up. By that time, the world would surely be in chaos, and transportation would be blocked. It would be difficult for us to send supplies to the village again. Boss, there's nothing to worry about. If the roads are blocked, we can fly through the sky. I know that the boss has several helicopters. We can borrow one when the time comes, and it will be fine. Anyway, you, I, and Baiming Yuan can all fly helicopters, and Wanshi knows a little too. Xiao Beichen didn't take this seriously and immediately offered a solution. Good, you're quick-witted. When we go back, I will talk to the boss about it. Having a solution made Chu Yifeng feel much more relaxed. When Yi Lingwei and her group returned to Degshan village driving 5 heavy trucks, many villagers looked at them with curiosity. Yes, not only the village but also the streets in the county had many people who had come back to consciousness. Although most people and zombies in the end times were ordinary, this didn't mean that the number of single-element abilities was small. In fact, the proportion of single-element abilities was also quite high. Otherwise, in the previous world, humans wouldn't have been able to fight zombies for so long, and there was even a delicate balance between them at one point. After parking the trucks, the group went to Yi Lingwei's house. Dad, I'm back.
Uneye, hello.
As soon as they entered, they saw Yi Jinmin busy in the yard. Hey, hello.
How did it go this time?
Was it smooth? Yi Jinmin put down his work, washed his hands, and came over to ask with concern. It was okay, though there were some setbacks. The outcome was good. That's good. Don't just stand here. Let's go inside and talk. He then invited everyone to follow him into the house. Vivi, Dad notices you don't look very well. Are you very tired? Yi Jinmin fell back a few steps and looked at Yi Lingwei walking behind him, asking worriedly. Maybe she didn't sleep well last night, but it's nothing serious. Don't worry. By the way, is Dad at home? Worried that Yi Jinmin might worry, Yi Lingwei quickly changed the subject. He's not here. With more people waking up in the village, your dad has been busier than before and is rarely home. All the household matters are handled by me alone. Hearing Yi Jinmin's words, it was clear he held a lot of resentment toward Yi Zhan. Dad, thank you for your hard work. How should Yi Lingwei respond? It's still best to rely on the old method. If you can hide, then hide. Oh, I'll contact Dad now using the walkie-talkie to see if he has time to come back. Brother Chu and the others, they also need to discuss something with Dad. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Lingwei stepped aside and took out her walkie-talkie. Hi, Dad, I'm back. Are you busy right now? Not too busy, just okay. Do you have time to come home for a bit? Yes, I have time. I'll be back soon. Yi Zhan, who was holding a meeting at the village committee, told the village chief sitting beside him, then immediately stood up and headed home. Village chief, please discuss it further. I want to go home for a while. Once the family matters are settled, I'll come back again. All right, go ahead. The village chief, who was already nearing 60, looked much older after just a few days. The villagers gathered around the village committee yard and office, some standing, some sitting, totaling over 100 people. Everyone was lowering their heads silently. All had furrowed brows and worried expressions. Meanwhile, on Yi Zhan's side, as he entered the yard, he heard loud laughter coming from the living room. It turned out Yi Lingwei was animatedly describing Brother Tiger and that unlucky group of guys. Yi Zhan looked around the room, his caring gaze lingering on Yi Lingwei for a couple of seconds. Only after confirming that everyone was safe did he smile and speak. It seems you guys had a good harvest this time? Not bad, enough for us to use for a while. Wanshi responded modestly, but her tone sounded more like she was showing off. Boss, that's also why we came straight here as soon as we returned. Because the amount of supplies we collected was so large that transporting it by truck was too troublesome and time-consuming. So, we want to borrow your helicopters. Chu Yifeng explained their purpose clearly to Yi Zhan. Sure, I don't need them right now anyway. In the future, if you need something, just ask Uncle Yi or Xiao Wei. All our belongings are shared among the 3 of us, so anyone can decide. No need to ask me specifically. All right, we understand. Yi Zhan specifically pointed this out to tell those around him at their home. He Yi Jinmin, and Yi Lingwei are all equal in status. Also, I hope you can send one person to Sifang City to check on Gu Yan. He is younger than you, impulsive, and not very careful when doing things or thinking. So, I still feel a bit worried about him. Others are far away, with limited time and resources, so we can't go. We want to help, but we are powerless. But Gu Yan's home isn't far from us. If we take a helicopter, it takes just over an hour. After Yi Zhan finished speaking, Chu Yifeng thought for a moment before saying, "Then let Bai Mingyuan go. Although we all can fly helicopters, the weather is bad now. Only Bai Mingyuan's flying skills are the best. He almost isn't affected by rain. Us three, in this weather, can only fly short trips between the village and the county town. If the trip were longer or farther, it wouldn't be possible. All right, then I'll trouble you all." Yi Zhan turned his gaze to Chu Yifeng and Bai Mingyuan and solemnly said to both, "Boss, what are you talking about? Gu Yan is our brother, our teammate. It's our duty to do this. We should be the ones thanking him. Thank you for your guidance all these years. Thank you for always caring about us. Thank you for warning us before the end of the world." Chu Yifeng stood up at this point, bowing deeply to Yi Zhan. The others saw this and also bowed to thank Yi Zhan. Oh, why so serious? It makes someone feel uncomfortable. Seeing Yi Zhan seem a bit overwhelmed by the scene, Yi Jinmin quickly changed the subject. "Are you leaving now?" "Yes, Uncle Yi. Time is tight, and tonight might get chaotic. All right, go early and return early. Good luck to you all." The helicopter is parked on the backyard helipad. Vivi will take you there. "Okay, Uncle Yi." "Boss, we're leaving now." After saying this, Chu Yifeng and the others prepared to leave. But just then Yi Lingwei suddenly spoke. "Dad, I want to go to Sifang City too."
What?
"Vivi, you have nothing to do. Why are you going along?" Before Yi Zhan could speak, Yi Jinmin looked at Yi Lingwei anxiously and asked. As the time for the zombies to appear gets closer, the outside world becomes more chaotic. Yi Jinmin really doesn't want Yi Lingwei to go to the city. Why are you so anxious? If Xiao Wei wants to go, she must have a good reason. "Xiao Wei, Dad supports you. If you want to go, just go."
Thank you, Dad.
It's impossible for Yi Zhan not to worry about Yi Lingwei. But he understands that this is the end of the world, a time of chaos. He can protect Yi Lingwei, but he can't raise her like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the slightest wind or rain from the outside. People can only become stronger by enduring hardships and challenges, which makes their lives shine brightly. All right, so you think you'll do a good job, huh? Seeing Yi Zhan undermine him, Yi Jinmin glared at Yi Zhan and said irritably, "Dad, I know you're doing this for my good and caring about me. But don't worry, I'll take care of myself." Okay, since you really want to go, Dad will support you." When Yi Jinmin turned to look at Yi Lingwei, he saw her eyes full of hope. He had no choice but to agree. "Bai Mingyuan, I entrust Vivi to you. Hope you two can help each other and return safely." "Okay, don't worry." In response to Yi Jinmin's words, Bai Mingyuan agreed, without hesitation. Dad, we're leaving now." With that, Yi Lingwei waved goodbye to Yi Zhan and Yi Jinmin, then led everyone toward the backyard. At this moment, Yi Zhan, who had just come out of the living room, saw Yi Jinmin standing at the door, looking worried as he watched Yi Lingwei's back. He reached out and patted Yi Jinmin's shoulder, offering comfort. "Don't worry. Xiao Wei is no longer a delicate girl. She's much stronger and better than you think. The family is in your hands. I need to go to the village committee. I won't be home for dinner tonight." When Yi Jinmin realized what was happening, he saw Yi Zhan already walking far away. Yi Jinmin felt a surge of anger and shouted loudly at Yi Zhan's back, "Yi Zhan, you're shirking your responsibilities again. Come back here." But as expected, Yi Zhan's figure disappeared into the distance, leaving only the wind with his words. The only role Yi Zhan played was to make his departure even quicker. Where should we land?" More than an hour later, the helicopter driven by Bai Mingyuan had entered Sifang City. The two of them didn't speak during the journey, remaining silent. So much so that when Yi Lingwei finally spoke, she felt a little awkward. We'll land at the People's Park in Sifang City. There's a large open square there, perfect for helicopter takeoff and landing. Also, with this weather, there probably aren't many people in the park. It's safer to land here. Most importantly, the park isn't far from the city hall, and it's close to Gu Yan's home. Bai Mingyuan, who had clearly planned this in advance, responded without hesitation to Yi Lingwei's question. Should we handle your matter first, or go find Gu Yan?
Huh?
Yi Lingwei was surprised that Bai Mingyuan asked for her opinion, so she paused before replying. Let's go see Gu Yan first. My matter isn't urgent. Okay. When Yi Lingwei and Bai Mingyuan arrived at the city government's residential area in the rain, more than half an hour had passed. On the way, Yi Lingwei noticed that Sifang City was very different from Fengqiao County and Lingyun Town. Due to continuous heavy rain, the rainfall exceeded the drainage capacity, putting great pressure on the city's drainage system. Many low-lying areas in the city were flooded, making it impossible for small vehicles to pass. Plus, because of power outages, all traffic lights were out of order. Private cars, police cars, and ambulances were stuck on the streets, tangled together. People walking hurriedly, their faces anxious, heads down, silent. The only sounds on the street were drivers' curses and the sharp honking of horns. Ding dong. Ding dong.
Who is that?
Soon after Bai Mingyuan rang Gu Yan's doorbell, a woman's voice came from inside. Auntie, it's me. Is Gu Yan at home? As soon as Bai Mingyuan finished speaking, a click sounded, and the door opened from inside. Is it you? On a rainy day, you shouldn't be out wandering around when you should be staying at home. A woman in her 40s or 50s peeked out from behind the door. She looked at Bai Mingyuan and Yi Lingwei, but didn't seem to intend to let them in. I'm here to see Gu Yan about something. Is he home? Bai Mingyuan didn't care much about her words and asked calmly. He's not here. Uncle Gu is hospitalized and Gu Yan is keeping him company at the hospital. From his tone, it's clear that Gu Yan's mother is not a very kind person. Which hospital is it? I'll go see him. City People's Hospital. Go if you want, but it probably won't help. Okay, Auntie, I understand. Before Bai Mingyuan could finish speaking, Gu Yan's mother suddenly slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Clearly, Bai Mingyuan was used to this and showed no special reaction. At least Yi Lingwei couldn't see any change on his emotionless face. Is the hospital far from here? Shall we walk there? Yi Lingwei asked as she and Bai Mingyuan walked side by side out of the family residence. Not too far, not too close. Taking a taxi might be hard, but walking is too slow. Oh, what should we do then? Bai Mingyuan turned to look at Yi Lingwei, who was walking on his left. He noticed she was just tall enough to reach his shoulder. From his view, all he could see was her fluffy little head. Probably have to run there. All right, then that's all we can do. Seeing Yi Lingwei looking discouraged and resigned, Bai Mingyuan found her somewhat adorable. As they ran desperately through the rain, Gu Yan's mother suddenly remembered something. She hurried to the door, opened it again, but found Bai Mingyuan had already disappeared. She quickly went upstairs to Gu Yan's room and found a photo on the bedside table. The photo showed a girl in a white dress, about 20 years old. The girl was slim, with fair skin, and radiated youthful energy. Most strikingly, she had a cold, stunningly beautiful face that was unforgettable. This girl was Yi Lingwei, who had just left the Gu family. It's all my fault I didn't look carefully earlier and didn't recognize her right away, Gu Yan's mother muttered regretfully while looking at the photo. No, I must rush to the hospital and stop them from seeing each other. My son will marry a noble lady in the future, not just any girl who can climb up the social ladder. After changing into different clothes, Gu Yan's mother quickly drove out of the city government family compound. More than 40 minutes later, Yi Lingwei and Bai Mingyuan arrived at Sifang City People's Hospital. Meanwhile, Gu Yan's mother was still driving through heavy traffic, struggling to make her way forward. How about we change into different clothes first, then go find Gu Yan? Yi Lingwei looked down and saw that she and Bai Mingyuan, soaked and drenched, were ready to suggest. Without waiting for Bai Mingyuan's opinion, Yi Lingwei took a set of men's clothes from her space and handed it to him. Then she went into the women's restroom, locked the door, and quickly entered her space. Yi Lingwei took 10 minutes to shower and change into a fresh, dry outfit. The sticky, uncomfortable feeling on her body completely disappeared, and she felt much cleaner. When Yi Lingwei came out of the bathroom again, she saw that Bai Mingyuan had already changed clothes and was waiting for her outside in the corridor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad you don't mind. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, there was a long silence until they reached Gu Yan's father's hospital room. Little sisterling, why are you here? Gu Yan, just coming out of the doctor's office, immediately saw Yi Lingwei standing at his father's door. Gu Yan's usually dull eyes suddenly brightened, and even his tired face looked more energetic. Father asked us to come find you. Yi Lingwei pointed to Bai Mingyuan standing beside her and said. Gu Yan then noticed Bai Mingyuan, who was standing nearby with a cold face. He quickly stepped forward, holding Bai Mingyuan's hand tightly, and said gratefully, such weather, coming here is really not easy. Good brother, thank you for your effort. Stop the chit-chat and open the door quickly. After I see Uncle Gu, I have something to tell you. Gu Yan glanced at Bai Mingyuan's hand, which was released, and muttered softly as he opened the door. No wonder he's an eternal ice block. He's really quite boring. With such a cold personality, who besides us can handle it? Yi Lingwei followed Gu Yan and Bai Mingyuan into the hospital room, then looked around and realized it was a luxurious suite. Besides a private, high-end ward for the patient, it also had a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen. Gu Yan's father, Gu Lin, was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, still in a coma. Yi Lingwei noticed that Gu Yan's appearance didn't resemble his mother much, but looked very much like his father. Bai Mingyuan stepped forward a few paces and stood by the bed, carefully examining Gu Yan's father, who was receiving glucose infusion. Although he was still in a coma, whether because of a fever or because he was well cared for, his face looked unusually rosy. Let's go outside to talk. After checking on Gu Lin, Bai Mingyuan turned to Gu Yan and said. He led the way out of the hospital room and went to the living room. He signaled Gu Yan behind him to lock the door of the entire room. Once Gu Yan and Yi Lingwei were seated, Bai Mingyuan spoke again. Are you the only one here keeping vigil? I have my brother with me, but he went out for something. He should be back soon. When did you wake up? Right after midnight on October 12th, I woke up. My brother and my mom woke up a day later, yesterday. Now only my dad remains in a coma. The hospital can't find out what's wrong with my dad's body or why he suddenly fell into a coma. Do you know what's happening? Hearing this, Gu Yan scratched his head in frustration and looked at Bai Mingyuan with hope. We came here for this reason. Next, I will explain. Listen carefully. If you have questions, wait until I finish before asking. So, Bai Mingyuan explained clearly and briefly, in the shortest time, what he knew about the end-of-the-world situation and important points. After hearing this, Gu Yan was stunned and sat silently on the sofa for a long time. In recent days, he had sensed something strange about this world. Things seemed odd everywhere. First, there was extreme heat over 50 degrees, followed by earthquakes, volcano eruptions, heavy rain, and floods. Even stranger, everyone around him had fallen into a coma at some point, and no cause could be found, without warning. Previously, his boss had warned him that disasters would come in the future. But he never expected that the disaster his boss mentioned was actually the end of the world. No. The end of the world has already arrived. Bai Mingyuan waited a moment, seeing Gu Yan still silent, then continued. It's normal to find it hard to accept at first. But whether you accept it or not, the end of the world has come. If you can't understand now, think about it slowly after we leave. Right now, I'll tell you how to detect supernatural powers so you can see what kind of power you have awakened. When Bai Mingyuan mentioned supernatural powers, Gu Yan, who had been stunned for a long time, finally reacted. After some tests, it was confirmed that Gu Yan had awakened 4 different powers. These are fire, metal, ice, and space abilities. The joy of becoming a 4-element ability user seems to lessen Gu Yan's fear of the coming apocalypse. Don't stay in the hospital anymore. Hurry and take your father home. At midnight tonight, the hospital will become on Earth. If you have a way, It's best to remind the hospital to give each unconscious patient their own room. And tonight, family members are strictly forbidden from visiting unconscious patients. Medical staff cannot freely enter or leave these rooms. Bae Mingyuan paused thoughtfully and added, if it's really impossible, don't force it. Also, you should find a high, remote place to live with your family. Oh, and remember to put Uncle Gu in a separate room, because he hesitated here, stopping his words. But both Gu Yen and Yi Lingwei understood the unspoken meaning behind his words. At that moment, Yi Lingwei took out some guns, ammunition, and medical supplies from her space and placed them on the living room floor. Then she said to the worried Gu Yen, "Gugurga, don't worry too much. Uncle Gu is clearly a lucky person. He will wake up safely tonight. These are from Dad, and he asked me to give them to you. They might be useful later. First, put everything into your space so others won't see." Gu Yen looked at the weapons and equipment on the ground, hesitated, and finally stored them in his space. Then he looked up sincerely at Yi Lingwei and said, "All right, I'll take them. Thanks for your kindness, Lingwei. Please also pass on my thanks to your dad." "No need to thank me. I will tell Dad." Bae Mingyuan sat to the side, watching Yi Lingwei and Gu Yen interact, but a strange, restless feeling grew in his heart. Suddenly, he stood up sharply and said to Gu Yen, "Since we've said everything we need to, we'll be leaving now."
Huh?
"You've only been here a short while, and now you're leaving?" Gu Yen looked at Yi Lingwei with a longing expression and asked, "Today's farewell. I don't know when I'll see you again. Time is urgent now, we have other things to do." Before Yi Lingwei could speak, Bae Mingyuan once again spoke and motioned for her to leave first. "Guka, then I will. Hey kid, open the door for me." Before Yi Lingwei finished speaking, there was a loud knocking at the door. "Mom, why are you here? Why do you think I came? How would I know you locked the door if I didn't come? So you can stay in the hospital room and do those shameful things?" Mother Gu forcefully pushed open Gu Yen and stormed into the room. "Mom, what are you talking about? It's broad daylight. What shameful thing could I be doing?" Gu Yen, already confused, became even more puzzled. "You can't do much alone, but what about her?" Seeing Mother Gu glaring fiercely at Yi Lingwei, Gu Yen quickly stepped forward and protected Yi Lingwei behind him.
Mom, what do you mean by that?
"Why are you accusing Linger's sister for no reason? Where did you get a sister from? Calling her so intimately, how shameless." After scolding Gu Yen, Mother Gu turned to Yi Lingwei and asked sharply, "Why did you change your clothes? I remember when you came to my house earlier, you weren't wearing this outfit." "Yes, I changed my clothes. Is that a problem? Or do I need to report every change of clothes to you?" Although Gu Yen was standing right in front of Yi Lingwei wouldn't tolerate being insulted by Mother Gu without reason. "No wonder you locked the door. You shameless, wicked girl, daring to flirt with my son. Just wait. I'll beat you to death." Saying this, Mother Gu raised her hand and slapped Yi Lingwei harshly across the face. "Mom, stop it." Gu Yen wanted to step forward to stop her, but unexpectedly, Mother Gu pushed him aside forcefully. Just as the slap was about to land on Yi Lingwei's face, Yi Lingwei raised her hand to block it. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from behind her, gripping Mother Gu's wrist tightly. The owner of that hand was Bae Mingyuan, who had been standing behind Yi Lingwei. Yi Lingwei looked back at Bae Mingyuan with some confusion, not understanding why he suddenly intervened. Bae Mingyuan didn't explain. He simply stepped in front of Yi Lingwei, standing between her and Mother Gu, shielding her completely. Mother Gu, in pain, had to scold loudly. "Bae Mingyuan, how dare you hit me? Do you even know who I am? Let go of me now. If Andy promises not to curse and scold or hit anyone casually, I will let go. Otherwise." To Gu Mu's surprise, Bae Mingyuan not only ignored her, but also started to threaten her. "Mom, look at you causing a fuss as soon as you enter the door. What kind of behavior is that? Now you even want to hit Sister Linger. That's unreasonable. Quickly apologize to Sister Ling." Gu Yan's words only added fuel to the fire, making Gu Mu even angrier. "Fine, you all support her, huh? Now that you have many people backing you, I can't fight or argue with you, so I give up." Bai Mingyuan, let go of her now. Hearing Gu Mu say this, Bai Mingyuan loosened Gu Mu's wrist, but still stood there without any intention of moving away. Is your name Yilingwei? Don't think that just because you're pretty, you can enter our Gu family. Pfft, dream on. Unless I die, you'll never marry my son in this lifetime. Seeing Gu Mu's proud and superior attitude, Yilingwei was speechless. She truly couldn't understand why Gu Mu's thinking was so strange. Which words or actions made Gu Mu believe she was dating Gu Yan, and that he wouldn't marry anyone else? In both her past and present lives, Yilingwei never thought about falling in love or getting married. In her past life, she was busy with studies and work, with no time or energy for romance. In this life, she was focused solely on revenge and protecting her loved ones, with no thoughts of marriage. Maybe there is genuine love in the world, and beautiful romance is indeed enviable, but she neither needs nor wants such feelings. In her past life, she had seen too much ugliness and betrayal in human nature. Her experiences serve as a good warning. Friendship can be fragile, and love might be just as unreliable. She deeply understood the high cost of trusting someone. Blood relations aren't always dependable, let alone fleeting love. As the saying goes, it's hard to paint a tiger's bones, knowing the face but not the heart. Just surviving in this apocalyptic world is already difficult. Yilingwei no longer wanted to waste time and energy on feelings that meant little to her. Don't worry, I won't marry your son. So, you should be glad you don't have to die. But from now on, please understand the situation before you start scolding. Stop acting so self-righteous all the time. Acting like your Gu family is so great. Thinking your son is some hot commodity, huh? Yilingwei's words hit like an invisible slap, directly striking Gu's mother in the face. It made her, who was once proud and arrogant, tremble with anger after just a few words.
You.
Mom, please stop talking. Go pack your things and take my dad home now. Gu Yan's mood that afternoon was full of ups and downs, with many mixed feelings. First, he was caught off guard when he learned about the coming apocalypse, before he could accept it. Then he was tested and found to be a rare 4-element ability user. He was briefly happy, but soon he worried about his unconscious father. Before he could calm down, his mother suddenly stormed into the hospital room, causing a loud scene and insulting Yilingwei without reason. Finally, Yilingwei's words. They delivered a death sentence to the budding love in his heart. What did you say? Could it be that your father has woken up and can leave the hospital? Before Gu Yan could answer, his mother hurriedly headed toward his father's room. At that moment, Yilingwei saw a man walk in who was about Gu Yan's age. Hey, Gu Yan, is this your friend? Brother, this is my good friend Bai Mingyuan. You've met him before. This is Yilingwei, my friend. Linger, this is my brother, Gu Jing. With Gu Yan's introduction, Gu Jing looked up at Yilingwei, who was standing behind Bai Mingyuan. His previously relaxed expression suddenly froze. As the eldest son of a mayor's family, nearly 30 years old, he had seen many people. He had met wealthy daughters, famous actresses, and noble ladies from Beijing. But until now, no one's elegance and beauty could compare to Yilingwei. Plus, Yilingwei was still young, and her aura was even more refined and pure, untouched by dust. Hello, I am Gu Jing. Hello.
Seeing Gu Hing greet her, Yilingwei responded politely.
Compared to Gu Yan, Gu Jing seemed more mature and steady. Although he looked quite composed, his appearance was not as striking as Gu Yan's. Gu Yan, you little brat, how dare you lie to me? At this moment, Gu's mother's sharp voice drew everyone's attention again. Your father is still unconscious, and you want him to leave the hospital? Are you trying to kill your father? Mom, listen to me. I have my reasons for doing this. What reasons? If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you get away with it today. Gu Jing saw his mother crossing her arms and glaring angrily at Gu Yan. He hesitated and asked in disbelief, Gu Yan, from what Mom just said, are you planning to get Dad discharged? Yes, brother. I just received reliable news that there will be big trouble at the hospital tonight. So, we must hurry and get Dad out of the hospital now, or it will be a problem. What kind of trouble? Where did you hear that? And who told you? Clearly, Gu Yan's vague explanations couldn't convince Gu Jing. I can't tell you that. Brother, you have to trust me. I won't harm Dad. If nothing happens tonight, we can just send Dad back to the hospital tomorrow. Gu Yan naturally wouldn't tell the truth now. At least not yet. Even if he said the end times had arrived, his brother and mother wouldn't believe him. That brat, he talks so easily. Forget about whether Dad's body can handle all this. Right now, in Sifong City, because of continuous rain, the city is flooded everywhere and traffic is terrible. Do you know how hard it was for me to get to the hospital? Gu's mother recalled the difficult journey, full of complaints. I think Mom is right, Gu Jing told Gu Yan. Gu Yan, you're not young anymore. You should be more mature. From now on, whatever you do, you need to think about the consequences. You can't always act on impulse. It seemed Gu Jing's dissatisfaction with Gu Yan had been building for a while, and his words showed disappointment. So, both brother and mom don't want Dad to leave the hospital? No need to ask, they definitely won't agree. Yes, they won't agree. Seeing his mother and Gu Jing's firm attitude, Gu Yan clenched his teeth. After exchanging a glance with Bai Mingyuan, he said, if that's the case, I have no choice but to be tough. I hope you won't blame me. I'm only doing this for your own good.
Gu Yan, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean by being tough? Gu Yan ignored his mother and Gu Jing's questions. He directly struck a hand chop to his mother's neck. As she closed her eyes and fell backward, Gu Jing was also knocked out by Bai Mingyuan at the same time. Gu Yan carefully placed his mother on the sofa, then took Gu Jing from Bai Mingyuan and helped him onto the sofa as well. Now, I guess I need your help. Please help me get these three onto my car, Gu Yan said with a bitter smile, looking at Bai Mingyuan and Yi Lingwei. Okay, no problem. Sure. Yi Lingwei and Bai Mingyuan replied in unison. I'll go to the director's office first. When I return, we'll leave, Gu Yan explained, and then hurried out of the ward. Half an hour later, Gu Yan, Bai Mingyuan, and Yi Lingwei each pushed a wheelchair and arrived at the hospital parking lot. Gu Yan carefully placed Gu's father, mother, and Jing into the cars, then drove away with Yi Lingwei and Bai Mingyuan. I've already told the director to isolate and care for the patients in a coma. I also hope he can remind other hospitals. As for whether he will follow my advice, I don't know. After all, I have no authority over the city's department's plans and responses, and no one really listens to me. Only after my dad wakes up can he make specific arrangements. While driving, Gu Yan explained the situation to Bai Mingyuan and Yi Lingwei. Since my boss reminded me to stock up on supplies, I bought a lot and store them in 5 different places. Now I'm heading to one of the places I bought earlier, a house on the outskirts of the city. The area is high and quiet, so it should be safe. Good, it's important that you have a plan. Soon we'll get out of the car. Be careful.
Bai Mingyuan warned Gu Yan.
Okay, I will. You guys too. I hope we all stay safe. Yi Lingwei, sitting in the back seat, didn't say a word. She was just writing something with a pen. The moment of parting always comes too quickly. Watching Yi Lingwei and Bai Mingyuan's figures disappear into the rain, Gu Yan felt a strange sadness in his heart. When he got home, he saw a bottle of water and a note left by Yi Lingwei on the seat. His mood, which had been gloomy, suddenly brightened. The note was written in elegant handwriting. Gu Yan, give this bottle of water to Uncle Gu. It might be good for his health. Gu Yan carefully placed the note in his pocket. Then he looked at the water and realized it looked just like the bottle his boss once gave him. Without hesitation, Gu Yan unscrewed the cap and fed the entire bottle to his father. Afterward, he carried his father inside and placed him in a separate bedroom on the top floor. When Gu Yan had finished settling his mother and Jing, he returned to his father's side. To his surprise, he found that his father, who had been running a high fever for several days, was now no longer burning up. He knew that this sudden change must be due to the bottle of spiritual spring water that Yi Lingwei had left for his father. As for why Yi Lingwei left a bottle of spiritual spring water for Gu Yan's father, perhaps she hoped to prevent any accidents involving the mayor of Sifong City. She wanted to give the ordinary people of Sifong City a chance to survive. However, Yi Lingwei was unsure if the spiritual spring water was truly helpful for Gu Yan's father. She could only guarantee that drinking it would not harm his health. Meanwhile, Yilingwei had arrived at the Sifong City Museum. She told Bai Mingyuan to wait for her on the helicopter and entered the museum alone. If someone asked how she entered, she would say that if there were others around, she would use the Qingming sword to cut a passage. If she was alone, she would use space teleportation. Yilingwei thought that space teleportation was incredibly useful. As long as she was within range, she could ignore obstacles and teleport through them. It was like a combination of invisibility and wall-piercing skills. When Yilingwei and her father Yizhan performed the overseas zero-cost purchase, they used this skill to enter the largest arms depot in the United States. This skill also helped Yilingwei escape several life-threatening situations. After entering the museum, she looked at the display cases filled with mysterious and ancient artifacts, feeling as if she was walking through history, appreciating the richness of Dragon Country's history and the brilliance of its culture. Unfortunately, Yilingwei didn't have time to admire them slowly. Anything that could be moved into her space was directly collected. If the display cases were fixed to the ground, she would use the Qingming sword to cut openings in the glass, remove the artifacts, and store them separately in her space. Thanks to her quick and relentless efforts, Yilingwei spent over an hour collecting all the artifacts in the museum into her jade pendant space. Afterwards, she and Bai Mingyuan hurriedly moved on to the Sifong City Library. Although the library was large and contained many books, she pressed on without delay. Because Yilingwei can store books and entire shelves in her space, operating in the library is much simpler and quicker for her than in a museum. When Yilingwei comes out of the library and sits again in the helicopter, Bai Mingyuan, who is in the pilot's seat, glances back at her before speaking. "Where are we going now?" "I've finished my tasks. Do you have anything to do?"
No.
"Then let's hurry back to the climbing village. It will get dark soon, and it might not be safe later." "Okay." Yilingwei thinks that Bai Mingyuan is quite good, except that he doesn't talk much. He didn't ask her what she did today at the museum and library. An hour later, the helicopter piloted by Bai Mingyuan has reached the sky above Fengqiao County. "Why don't we go check the warehouse? Maybe Wan Shi and the others need our help," he suggests. "Sounds good." Yilingwei agrees. Bai Mingyuan then flies the helicopter toward a warehouse on the outskirts of Fengqiao County. When they arrive, Wan Shi and others are busy working. "Vivi, what a coincidence you came." For Wan Shi happily calls out to Yilingwei. "There's still some cargo left, and our helicopter can't carry it all," she explains. "Have all the supplies from the other warehouse been moved?"
Yilingwei asks.
"Yes, everything has been taken back to the village. Only these remain," Wan Shi replies. After a brief chat, Yilingwei and Wan Shi quickly help load and unload the supplies. When they finish and leave in the helicopter, they notice a thin man hiding in the shadows, looking up at the plane. He watches until the helicopter disappears into the rainy night, then turns and vanishes into the darkness. When Yilingwei gets home, she sees Yizhanmin holding an umbrella, waiting near the backyard helipad. "Dad, I'm back." She calls out, smiling widely and waving at him. "Good to see you back. Good to see you back," Yizhanmin says, examining his daughter carefully until he confirms she is safe. Then he relaxes. "Uncle Yi, we're heading home now," Wan Shi and the others say goodbye as they step down from the plane. Returning to the living room, Yilingwei saw that Yizhanmin's hair was wet, so she knew he had been waiting in the rain for a long time. After all, there was no shelter above the tarmac for easy plane takeoff and landing. "Dad, I need to go upstairs to wash up now. Go take a hot shower so you don't catch a cold.
Okay.
Remember to come down for dinner later. Dad will be waiting for you."
Got it.
Half an hour later, Yilingwei came downstairs and saw her father, Yizhan, sitting on the sofa in the living room. "Dad, you're back?" He only hurried home because you returned. Otherwise, it's hard for me to see him even once." Whenever she mentioned this, Yizhanmin felt angry but had nowhere to vent. "Well, why don't we eat first? Look, Xiaowei has been running around all day. She must be starving." Yizhan nervously touched his nose and had to use Yilingwei as an excuse. "Yes, Dad, let's eat first." I feel so hungry I could eat a whole cow. Seeing her father's awkwardness, Yi Lingwei could only agree. I know you and your father are close. Just support him.
Ye Lingwei siket inyardli.
She hadn't expected that just after arriving home, she would become the middle piece in a sandwich. That's truly a sweet burden. After dinner, Yi Lingwei looked at her somewhat tired father and asked with concern, Dad, how's the situation in the village now? It's still a bit complicated. The villagers from the 3 villages add up to a few thousand people. Excluding those who go out to work or study, about 2,000 people live in the village. The key point is, most of the people who stay are middle-aged or elderly, with fewer young and strong adults. That doesn't look very optimistic. After Yi Zhan finished speaking, Yi Zhenmin added, Besides us and Wanqi and a few others, how many awakened abilities are there in the village? Yi Lingwei thought for a moment and continued to ask, the combined number of multi-ability and single-ability awakened in the 3 villages is about 1,000. Hearing this, Yi Lingwei frowned and asked, So, another 1,000 villagers are still unconscious. What does the village plan to do with them? When mentioning this, Yi Zhan's mood clearly dropped. The trouble is right here. I told the village that the unconscious might have a contagious disease and must be isolated. They need to be kept in a sealed room, with doors and windows locked, especially tonight. Except for our mountaineering village, which was unanimously approved under the dual pressure from the village chief and the clans, the 2nd village's chief, Qian Fugui, directly opposed, while the 3rd village's chief, Li Dashan, did not make any statement. Yi Lingwei naturally understands her father's difficulty. Her father is not good at socializing. Recently, he has been busy with village affairs, which is already quite hard. Mountaineering Village is where her father grew up. He cares deeply for the land and the villagers, so he tends to be cautious in his actions. I think you are just meddling too much. Actually, you only need to manage the villagers in 1 village. As for the other 2 villages, it's up to them whether they listen or not. You can't force them. Yi Zhenmin can't understand why Yi Zhan, usually decisive and quick to act, suddenly becomes hesitant. Yi Zhan is not a saint, but because the 3 villages have been interconnected through years of marriage, they are very closely linked. If one village has problems, it's hard for any of them to stay unaffected. If it really can't be helped, then we can try to tempt them with benefits. Yi Lingwei doesn't want to see her father in trouble. After thinking for a moment, she made a suggestion. What do you mean? Yi Zhan looked at Yi Lingwei with confusion. Tonight, have the villagers who wake up from their sleep gather at the village committee. Say that my father wants to thank the villagers for their care over the years. He has prepared some gifts to give out tonight at 10 o'clock to those present. Once everyone is gathered, try to delay for an extra hour or 2. You can take this chance to sneak into the villagers' homes and lock the unconscious people in separate rooms. This method isn't perfect, but I think it's worth a try. All right, let's do it this way. I'll go to the village now to give the notice. After Yi Lingwei finished speaking, Yi Zhan excitedly patted his leg and stood up, ready to leave. Make sure to disguise yourself well when sneaking into the villagers' homes. Don't let anyone recognize you, and don't let the villagers suspect that this has anything to do with you. To avoid trouble later, since this is a thankless task. Yi Zhenmin stopped Yi Zhan and reminded him again. Okay, I understand. After Yi Zhan left, Yi Lingwei looked at Yi Zhenmin and asked, Dad, what kind of gifts should we prepare? Prepare some rice, flour, and cooking oil. Say they were brought back by a big truck this morning. When you return to the village in the morning, many villagers saw it. Using these items as gifts can help villagers in urgent need and avoid attracting unwanted attention. Also, we don't need to rush to deliver the supplies to the village committee, which gives us some extra time. Around 9 o'clock at night, in the village committee courtyard of Mountaineering Village, the diesel generator roared loudly, and the lights shone brightly. To host this event, Yi Zhenmin specially donated a large diesel generator to the village committee. At this moment, the courtyard was crowded with villagers, their voices and conversations blending into a lively noise. Your family is better, more people come, and they get more gifts. Your family also has quite a few visitors. Much better than those families whose entire households are still unconscious. They didn't come at all. The strong smell of diesel mixed with villagers' sweat filled the air. Dark nights stretched like ink, covering the entire mountaineering village. Heavy rain and fierce wind swept through the treetops, making howling sounds that sounded like ghostly screams. Did you hear that? Yizhan's daughter's real father is the richest man in Donghai City. He has so much money. Honestly, Yi family's little girl is really lucky. Who would have thought a girl picked up casually by the roadside more than a year ago? Now she's become a wealthy young lady. Standing among the crowd, Qian Baozhu listened to the envy-filled gossip about Yi Lingwei. Jealousy burned fiercely in her heart, and her face looked extremely ugly. She couldn't understand why Yi Lingwei, who also grew up in the countryside, had such good luck. She didn't believe it. Qian Baozhu's bloodshot eyes kept glancing toward Yi Zhenmin's direction, as if harboring a strong, determined desire to take something. Village Chief Zhao, when will the event start? A impatient villager shouted loudly. Almost ready, almost ready. It's just that there are so many gifts. We need some time to move them over here. Zhao Village Chief wiped the sweat from his face and answered loudly. By around 10 o'clock at night, most villagers had arrived. Meanwhile, Yizhan also began his secret plan. As the clock struck 12, villagers who had received their gifts started heading home one after another. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the night like a sharp blade. Yi Lingwei's heart trembled sharply. She knew that what was coming was finally here. The most brutal scene of the apocalypse is now officially beginning. Chu Yifeng and others, who had been hiding in the shadows, heard the scream and couldn't help but feel a chill. Their hands, holding rifles, tightened instinctively. All night, the sounds of screams, running, and fighting mixed together like a barrel of lit dynamite. Under the cover of darkness and chaos, Yizhan, Yi Lingwei, Chu Yifeng, Wan Shi, Xiao Beichen, and Bai Mingyuan moved like ghosts across the rooftops of the village. They took advantage of the confusion to shoot and kill most of the zombies with their snipers. Occasional lightning illuminated the twisted, deformed faces of the zombies, with slimy, rotten flesh dripping and emitting a foul smell. The zombies dragged their stiff, slow bodies, making creaking sounds as they chewed and repeatedly slammed into locked doors and windows. Every time Yizhan pulled the trigger, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. There was determination to eliminate the zombies, but also regret for the villagers who had perished. Although they had prepared mentally, when Ruanxi and others saw the grotesque, disgusting faces of the zombies for the first time, their stomachs churned violently. The strong smell of gunpowder mixed with blood filled the air, making it hard to breathe. But no one backed down. For Chu Yifeng, Ruanxi, and the others, Mountaineering Village was their base now, and they couldn't let this place fall into the hands of the zombies. Meanwhile, Yi Lingmei, faced with such disturbing scenes, showed no reaction. After all, she had witnessed even more brutal scenes in her previous life for 10 years and had become numb to it. In the end, except for a few zombies deliberately left alive, the rest had been killed by the 6 people. The reason for leaving a few zombies alive was to let the villagers experience firsthand the cruelty of the end times and see how terrifying zombies could be. By dawn, the 6 of them, exhausted, quietly returned to Yizhan's home. I counted roughly 500 zombies last night, Yi Zhenmin estimated based on how many each person had killed. Because we were well prepared, only a few were injured or infected by the zombies. This means that out of the 2,000 villagers, only about a quarter turned into zombies. But I estimate that, without defenses, the rate of humans turning into zombies would at least double this number. Yi Zhenmin's words made everyone's mood even heavier. But what they didn't know was that the situation was much worse than Yi Zhenmin expected. In the previous life, because they were unprepared, only 500 people survived in Mounting Village. The other 1,500 people, besides those who died instantly, more than 1,000 turned into zombies. Over time, the villagers' living conditions became worse and worse. When Yi Lingwei returned to the village, fewer than 200 villagers were still alive. Recalling some details from her past life, Yi Lingwei spoke. Actually, the basic zombies are easy to deal with. They move slowly, and besides instinctively seeking humans to bite, they have no special abilities. Any tool that can quickly destroy their heads will kill them completely. But the hard part is that humans naturally fear zombies. Ordinary people, living in peaceful times, simply don't dare to attack them. So, in the early days of the apocalypse, the number of zombies grew rapidly. Everyone knew Yi Lingwei's words were correct, but actually doing it was very difficult. As for the outside world, we are limited in ability now, so we can't do anything. We can only wait and see later. Right now, you all haven't slept all night, so go home and rest well. I guess the village chief will come to see me soon, and I can go alone then. Just stay at home, and don't show yourselves. Just as Yi Zhan finished speaking, a hurried knocking on the door sounded. Dad, be sure to stay safe. Yi Lingwei looked at Yi Zhan with concern and reminded him. Okay. Yi Zhan replied, and left without looking back. Vivi, don't worry. She came over softly to comfort Yi Lingwei. The remaining zombies are nothing to the head of the village. No, you're wrong. Honestly, I think the head of the village wouldn't personally attack those zombies. Xiao Beichen looked calmly at the closed door in the yard and analyzed. Although to us, those are zombies and no longer human, but to the villagers, they are still their loved ones. If the head of the village dares to attack and kill the zombies in front of the villagers, I think the villagers will definitely hold a grudge against him. I think Beichen is right. Our leader is just emotional, not stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't let us use rifles at night to kill zombies from a distance. Isn't it just to avoid exposing us and making the villagers resent us? After Xiao Beichen finished speaking, Chu Yifeng quickly followed and shared his opinion. Alright, don't worry anymore. Your leader is smart. Everyone should go back and rest. If you have anything to say, wait until after you wake up. Yi Zhenmin stood up, urging everyone to rest quickly. Although he didn't participate in last night's fight, he knew it must have been very fierce. Yi Zhan, do you know what exactly is going on? Why did a normal person suddenly turn into such a fierce and terrifying appearance? Village Chief Zhao's brows were tightly furrowed, and his face was full of worry. He hurriedly asked Yi Zhan as they rushed along. Zhao Qingshan is the village chief of Dengshan village. He is just over 50 years old, with skin darkened and shining from years of farm work. He is not very tall, and his back is bent from the burdens of life, making him seem even shorter. His face is full of wrinkles, and his hair is turned white, making him look even older. Only his eyes remain bright, showing the calmness and determination a village leader should have. Zhao Qingshan's wife, Li Xiaohua, is a capable and straightforward woman. Over the years, she has helped Zhao Qingshan a lot both inside and outside the house. Now, they are both awakened with elemental abilities, one with metal powers and the other with fire powers. They have 3 sons, plus a granddaughter and 3 grandsons. Their family is happy and prosperous. Zhao Qingshan's eldest son, Zhao Pengcheng, nicknamed Dazhuang, is in his 30s and tall and strong. He is one of the 5 people in the village who awaken multiple elemental abilities, besides Yi Zhan and Yi Lingwei. Dazhuang's wife, Qian Xiaowan, is from Dengshan village too. She is gentle and kind, quite different from many people from the Qian family in village too, who are often bossy and unreasonable. Unfortunately, Qian Xiaowan did not awaken any abilities and remains an ordinary person. At first, she felt a little disappointed, but luckily, her 2 children are different from her. 16-year-old Zhao Jiejia and 14-year-old Zhao Yiming awaken water and fire abilities, respectively, and both are single-element ability users. Zhao Qingshan's second son, Zhao Guangyao, is nicknamed Erzwang. He and his eldest son Zhao Kai, like Zhao Qingshan, both awaken fire-type abilities. His wife Li Min awakened ice-type abilities. However, his youngest son Zhao Yu is not so lucky. He remains an ordinary person with no special powers. But being an ordinary person is still better than becoming a zombie, neither human nor ghost. Zhao Qingshan's youngest son Zhao Baojun is now a fire-type ability holder. Zhao Baojun is the same age as Yi Lingwei, both 20, and they are currently in college. He should be on campus now, but during the summer vacation, He accidentally hurt his arm and has not gone to school yet. It seems Zhao Qingshan's family is one of the few lucky families in Dangshan village. In total, Zhao Qingshan's family has 11 members. Besides 2 ordinary people, the other 9 have awakened abilities, and no one has had an accident. But Zhao Qingshan, as the village chief, is overwhelmed by the zombie situation and can't feel happy at all. Dad, I told you long ago those are zombies, they are no longer human. Didn't you watch zombie movies with me at home before? Moreover, awakening abilities is the best proof that this is happening. From my guess, this must be the end of the world. Zhao Baojun, his youngest son, came with Zhao Qingshan to find Yizhan. Now Zhao Baojun is walking beside Yizhan, excitedly gesturing and comparing notes with Zhao Qingshan. Uncle Yi, do you think I'm right? Yes, I think your idea is the most reliable. Uncle supports you. With Zhao Baojun's hopeful gaze, Yizhan smiled and patted his shoulder, continuing, Baojun, as a college student, is more knowledgeable than us. Brother Zhao, you're really lucky. Yizhan was thinking about how to reveal the fact that the end of the world has quietly arrived. Unexpectedly, Zhao Baojun blurted out everything first. Zhao Qingshan pretended to be angry and shot a glance at Zhao Baojun, then modestly said, this was just a lucky coincidence. Don't praise him too much, or his ego will get too big. Although he said this, Zhao Qingshan's lips showed a slight smile. After all, as a parent, hearing others praise your child makes you happy inside. Even if Baojun is right, how do we tell the villagers? Regarding the apocalypse and zombies, most villagers, except the young people, have no idea about them. They have no evidence or proof, so they simply won't believe it. Sigh at this point, Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but deeply sigh.
Dad, what's so hard about this?
I have an idea. Just organize the villagers to watch a few movies about the end of the world and zombies, and they will believe it naturally. We can play them in the village committee yard, where there's a generator. Once you set the time, I will bring the computer and projector from home. Then, we can have the young people in the village give a good explanation to everyone, which might work even better. Brother Zhao, I think Baojun's idea is very good. Zhao Baojun, who received Yizhan's approval again, almost couldn't stop smiling. All right, since you agree too, let's do as Baojun suggested. While they were talking, they suddenly saw a commotion coming from a short distance ahead. Women's screams and men's shouts of anger mixed together, along with villagers running in all directions. Yizhan and Zhao Qingshan's faces changed, and they quickly ran forward. Behind them, Zhao Baojun also hurried to follow. When the 3 reached the scene, they saw at Lu Widow's house at the west end of the village, a few burly men were forcefully pushing against the wooden door. Beyond the low courtyard wall, they could see inside Lu Widow's yard. There was a twisted, ragged man-zombie, making strange haha sounds as he forcefully banged against the already fragile door. We can't let him out, or we'll all die. Last night, I saw old Li being bitten by his grandson, who turned into a monster. Just a few minutes later, old Li also turned into a monster. If someone hadn't blown their heads off, we might have all turned into monsters last night. Yes, we can't let him escape. The burly men shouting at the door were trying to encourage themselves, knowing they were only a door away from the zombie. Their fear had reached its peak. If it weren't for the need to protect their families behind them, they wouldn't have the courage to fight the zombie. Everyone except the elderly and children, go and move stones to block the entrance first. Anyone who dares to slack off at this moment should not expect anyone to help them when they face danger later. Zhao Qingshan, who was rushing over in a hurry, shouted loudly at the villagers who were running away in all directions. When the villagers heard the stern voice of the village chief, they all stopped in their tracks. After thinking carefully, they overcame their fear and turned back toward Widow Lu's house. Most of the people in Mountaineering Village are from the Zhao family, from the village head to the elders. The ancestors of the Zhao family were among the first to move to Mountaineering Village. Without the Zhao family, there would be no Mountaineering Village today. Because of this, the village is very united, and most people listen to the village chief, Zhao Qingshan. Of course, there are exceptions. Every village has a few troublemakers who refuse to follow rules. Mountaineering Village is no different. Widow Lu is one of them. Interestingly, when Yi Zhan was renovating the village, he left a lot of stones at the entrance. The villagers gathered around the stone pile, busy moving and carrying stones. They hurried to Widow Lu's door, threw down the stones, and then ran away without stopping. In just about 10 minutes, Widow Lu's door was completely blocked by stones. A few strong men couldn't hold it anymore and collapsed to the ground. They first wiped the sweat from their faces with damp cloths, then patted their chests and pressed down their racing hearts from fear. One of the men, trembling with fear, said, "The monster was so strong, it almost broke the door." It was really terrifying. When Zhao Qingshan heard this, his face looked even worse. Things seemed worse than he had imagined. He knew he had to act quickly to remove these dangers.
Stop.
Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry came from afar. "You're not allowed to block my door." Then, everyone saw a thin, disheveled woman rushing toward them. "This is my house. Why are you blocking my door with stones?" The woman shouted angrily, glaring at everyone, then bent down to move the stones blocking the door. "Everyone, hold her back. Don't let her touch the stones at the door." Zhao Qingshan signaled the villagers to hold Widow Lu back and asked sternly, "Widow Lu, do you realize you almost caused a big problem? What trouble can I as a widow cause?" "Zhao Qingshan, stop throwing dirt on me." Widow Lu suddenly broke free from the villagers' hold, stomping her foot and pointing at Zhao Qingshan, shouting sharply. Widow Lu, with small eyes and thin lips, has always been the biggest troublemaker in the village. She dares to take advantage of everything and everyone, and she dares to curse anyone. If the situation weren't special, Zhao Qingshan really wouldn't want to deal with her. I've already said it before, if there's a monster at home, you must lock the door. Until the village handles it, whether it's dead or alive, they are not allowed to leave the house. For the safety of everyone, Zhao Qingshan was not afraid of Widow Lu's sneaky glare. "Why did you release the monster from your house?" "That's not a monster. That's my son, Go Dan. Every time my son sees you, he calls you Uncle Zhao. Do you deserve that?" At this, Widow Lu spat loudly toward Zhao Qingshan. He dodged to the side and continued to press her with questions. "If that's the case, why didn't you stay home and take care of your son? Why did you run away?" Widow Lu, who was repeatedly questioned, now looked guilty. Although she knew the monster was her beloved son transformed, she was still scared. I didn't run away. I had something to do, so I left the house." Clearly, Widow Lu, though refusing to admit it, seemed less confident now. Zhao Qingshan didn't give her time to respond and continued to question sternly. "Then why didn't you lock the big gate when you left? Don't you know that letting the monster out could harm everyone in the village? Can you bear that responsibility?" Widow Lu's eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look Zhao Qingshan in the eye. She just lowered her head, shrank her neck, and mumbled her excuses. "I forgot for a moment. Yes, if you say the monster is your son, then why didn't you stay home to take care of him? Look, your son is hungry. You should go home and cook for him." The villagers watching nearby finally reacted. They almost got hurt because of Widow Lu. They think she's doing it on purpose, trying to make everyone unlucky with her. Realizing this, the villagers glared angrily at Widow Lu, shouting loudly and angrily. "How can you say I did it on purpose? Do you have proof? This is simple enough. If you dare to go home now, I will admit I wrongly accused you. Although the door is blocked and you can't enter, I can lend you a ladder from home so you can climb over the wall." "You? What do you mean? Just tell me if you dare or not." Widow Lu saw the villagers glaring angrily at her and knew she had angered everyone. The village rules have always been like this. Villagers can argue and fight a little, but they cannot have harmful intentions or damage the village's interests or people's lives. If anyone is caught doing so, they will be expelled from the village, no matter who they are. From the moment Zhao Qingshan ruthlessly exposed her dark thoughts, there was no place for her in the village anymore. Thinking of this, Widow Lu had to say fiercely, "You all force me today. There's more to come. We'll see what happens in the future. If anyone dares to hurt my son, I will come back to take revenge and kill him myself." Her malicious gaze swept over the villagers present. After leaving this harsh threat, she turned around and walked out of the village, without hesitation. Village Chief Zhao, should we just let her go like that? Yeah, I think she's pretty angry with us. The villagers looked at Widow Lu's determined figure walking away, feeling uneasy. What do you all think we should do? Can we just lock her up? Zhao Qingshan knew that letting Widow Lu leave like this might not be good. But as a law-abiding citizen for many years, he couldn't bring himself to kidnap or hurt her. Most of the others were honest farmers too. They had never even dared to fight or do anything extreme, let alone commit serious acts. So when Zhao Qingshan asked, the villagers couldn't decide and could only stay silent. Let's not worry about her for now. We should discuss how to deal with those monsters that died. Now that the weather is hot, I'm worried if we stay here longer, it might cause more problems. When Zhao Qingshan mentioned the zombies that had died last night, everyone's faces showed sadness. Those zombies had once been their family and friends, even though they had turned into terrifying monsters when they died. Living people still cannot avoid feeling sad and upset about their loved ones' deaths, and it is hard to forget them quickly. Seeing the villagers look so sorrowful, Zhao Qingshan's heart also feels heavy. Among those who died are his friends, relatives, elders, younger people, and childhood friends. He never expected that people he grew up with in the same village would leave in such a tragic way. But as the village head, he has no time to mourn or be discouraged. He must take on his responsibilities and lead the remaining villagers to survive in this end-of-the-world situation. This time, if it weren't for Yi Zhan's warning and Yi Lingwei's father helping with money and effort to rebuild the village, the current Dengshan village might have already become on Earth. So, even if he notices something, he won't say it and he definitely won't ask. He only silently thanks those who protect the villagers from the shadows and quietly contribute to the village. Zhao Qingshan looked deeply at Yi Zhan, who had been silent beside him, then turned to the villagers and continued, "Time waits for no one. We don't know what's happening in the other two villages right now. Everyone go home first and call your family members. Let's meet at the village committee in half an hour." Seeing the villagers disperse, Zhao Qingshan turned back and told Zhao Baojun, who was following him, "Go home quickly and bring your computer and projector to the village committee. Also, tell your family to come to the meeting. Make sure to call your nephew and niece too." "Okay, I'll go now." After Zhao Qingshan finished speaking, Zhao Baojun quickly ran away. At the east end of the village, under the old locust tree, was a place where villagers usually rested and chatted. It is said that this old locust tree has been here since Dengshan village was established. No one knows exactly how old it is. Villagers only know its big canopy and sweet-smelling locust flowers. Usually lively, this place now feels strangely cold and lonely. Under the tree, a few scattered villagers were gathered, whispering quietly. "Last night was so scary, I almost died of fright. If the monster hadn't been locked inside the house and couldn't come out, we might not have met today." Aunt Zhao shrank her neck nervously and whispered to the person beside her. "All the houses near your home are empty, with few people living there. I am much worse off than you."
You know old Sue's family, right?
"That family is not far west of my house. All 4 members have turned into monsters. They've been howling loudly all night, banging on the doors. I was so scared they might come out that I was terrified, almost losing my mind." Mrs. Lu's face was pale as she kept clutching her chest. Clearly, she was very frightened and still hadn't calmed down. "I heard that in our village, including Widow Lu's family, there are several living monsters. Aunt Lu, do you think they have some strange disease? Is there any hope for them?" At this moment, a younger woman spoke softly. "What hope? Haven't you seen their flesh rotting and smelling bad? Long River's wife, you haven't seen some of the monsters' eyes have fallen out. How can they be saved?" Thinking of the terrifying, disgusting look of zombies, Mrs. Lu shivered all over. If possible, she never wanted to see such a thing again in her life. "I really don't know what kind of sin this is. Why did everything change so suddenly after just one night? How are people supposed to live in the future?" Thinking about the days ahead, the villagers' hearts sank deeply, and they no longer wanted to talk. Aunt Zhao, Aunt Lu, Long River's family, why are you still here chatting? The village chief is about to hold a meeting at the village committee, and all villagers must attend. A middle-aged woman passing by called out towards the old locust tree. All right, we'll go right now. Mrs. Lu responded and quickly stood up. She brushed dust off her clothes and headed to the west end of the village. The others saw this and also got up, walking together toward the village committee. The village committee is located on the west side of the village, directly opposite the big locust tree in the east. Good. Since everyone is here, let's officially start today's meeting. Zhao Qingshan's commanding voice rang out clearly among the villagers. Before we get to the main topic, I want everyone to watch a few movie clips. After watching, many of your questions will be answered. Just as Zhao Qingshan finished speaking, the villagers erupted in protest, full of doubts and complaints. It's so late. Who has the time or mood to watch movies? I really don't understand what the village chief is doing. Humph. At that moment, Zhao Jun, the head of Zhao's family in the village and Zhao Qingshan's father, spoke. He let out a cold snort and then sharply patted the table. Village chief, your decision must have a reason. Just follow what he says. If any member of the Zhao family disobeys the order, they will be expelled from the family. Zhao Jun's face was calm, and his sharp eyes swept over the villagers present. Suddenly, the noisy crowd fell silent. Everyone quietly lowered their heads, afraid to look at the family head. Meanwhile, Zhao Baojun, who had been waiting nearby, quickly started playing a post-apocalyptic movie. At this moment, for many villagers of Dengshan village, the concepts of the apocalypse and zombies appeared in their lives for the first time. Disasters and zombies would accompany them for a long, long time in the days to come. When the movie ended, the entire village committee was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one spoke, not even breathing, which carried a faint sense of exhaustion. A feeling of confusion and despair about the future lingered in everyone's hearts. Through this movie, I think everyone now has a basic understanding of zombies. The monsters we talk about are almost exactly like the zombies shown in the film. The horror of zombies is clearly explained in the movie, so I won't go into detail. Zombies are not humans. They only know how to eat flesh and drink blood. They have no feelings and are no longer our loved ones. So, no matter how sad or reluctant we are, we must quickly eliminate the zombies in the village. Otherwise, no one can guarantee that no accidents will happen again. Zhao Qingshan's words struck like a bell in the hearts of the villagers. Thinking back to this morning, when they almost fell victim to Widow Lu, many felt a chill in their backs. The apocalypse had arrived. Whether they could accept it or not, reality would not change. If they wanted to survive, they had to hide their grief over losing loved ones deep inside and face the brutal world bravely. The deceased are gone. The living must continue to live. They could not be weak or run away, or they would only face death. Village Chief Zhao, whatever you say, we will do. Yes, we will follow your lead. And anyone who dares to fall behind, we won't spare them. The villagers who wanted to understand quickly spoke up first, supporting Zhao Qingshan's ideas. Their voices echoed repeatedly in the village committee courtyard. Quiet. Since everyone trusts me, I will do my best not to let you down. Zhao Qingshan stood up from his seat, raised both hands, and pressed them down. Once everyone was quiet, he continued, First, we need to gather all the bodies of the deceased. Then, we will transport them out of the village and cremate them together. As for the few zombies still alive, we will decide what to do after finishing these tasks. At this moment, Aunt Zhao stood up and asked anxiously, But who should be responsible for collecting the bodies? They're so scary, and the zombie virus can spread. After all, Aunt Zhao's neighbor had 4 zombie bodies at home. She hoped they could be moved away as soon as possible. Someone from each family will be responsible for cleaning. If it's a total loss situation, the village office will send people to handle it. Zhao Qingshan paused briefly before continuing, to prevent anyone from getting infected with the zombie virus while cleaning. Comrade Yi Zhan from our village voluntarily donated a batch of protective suits. I believe everyone has seen the contributions Yi Zhan's family has made for our village during this time. If it weren't for their efforts, last night's casualties would have been even higher. I hope all our villagers are grateful-hearted people. No matter what difficulties we face in the future, we should never become ungrateful. After saying this, Zhao Qingshan turned and bowed deeply to Yizhan. Brother Yi, on behalf of the villagers, I thank you. Seeing Zhao Qingshan's actions, all the villagers present stood up voluntarily, bowing to thank Yizhan as well. Yizhan stepped forward, reached out to help Zhao Qingshan up, and then said nothing, just bowed in return to all the villagers. A few minutes later, Zhao Qingshan spoke again. Anyone with zombie bodies at home, come register now and get a set of protective gear. Village officials and militia members stay behind. All others, you may leave. An hour later, villagers dressed in protective suits finished cleaning up the zombie bodies, transporting them to an empty field outside the village. They then evenly poured the prepared gasoline over the pile of bodies. After completing these steps, they took off their protective gear and threw everything into the fire together. Finally, Zhao Qingshan, with tears in his eyes, forcefully threw the torch into the pile of zombies. The blazing flames instantly shot up and quickly engulfed all the bodies. The villagers' cries of pain, combined with the booming sound of bombs, sounded especially tragic and lonely in the open field. Despite the heavy rain pouring down, the fierce fire did not weaken. The hot air mixed with a foul smell, spreading continuously around. It was like a demon that wanted to swallow everything, unstoppable. All the villagers dressed in white mourning clothes knelt in front of the fire, until their tears dried up and only scorched earth remained. No one spoke, and there was no need to say more. Everyone picked up their shovels, scooped up some dirt, and covered the ashes. One shovel after another, until a huge grave was built. Fellow villagers, I wish you all good luck in your next life, a smooth journey, and safety. Farewell, everyone. With Zhao Qingshan's sorrowful shout, the villagers' cries and goodbyes echoed through the sky once again. Not far from them, a group of people from Village 2 and Village 3 were curiously discussing something. I wonder what that group from Village 1 is doing, crying and howling like ghosts. They took out all the dead from last night and burned them.
How do you know that?
Of course, I saw it with my own eyes.
Huh.
Aren't they supposed to call the police first and let the police handle it? How dare they burn them privately? What they're thinking, who knows? I definitely wouldn't dare to touch those monsters. They smell terrible and are too scary. Hidden behind a few people, Qian Baozhu overheard their words and looked at Yizhan in the distance. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly thought of a plan, then turned and ran home. Now, everyone, let's discuss. How should we deal with the few live zombies still locked up in the village? Zhao Qingshan changed into a new outfit, called the village officials again, and returned to the village committee office. The others with him included the families whose houses still held live zombies. Widow Lu isn't here, so I won't interfere with her thoughts. Seeing no one responded, Zhao Qingshan called on 4 villagers to speak first. Since what others say isn't suitable, why don't you tell us yourselves? Village chief, I know he's a zombie now, and he's no longer the father I respected most. I also know that if he were alive, he would bring danger to everyone, but I just can't bring myself to do it. 30-something Zhang Shu hadn't said much before covering his face with both hands. He sobbed softly, like a helpless child. The other families also couldn't speak, tears streaming down their faces. They were so overwhelmed with grief that they couldn't find the words to speak. At this moment, the villagers felt like they were at a crossroads in life, stuck between 2 difficult choices. They watched helplessly as their loved ones turned into mindless zombies, and the pain was too much to bear. Now, they were asked to take action themselves, which made their hearts ache even more. Even though the village chief didn't say it directly, everyone understood. Dealing with zombies was a tough job, and in the end, it was up to them. I don't want to force you, but every minute you delay increases the danger for everyone, Zhao Qingshan said, looking at the distressed faces of the families. Though he felt sorry for them, the urgent situation forced him to speak firmly. He secretly sighed, wondering why fate was so harsh, pushing people to the brink. If you can't bring yourself to act, then just burn the houses down altogether. That way, you won't have to see the damage, he suggested. Our village has wide spaces between houses, so a fire in one won't spread to others. Sure, losing a house is sad, but we can rebuild. If people are lost, everything is gone. Suddenly, an old, weathered voice drifted softly from outside the door. Zhao Qingshan looked up sharply. His elderly father was carefully supporting the village elder as he slowly entered the house. Everyone in the office quickly stood up to greet them. Zhao Qingshan hurried over, helping the elders to sit down before asking, "Great-grandpa, Dad, why have you come?" Zhao Qingshan's father, Zhao Jun, was the head of the Zhao family in Mountaineer Village. He was nearly 80 years old, and time had left deep marks on his face. Next to him was the village elder, Zhao Duong, Zhao Jun's older brother and Zhao Qingshan's great-grandfather. The old man was now 98 years old, and his health was growing weaker. Last night, his eldest son and daughter-in-law also tragically passed away. "If we didn't come, who knows how long you would delay," the village chief said with disappointment, sharply criticizing them. "Don't you know that the longer you wait, the more trouble there will be?" According to Bao Jun, zombie activity gets worse at night. Once they let them break free and run out, who among us could stop their wild attack? The villagers looked ashamed after hearing the elder's words, lowering their heads and whispering, "Chief, elder, we were wrong. It's all our fault for not seeing the seriousness of the current situation and not understanding what is urgent and important." The elder slowly sat down, took a moment to rest, then spoke again. "I understand your difficult situation and the pain in your hearts. They are now beyond help, and we must think about those still alive. I told my family long ago that if I ever get bitten by a zombie, please end my life immediately. I would rather die with dignity than become a monster and struggle to survive in this world. Young Zhang, I believe if your father were alive, he would make the same choice as I did." The elder, who had spoken so much, looked even more grim. Yi Zhan, who had been silent, suddenly stood up and quietly handed the elder a bottle of water. He softly said, "Elder, have some water to soothe your throat." The elder took the water, drank a few sips, and seemed to feel better. His exhausted body relaxed a bit, and he showed a faint, satisfied smile, sincerely praising, "Thank you, Zhan. This water is quite good. I heard you've done a lot for the village, running around tirelessly. You are a kind and loyal young man, truly admirable." Yi Zhan modestly responded, and then quietly returned to the corner. "How are you all thinking?" The elder's sharp gaze swept over a few villagers and asked in a firm voice, "Elder, I understand now. I will follow your instructions." Zhang Shu raised his hand to wipe his tears, and was the first to show his stance. "We all listen to you." The others also clenched their teeth, and made up their minds to follow the elder's plan. "Good." Seeing this, Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly and said with determination, "This is your family matter and also the village's. If possible, the village will cover the costs for rebuilding your houses, including materials and labor. If not, the village will ensure you are safely settled in one of the empty houses. And the necessary supplies for daily life will also be fully supported by the village committee." Zhao Qingshan's words were like a warm sun in winter. They made the villagers, who were suffering from the pain of losing loved ones, feel genuine warmth and care from the village. "Brother Yi, please use the vehicle to move the village's water pump to the South Lake. I will arrange people to lay the water pipes as soon as possible. When the fire is almost out of control, you should start pumping water to put out the fire, to prevent it from spreading." Zhao Qingshan turned his head, his expression serious as he spoke to Yi Zhan. "Okay." Yi Zhan replied briefly without hesitation and turned to walk toward the garage. "Everyone else, follow me to Widow Lu's house." Once Zhao Qingshan gave the order, everyone immediately started to act. When they arrived at Widow Lu's house, the scene before them made everyone break out in cold sweat. They saw that the zombies had already caused cracks in the wall behind the house, and the situation was very dangerous. To buy time, Zhao Qingshan quickly gathered most of the villagers to help. Everyone took on their tasks, working busily. Some villagers skillfully laid water pipes. Others hurriedly carried bundles of dry firewood and stacked them at the base of the wall. Some carefully prepared burning torches. Others, agile and quick, climbed ladders to the roof, carefully opening the sliding roof. Initially, Yi Zhenmin built a large rain shelter covering the entire village using high-temperature, corrosion-resistant new materials to resist acid rain. The rain shelter above the houses was designed to be retractable, not completely sealed. After all preparations were complete, Zhao Qingshan took a deep breath, his face serious as he held a torch and slowly ignited the mountain of firewood at the base of the wall. In an instant, a fierce blaze shot up, with red flames like a fierce dragon, quickly engulfing the entire house. From a distance, villagers watching could still clearly hear the terrifying screams of the zombies coming from Widow Lu's house. Seconds passed. About half an hour later, the fire gradually diminished. By then, Widow Lu's house had turned into a pile of ruins, leaving only a blackened shell burned by the fire. Zhao Qingshan fought to suppress his inner fear and slowly walked to the wall of Widow Lu's house. He stood on tiptoe, trying hard to look inside. Cough, cough, cough. However, besides the strong smoke that made him cough non-stop, he saw nothing else. It's been a long time since I heard the zombies' calls. They should be almost burned out. Zhao Qingshan sighed softly, looking tired as he muttered to himself, his voice full of helplessness and sadness. He crossed his arms behind his back, quietly murmuring as he walked over to a young, strong man. He lightly kicked him and then ordered, "Err Zhuang, go tell Uncle Yi to turn on the water pump and put out the fire." "Yes, father." Within just 10 minutes, with everyone's teamwork, the fire was successfully extinguished. "Stay here and watch the situation. If anything unusual happens, report to me immediately. Everyone else come with me. We're going to Zhang Shu's house now." To be cautious, Zhao Qingshan didn't rush in immediately, but instead sent some militia members to keep watch while he led the villagers to the next house. 2 hours later, when Zhao Qingshan held a torch and lit the last house, a chubby, big-eared old man with squinting eyes shouted from afar, "Get lost." This man was about 60 years old, with a shiny bald head. He was less than 1.6 meters tall but weighed over 200 pounds, with lots of fat that shook as he moved. The reason I say he shouted is because his belly was so big and his legs were short, so when he moved he looked like a giant meatball rolling on the ground. "Zhao Qingshan, how bold you are! How dare you set fire and kill people in broad daylight? You are lawless. Qian Fugui, when did it become your turn to point fingers at me? I think you're just bored and looking for trouble." Zhao Qingshan turned around, looked him up and down, and waved his hand to push away the finger pointing at him. Qian Fugui was wearing a white tank top, colorful shorts, and shiny leather shoes. When he opened his mouth, his big yellow teeth were on full display, and the greasy smell hit him immediately. "Zhao Qingshan, stop showing off here. I tell you, I recorded the scene of you setting the fire and attacking people. I also have witnesses who saw you organizing villagers to burn bodies outside the village." Qingshan took a few steps back, turned his head aside, unwilling to look directly at the other person's big yellow teeth, nor did he want to be splashed by their saliva. Then he disdainfully asked, "So what? You think I would be afraid?" Qian Fugui didn't expect that his words wouldn't have any effect to scare Zhao Qingshan at all. "Aren't you afraid I will call the police and have you sent to jail? Maybe what you've done is enough for you to face serious trouble." "Exactly. You're just a village chief, not an emperor. You really think that just because you're on your own land, you can ignore the law and do whatever you want?" Only then did Zhao Qingshan notice that his precious daughter, Qian Baozhu, was standing behind Qian Fugui. Because Qian Fugui was so overweight, he blocked her completely. Seeing Zhao Qingshan ignoring her, Qian Baozhu angrily waved her camera. Her eyes lit up and she threatened again. "If you agree to one condition, I won't let my dad report you to the police."
"Oh."
"Then go ahead and report. I won't agree to that condition." Qian Fugui, as the village chief of Mountaineering Village No. 2, had always been at odds with Zhao Qingshan. He was known for bullying the weak and fearing the strong, exploiting the villagers. His views and Zhao Qingshan's were completely different, and they had long disliked each other. Qian Baozhu, being Qian Fugui's only daughter, was spoiled and unruly. Since childhood, she liked to bully others, disrespect teachers and elders, and had learned her father's stubbornness. Today, this father and daughter probably came with some bad plans again. Zhao Qingshan, don't pretend to be good and then do something bad. If it weren't for our long acquaintance, you think I would give you this chance? Don't you consider yourself, or these villagers? Do you want to watch helplessly as they get involved and end up in jail because of you? The villagers watched Qian Fugui speak with spit flying, pretending to care for them and speaking righteously. If they didn't already know what he was really like, they might have been fooled and moved. Since you care so much about me, I'll listen to your condition for now. Just pretend, now you're afraid, huh? Qian Fugui thought he had caught Zhao Qingshan's weakness, and his arrogance grew even more. Baozhu, tell him our condition. Village chief, Qian Fugui is known for never speaking honestly. Please don't listen to his nonsense. Exactly. He definitely has bad intentions and is up to something sneaky. You must not agree to his conditions. If he wants to call the police, let him do it. The villagers of the village were worried that Zhao Qingshan was being threatened by Qian Fugui. They gathered around him, loudly sharing their opinions. Meanwhile, Qian Fugui, hearing the villagers insult him without mercy, was so angry that his bald head was steaming. If this kept up, his big head might really get heated with rage. You bunch of short-sighted, ungrateful old-timers. Do you know that my father is helping you? Qian Baozhu saw her father being insulted and felt ashamed. She angrily scolded the villagers. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I might as well listen to what they say and pass the time. Don't worry, I won't agree to any conditions. I still have some sense. Hearing Zhao Qingshan say this, the villagers finally relaxed and stopped talking. Soon, the noisy scene became quiet. All right, tell me your conditions quickly. I was planning to give you a lenient deal, just a small favor, to show goodwill. But since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being bold and asking for more. Baozhu, double our original offer. The more calm and composed Zhao Qingshan appeared, the angrier and more furious Qian Fugui became. Village Chief Zhao, listen carefully. Qian Baozhu cleared her throat, raised her chin, and spoke arrogantly. I've heard that Yi Lingwei from your village is the daughter of the richest man in Donghai City. She has been living here with Yizhan for years, and I believe everyone has helped her a lot. Now that she's successful, isn't it time for her to give back to everyone? Yi Lingwei did grow up in our village, and her biological father is indeed a wealthy man. But did we help her? And has she ever returned the favor? That's between us and Yi Lingwei. What does it have to do with you, an outsider? Besides, what's happening now has nothing to do with her. Stop thinking about her family background. When Zhao Qingshan heard Baozhu's words, he realized she was targeting Yi Lingwei's family status. Who says she has nothing to do with today's events? Qian Baozhu said. Although she didn't show up, her adoptive father, Yizhan, was involved in destroying the evidence and intentionally setting fires, both illegal acts. I have proof of this, so you don't need to defend him. As she spoke, Qian Baozhu lowered her eyes, hiding the jealous fire that burned like wild grass in her eyes. Then, she deliberately pouted her lips and gently blew on her bright red nails. Since last night, when Qian Baozhu saw Yi Zhenmin, Yi Lingwei's biological father, handing out free gifts to villagers at the village committee, she had been planning how to get benefits from him. Even someone as timid, ugly, and rustic as Yi Lingwei could become a wealthy young lady. Qian Baozhu was 1,000 times better than Yi Lingwei. She was the most suitable person to be Yi Zhenmin's daughter. Whether it was the status of a wealthy young lady or the countless gold, silver, jewelry, luxury cars, and mansions in Yi Zhenmin's house, she wanted it all. So what do you want to do? If it weren't for wanting to know what plans Qian Fugui and his daughter had, Zhao Qingshan wouldn't bother wasting time listening to Qian Baozhu's nonsense. That's not up to you to decide. The person involved has to come forward. After all, you can't decide for Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhenmin, right? Fine, I'll do as you say. Baojun, go invite Little Wei and Uncle Yi Heir to come here. After Zhao Qingshan finished giving the order, Zhao Baojun chuckled and pointed to a corner in the crowd with his finger. Dad, when Qian Fugue just arrived, I went to call Wei Wei and Uncle Yi Er to come see the fun. Look over there if you don't believe me. Zhao Qingshan looked in the direction Zhao Baojun pointed, and indeed saw Yi Zhenmin and Yi Lingwei standing together, watching eagerly. When Zhao Baojun spoke, he didn't lower his voice, so Qian Fugue and Qian Baozhu, standing nearby, naturally heard everything clearly. Seeing Zhao Qingshan and the others all looking in the same direction, the villagers also turned to see. There, Yi Lingmei, with a lazy bun hairstyle, wore a delicate little Chanel-style dress. Her slender figure, long neck, and smooth, white skin made her look stunning. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, she looked like a fairy, dreamy and enchanting. How is it? Qian Baozhu, it's only been a few days since we last saw each other. Are you missing me again? Her voice was also extremely pleasant, like a stream flowing through a mountain valley, making people feel intoxicated. This was Yi Lingwei's first appearance in front of many villagers since returning from the end of the world. Is this the young girl from the Yi family? She looks so beautiful now. Exactly. She looks like a different person. I hardly recognize her. It's true what they say. A girl changes a lot after 18 and gets more beautiful. What are you talking about? Clearly, it's the power of money. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the monk. Now that she has money, she can dress up beautifully. Compared to the money girl from the Jin family, the Yi girl is worlds apart. There's no way to compare. The most important thing is, beautiful people are kind-hearted. Those who are less attractive often have unpleasant tempers. Hearing the villagers' gossip, Yi Lingwei, who already resented Qian Baozhu for her wealth, was furious. Yi Lingwei, stop pretending to be innocent. Qian Baozhu, angry and embarrassed, shouted sharply at Yi Lingwei, just tell me, will you save your adoptive father Yi Zhan, or not? Will you save the village chief and the villagers? The more frantic Qian Baozhu became, the calmer Yi Lingwei appeared. How would I save them? And if I don't? Yi Lingwei asked calmly. If you want to save them, you and your biological father must agree to one condition. If you don't save them, I will send everyone to jail and make you the traitor everyone despises. Hearing this, it seemed to Qian Baozhu that she only had one path left. Tell me your condition, she demanded. Thinking she had caught Yi Lingwei's weakness, her eyes sparkled with determination. No, you have two choices. First, give your biological father to me, and let Yi Zhenmin recognize me as his daughter. I will agree not to report your adoptive father and the villagers, and everyone will be happy. Second, I won't compete for your biological father, but Yi Zhenmin must give me all his property. But in that case, I will only agree not to betray your adoptive father. As for the villagers, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before Qian Baozhu finished speaking, Yi Zhenmin, with a cold face, stepped in front of her. His sharp eyes fixed on Qian Baozhu.
Slap.
That slap is to remind you how ugly you are inside. You really think any stray dog or cat can be my daughter?
Slap.
That slap is to warn you that you're overestimating yourself. My assets are not something you can easily take or enjoy. After slapping her twice, Yi Zhenmin took out a tissue to wipe his hands. Then he turned and walked back to Yi Lingwei without even glancing at Qian Baozhu. Well done, well played, loud and clear. Zhao Baojun couldn't help but applaud and cheer for Yi Zhenmin's actions, instantly breaking the quiet scene. A group of villagers, including Zhao Qingshan, also started to cheer and clap. Qian Baozhu, you really are ugly and dreaming big. Although you're not old, your ambition is quite large. You're truly unsatisfied with what you have and want more, just talking nonsense and wanting to take others' property for free. Why is your face so big? Qian Baozhu covered her sore cheek, glaring at the crowds pointing and mocking, her anger boiling inside. She shot a venomous look toward Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhenmin's direction. In her heart, she secretly vowed, one day, she would make them pay for what they did today. She must make them regret. Why did you hit my daughter? After a while, Qian Fugue finally reacted, pointing fiercely at Yi Jinmin and demanding. Of course, because she deserved it.
Ye zemin replied.
It seems you're not only short, fat, and ugly, but also stupid. As soon as Yi Jinmin spoke, only Qian Fugui rolled his eyes in anger. Everyone else burst into laughter. Even a faint smile appeared on Yi Lingwei's lips. Her father was so good, no matter what happened, he always stood in front of her. He was afraid she would be in danger or suffer injustice. In this life, having the love of two fathers and being able to stay with them was her greatest fortune. Perhaps her rebirth was for this, to find love, feel love, and understand love. Yi Lingwei, I ask you one last time, between these two options, which one will you choose? Yi Lingwei almost laughed out loud at Qian Baozhu's shamelessness. She didn't expect that her father's 2 slaps hadn't even woken her from her daydreams.
How?
Aren't you still not giving up?
Yi Lingwei said.
Let me tell you clearly. I won't choose either one. All right, Yi Lingwei, you have some backbone. Qian Baozhu first glared fiercely at Yi Lingwei, then turned her gaze to the villagers present, pointing at them with her finger and scolding angrily. And you all, when you're all sent to jail, don't regret it. Remember, the one who caused all this is her. Yi Lingwei, an ungrateful, selfish little person who refuses to help in times of need. Qian Baozhu's words left Zhao Qingshan speechless. Having lived most of his life, he had never seen such greedy and shameless people. After calming himself down, Zhao Qingshan loudly scolded Qian Baozhu. Qian Baozhu, I think you're crazy for wanting money. The Yi family is not only our village's benefactor, but also yours. Stop trying to stir up trouble. The real ungrateful and malicious person is you, not others. The Yi family cannot be falsely accused with just a few bad words. Stop embarrassing yourself here and wake up from your foolish dreams. After mercilessly scolding Qian Baozhu, Zhao Qingshan turned his anger toward Qian Fugui. Qian Fugui, why don't you take your daughter and go home quickly? If you don't leave now, don't blame me for letting the dogs bite you. These words hit Qian Fugui and Qian Baozhu hard, like a slap to the face. Qian Fugui, trembling with anger, pointed at Zhao Qingshan and Yi Lingwei and said through gritted teeth, You're really going to heaven, ignoring the road, and rushing into. I hope when the inspection team comes, you'll still be so arrogant. Baozhu, let's go. As Qian Fugui and his daughter took a few steps away, Zhao Qingshan loudly instructed Zhao Baojun beside him. Baojun, go to the village entrance now and tell the militia on duty. From now on, anyone from outside the village who wants to come in must report to me first. Then I'll decide whether to let them in. Better to prevent some troublemakers from sneaking in and causing trouble. Got it, I'll go now. After Zhao Qingshan finished speaking, everyone saw Qian Fugui stumble just a few steps away, almost falling to the ground. The villagers watching burst into laughter again, unaware that Qian Fugui and Qian Baozhu were biting their teeth in frustration. Zhao Qingshan looked at Qian Fugui's back and shook his head, thinking, serves you right for being so greedy. Then he shouted to Zhao Baojun, who had already run far away, adding, By the way, tell Uncle Yi to turn on the water pump so we can put out the fire. Got it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhao Baojun scratched his head and apologized sincerely to Yi Jinmin and Yi Lingwei. Little brother Yi, I'm really sorry for making you laugh. You've been working hard and spending money and time on the village's renovation lately. You have done so much. We all see it and remember it in our hearts. We will always remember your kindness and promise not to do anything that would hurt you. Isn't that right, fellow villagers? Just as Zhao Qingshan finished speaking, the villagers watching nearby raised their fists and responded in unison. Yes. Yes. Yi Jinmin stepped forward, shook Zhao Qingshan's hand, and smiled happily, saying, Good. Village Chief Zhao, you are an honest person and a great village leader. Receiving Yi Jinmin's approval and praise made Zhao Qingshan blush with excitement. You must know, with Yi Jinmin's status and position, if it weren't for Yi Lingwei's connection, he, a small village chief, would never have the chance to meet such a big person, let alone shake hands with him. After a while, Zhao Qingshan's excitement slowly calmed down. Then he turned around and gently said to Yilingwei, "Little Wei, you also know what kind of person Qian Baozhu is. So, don't take her words to heart. The zombies were led by me, and the house was my idea. It has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to do anything. Also, it was your father Yizhan who raised you with hard work. Over the years, even if the villagers helped you, it was only a little. Those small favors are nothing to repay, so you don't need to feel obligated." Hearing Zhao Qingshan speak like this, the villagers started comforting Yilingwei one after another. "Exactly. Helping each other is normal in our village. We live in the same village, helping each other out. Isn't that what neighbors do? We're poor, but we're not fools. We can tell who's good and who's bad. Yi family girl, Qian Baozhu is just a simple but greedy and mean person. Don't mind her." Yilingwei looked at everyone with a bright smile, feeling grateful for her village chief and the kind villagers. She thought, "See, these are the villagers of Dengshan village. So good. These are the neighbors I and my father will always protect, in this life and the next. Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, and aunts, thank you all for your kindness. And thank you for all the help over the years. I appreciate it." 1 hour later, after the last fire was extinguished and confirmed by the village committee, all the zombies in Dengshan village had been eliminated and the crisis was temporarily over. Not only the village chief Zhao Qingshan, but all the villagers living in the same village also felt relieved. As the light gradually dimmed and night slowly swallowed the earth, the busy, lively mountain village, which had been bustling all day, gradually fell silent. More than half of the villagers' homes hung white lanterns. The sounds of suppressed crying and sobbing echoed through this dark, rainy night. In homes without any urgent matters, families gathered together, exhausted. In silence, they all felt fear of the end of the world and confusion about the future. Thanks to the help and warnings from Ye's family, they had prepared well, and last night was very intense. It's easy to imagine how terrible the outside world must be. Even though they live in the countryside and each family has enough food for a year or more, they cannot stay inside forever. No matter if it's food, drink, or supplies, everything will eventually run out. When that happens, with no weapons and no ability to defend themselves, they will face an uncertain future. A week later, Yilingwei was lying alone on a rocking chair in the yard, humming a song, listening to the rain, looking very relaxed. She held a steaming cup of coffee, and a small table beside her was piled with various snacks. Suddenly, the gate creaked open with a squeak. Yizhan, wearing a baseball cap and a black sports outfit, pushed the door open and entered. Yes, just 3 days ago, the temperature suddenly dropped. From over 50 degrees Celsius, it suddenly fell to the current teens. People's clothing changed from summer wear to long sleeves and pants for autumn. "Dad, it's going to rain acid rain tomorrow. Did you tell the village chief?" Seeing Yizhan return home, Yilingwei's eyes lit up. She immediately stood up from the rocking chair. "I already told him, and every household has prepared water storage. Have the other 2 villages been notified too?" "Yes, they've been informed. But whether they listen or not is up to them." Yizhan took the water handed to him by Yilingwei, took a sip, then continued. "However, I heard that Qian Fugui and his daughter Qian Baozhu, after leaving our village that day, they drove towards the town's police station. But halfway there, passing through a village, they encountered several zombies. Then, the 2 of them were so scared they almost wet their pants. They hurriedly turned the car around and ran back. When they returned, Qian Fugui ordered the villagers from the second village to burn all the zombie bodies at home. After that, the father and daughter both fell ill. It seems they still have a high fever and can't get out of bed." Yilingwei wanted to laugh when she heard this. She didn't expect such a cowardly person to dare to scheme against her. Because she knew his character well, she had ordered the destruction of all zombies in the second and third villages. Many villagers from the second and third villages only moved to Dengshan village later. The village has people with many different last names, so they are not as united and friendly as the villagers in the first village. After Yizhan finished speaking, Yilingwei hesitated and asked him shyly, "Dad, are you done with your work?" No, I just came back to get a few things. I'll leave soon. Why? Are you bored staying at home? Yizhan saw her drooping her head quickly and asked with a smile. Yes, you're busy with village affairs all day and hardly stay home. Dad is also busy researching the house's security systems. If this keeps up, our home might not even let a mosquito in. Ruashi and the others are even busier. They haven't come to visit me for days. I'm just stuck at home all day, bored to death, with nothing to do. Yi Lingwei lowered her head and kicked a small stone on the ground in frustration. Who can you blame? A week ago, you assigned us all tasks, but you didn't have to do anything yourself. And you called it lying flat. After the apocalypse, there's no shortage of supplies and no need to work. Just lie around happily and be a contented little bug. Only a few days have passed, and you're already regretting it? Didn't you say with excitement that this was your wish? Hearing Yi Zhan teasing her, Yi Lingwei's ears turned red. She was embarrassed and stomped her foot, then ran into the house and shouted at Yi Zhan, I don't regret it. That's nowhere near where I am now. Go ahead and work. I'll go back to sleep. Back in her bedroom, Yi Lingwei first placed her coffee on the table. Then she kicked off her slippers and lay back on the soft big bed. Her clear, lively eyes stared unblinkingly at the white ceiling. In her past life, Yi Lingwei struggled for 10 years in the apocalypse. Her biggest wish was to find her father, Yi Zhan, whom she had been separated from for many years. Her other wish was to eat well, wear warm clothes, and live a peaceful, stable life for a few days. After being reborn, she initially had 2 wishes. First, to stock up a lot of supplies and stay safe with her father, Yi Zhan, during the end of the world. Second, to take revenge on by Roland. As things developed and changed, her list of people she wanted to protect grew to include her biological father, Yi Zhenmin, the Yi family, and the villagers. Now, her first wish is halfway fulfilled. Why do I say that? Because so far, she seems to be the only one choosing to stay inactive. Both of her good fathers have clearly stated they don't want to, and refuse to lie low. Sigh, living alone without anyone to accompany her is really boring. It seems that lying low isn't as wonderful as she imagined, especially when the people around her are so ambitious and driven. As for her second wish, she might need to wait a bit longer to settle it completely. After all, the apocalypse has just begun, and she wants Bai Roland to truly experience its harshness and cruelty. How can she justify making her wait all this time since rebirth? Thinking of this, Yi Lingwei's memories suddenly drifted back to a week ago. Vivi, sister, staying here is so boring. Why don't you find something for us to do? Ruanxi, lying on the yard chair with Yi Lingwei, said sweetly. Ruanxi means I mean the same thing. Yeah, staying at home every day makes us almost grow hair from boredom. At this moment, on the table nearby, Chu Yifeng and Xiao Beichen, who were playing chess, also echoed their agreement. Only Bai Mingyuan sat quietly aside, closing his eyes to rest, saying nothing. You really are hardworking, not knowing how to enjoy your blessings, so silly. Yes, you're a little fairy and everything you say is right. So, Vivi, do you have any good ideas? Ruanxi hugged Yi Lingwei's arm, still acting spoiled. My dad said that besides us, there are 3 villages with awakened abilities, totaling about 1,000 people. So, you can gather them all together. Form every 200 people into a team, first team, second team, third team, fourth team, and fifth team. You 4 plus my dad are exactly 5 people and can each be the captain of these 5 teams. When Yi Lingwei mentioned this, Ruanxi and the others all brightened their eyes and quickly became interested. Vivi, then what? Then, you can train their physical strength and combat skills in the morning, practice their shooting and teamwork in the afternoon, and in the evening, help them learn to use their special abilities. With such a busy and fulfilling day, I promise you won't feel bored anymore. Yeah, I never thought of that. Just thinking about how the team members were beaten to death by me makes me so excited. Ha ha ha. After Wansi went a little crazy, she remembered a question. What if these villagers don't listen to us? Especially those from Village 2 and Village 3. That's easy. Just take them out and let them face zombies up close. Let them see how harsh the outside world really is. As long as they're not foolish, I believe they will be willing. When Yi Lingwei said this, her usual calm was completely gone. Her voice sounded cold and ruthless, as if she had just come out of a mountain of corpses and blood. Her eyes also showed a kind of hardened resolve after experiencing so much in the world. The end of the world is different from peaceful times. It's no longer a society of equality and harmony. In the apocalypse, the law of the jungle rules. Only the strong survive. Only the capable thrive. People must be self-reliant and strong to survive in a world overrun by zombies and full of danger. Only then can they find a glimmer of hope in this cruel new world. This truth is clear to everyone, whether it's for Yi Lingwei herself, the villagers of Mountaineering Village, or anyone else. Giving a person a fish is not as good as teaching them how to fish. Yi Lingwei raised her head, looked through the skylight in the yard at the gloomy sky, and her eyes flashed with determination. Only by giving the villagers the ability to protect themselves so they can rely on their own strength at any time to face the crises of the end times is she truly thinking of their well-being. After a while, Yi Lingwei slowly collected her thoughts and her expression softened a bit. Then she continued, "Of course, I'm just giving you a rough idea now. You can discuss the specific plans further with my dad." Talking about this, Yi Lingwei rested her chin on her hand and thought carefully for a moment before adding, for example, you can also split each team into smaller groups, 50 people in a squad, 10 people in a small team. This will also make it easier for villagers to gather supplies and complete tasks in the future. All right, let's do as you say. After hearing Yi Lingwei's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. We'll go find the leader now. With that, Wan Shi and the others eagerly stood up and rushed outside the door. After they left, Yi Lingwei finally realized that the once warm and lively yard had suddenly become extremely quiet, feeling quite deserted. This lonely and cold feeling lasted until today, a week later. Sigh, all I do now is eat and sleep. After a while, it gets really boring. Maybe I should find something to do? Lying on her bed with a slight frown, Yi Lingwei sighed softly. Oh, I just remembered something. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and her previously low mood instantly lifted. Last night at dinner, Dad mentioned something. He said that because there was no proper reason, he hadn't taken the family's guns out, so we still haven't been able to train the team members in gun use. And it's not just the village's mutants who need to learn how to use guns. For ordinary villagers who haven't awakened their abilities and can't protect themselves, learning to use guns proficiently is the most important. So now, I will help Dad solve this problem. Initially lying on the bed talking to herself, Yi Lingwei suddenly sat up with a quick movement, like a fish leaping out of water. She then hurried to the study, found a map of Lingyun town from the bookshelf, and spread it out on the large desk. She supported herself with her hands on the desk and carefully studied the map, her eyes moving slowly over every detail. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Yi Lingwei pointed forcefully at an unremarkable spot on the map. Excitedly, she said loudly, "This is the one." It was an abandoned quarry on the outskirts of Lingyun town, not far from Dengshan village, and it took less than 20 minutes by car. She remembered that a few years ago, when she was in middle school in the county, she would pass by that quarry every weekend on her way to and from school. The factory building inside the quarry was very rundown, with walls covered in water stains from rain. The doors and windows were broken and shaky. Out of curiosity, a few times she and her friends stood far away, peering inside through the broken doors and windows. However, no matter if it was sunny or cloudy, the inside always looked dark and gloomy, and they couldn't see anything clearly. It gave off a creepy feeling, because the area around was so desolate, no village nearby and no shops. Every time she went to or from school, Yi Lingwei would walk with her friends from the village. Still, whenever she got close to the quarry, her heart would start to race. She would unconsciously pedal her bike faster, feeling like her bike pedals were about to smoke from all the effort. Her fear mainly came from what she had heard since she was young. The villagers' elders often said that the old quarry used to be a hideout for bandits. These bandits were fierce and cruel, burning, killing and looting, doing all sorts of evil. They had killed many innocent people, and countless restless spirits were buried underground. One day, for unknown reasons, the bandits suddenly disappeared without a trace. No one knew if they were killed or ran away, they just vanished mysteriously. Later, the local government set up a quarry there. But due to various problems, it quickly shut down. Now, the abandoned quarry had become Yi Lingwei's chosen spot. The combination of being deserted, long abandoned, and linked to the mysterious disappearance of the bandits made it the perfect place for her plan, like it was specially made for her. If she quietly took some weapons from her space and hid them in the quarry, then lured the villagers there, everything would be set. With guns, all her problems could be solved. And she wouldn't have to worry about anyone suspecting her or her father. Just a little while, and I can come up with such a perfect, foolproof plan. I'm so clever. Yi Lingwei patted her hands together proudly, praising herself. She thought she should tell her dad about it, so he could prepare in advance. Using her walkie-talkie, she contacted her father, Yi Zhan, and told him there was an urgent matter and asked him to come home soon. Then, Yi Lingwei went to her wardrobe, changed into a black hoodie and pants for convenience during her plan. After that, she returned to the yard, snacking while waiting for her father. In 10 minutes, Yi Lingwei had not finished her bag of fries when she saw her father, Yi Zhan, rush back in a flurry. "Dad, you're pretty quick, huh?" Yi Lingwei teased with a smile. "I had to be quick since my daughter called me." Yi Zhan pulled out a chair, sat down confidently, and looked at Yi Lingwei, asking, "So, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Dad, I have a good idea that can solve the problem you're facing right now." Yi Lingwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She seemed very confident in her plan. "Oh, a good idea? Tell me about it." Seeing Yi Lingwei's proud expression, Yi Zhan also played along, showing curiosity. "Listen carefully. Once this is done, you'll have to thank me properly." "All right, go ahead," Yi Zhan agreed with a smile, amused by her confidence. Thus, Yi Lingwei carefully explained her plan to Yi Zhan, leaving out no detail. "It sounds pretty good. You really helped me a lot," Yi Zhan said thoughtfully after she finished. He thought the plan might work. "Xiao Wei, do you know why I don't just give the villagers guns and weapons directly?" Yi Lingwei didn't expect her father to ask this suddenly. She thought for a moment and then hesitated before replying uncertainly, "I think I can guess some reasons, but I'm not sure if I'm right." Yi Zhan didn't answer immediately but looked at her encouragingly, hoping she would speak her mind boldly. "The first reason is that you don't want to take out the weapons from home, because you're worried that villagers might connect it to the zombies that died that night in the village and then guess that we killed the zombies." She paused briefly before continuing her analysis. "The second reason is that people don't cherish things that are too easy to get. And over time, with more frequent access, some people's greed will grow, and they will become more and more insatiable. You don't want the villagers to become like that, so even if we're not short of weapons, you wouldn't just give them directly to the villagers for free." After hearing Yi Lingwei's story, Yi Zhan nodded in approval and said, "You're right. Dad does have these two concerns." Feeling validated by her father's approval, Yi Lingwei was naturally very happy, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. She also felt that she had indeed grown a lot compared to her past self. Though she still had many shortcomings, she was always working hard to learn. She believed that one day she would become better and eventually become her best self. As you said, we can secretly provide weapons to the villagers, but the process of them getting the weapons must be tough and dangerous, so they will cherish them. At this point, a cold glint appeared in Yi Zhan's eyes, and he continued, "Also, once they get the weapons, they must be kept under our control. Only during training, guard duty, and patrols can they request to use the weapons. Other times, only specific personnel are allowed to carry weapons, and only if they live in the village. People with bad character or bad behavior are not allowed to apply for weapons. If anyone is caught breaking the rules, they will be executed immediately. No exceptions. If we don't have enough deterrence, and some people have weapons, they might not fight zombies but each other." What Yi Zhan said was not an exaggeration. In the previous life, Yilingwei saw many people using weapons or supernatural powers to steal supplies and harm others. Those cruel scenes happened almost every day, everywhere. Although her father had no memory of that past, it was clear he understood human nature's evil better than she did. Especially in the apocalypse, when human civilization and social order completely collapsed, the ugliness of human nature was magnified. Then what if villagers want to leave the village in the future? We can't just stop them from using weapons, right? If we take out our weapons, what's the point of having them? Being a behind-the-scenes good person was so hard that Yilingwei felt her mind was about to break. Yes, they can use them, but they must apply in advance and register. And they need to pay some supplies as rent, like borrowing the weapons. The supplies collected can be given to those on guard duty, patrols, village officials, and people who contribute to the village. The more she listened, the more overwhelmed Yilingwei felt, and she complained. I don't care anymore. This is just too troublesome. Just leave these things to you. I only want to do simple tasks.
Hee.
Seeing Yilingwei scratching her head and looking annoyed, Yizhan smiled affectionately and said, "All right, from now on, just do what you want and enjoy doing. Papa still treats me well." Yilingwei just wanted to say that being surrounded by her father's love made her feel incredibly happy. "Now, I'll go put the weapons away. You figure out how to take the villagers to get them back. It's best to do it before tonight. Starting tomorrow, there will be continuous acid rain for half a month, and it won't be safe to go out then."
Got it, I understand.
With that, Yilingwei stood up, ready to start her plan. Seeing this, Yizhan solemnly warned her, "Xiaowei, just focus on your part. I'll handle everything else.
And be sure to stay safe.
Don't take any risks." Yilingwei nodded seriously in response to her father's concern. "Papa, I'll be careful. Later, I plan to teleport using my space ability, so I won't go through the village entrance. This way, I'll be faster and reduce the risk of being seen." Yizhan nodded in agreement. "All right, do as you say. When you're done, remember to use the walkie-talkie to let me know." "Okay." Before her voice even finished, her figure had already disappeared in front of Yizhan. Yizhan stared intently at where she had vanished, lost in thought, until more than 10 minutes passed before he finally stepped outside. His eyes were sharp, and his brows were furrowed, as if he was planning something. His steps were firm and purposeful, each one carrying a sense of an unspoken mission. The road from Mounting Village to the quarry only passes near 2 villages, without entering them. But along the way, Yilingwei still encountered some scattered zombies. However, these low-level zombies were no threat to her. Moreover, she had weapons, so she didn't need to fight up close. Just a few shots were enough to take them down, so she didn't waste much time. Thus, Yilingwei used teleportation to quickly reach her destination, the abandoned quarry. Although it was only late morning, a time when the sun's energy was strong, she felt a strange, gloomy atmosphere outside the gate. The gate was barely a rusty iron frame, barely recognizable from its original form. When the wind blew, it creaked loudly. Yilingwei looked up at the sky, where a heavy rain was falling, almost as if trying to flood the world. The sky was dark, like ink was dripping from it, creating a heavy feeling of pressure. The dim light and thick rain made the already ruined quarry look even more eerie and spooky. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and Yilingwei, standing in the rain, shivered. She tried to comfort herself. "I've been through the end of the world. I've seen worse scenes." She thought it was just an old factory, so she shouldn't be afraid. But still, she felt uneasy inside. Was it a childhood fear? She decided to be cautious. Stepping back a few steps, she moved to the wall on the left side of the gate and slipped into her space. She went to the wooden house in her jade pendant space and found the white robe left by her ancestor, Yi Xian, in the wardrobe on the second floor. Quickly, she put it on and was amazed to find that the robe could automatically adjust to her height and weight, fitting perfectly. It was soft, comfortable, and light as if it had no weight at all. She then grabbed a lighter and a bottle of water from the storage room to test the robe. It was waterproof and fireproof. To be extra careful, she also tested it with a tang sword. Sure enough, when she cut, The robe showed no marks or tears.
Great.
With this robe, plus the Qingming sword and other weapons, I'm well prepared. I don't believe there's anything to fear now, with all this gear. Before she finished speaking, Yi Lingwei ran to the shelf and started searching. But still, caution is the best. My life didn't come easily, and it's very precious. Who knows if I might accidentally get hurt and not have a chance to start over. So, I need to wear a protective helmet. Can't leave my head unprotected. Gas masks and goggles are also needed to prevent exposure to harmful gases. After Yi Lingwei carefully tinkered with her gear, she saw a new, strange look. She was wearing a black explosion-proof helmet, a long moon-white robe, holding a sword, and wearing tall military boots. Even if Yi Zhan and Yi Zhenmin came now, they probably wouldn't recognize that this bizarre-looking person was their beloved daughter, Yi Lingwei. Yi Lingwei looked at herself in the mirror and felt very good about her appearance, completely satisfied. I think I've covered all the exposed parts. Now I feel much safer. It's strange. Even when I was surrounded by zombies before, I never felt this scared. But I've promised my dad I'd do this, so I can't just give up because I feel scared for no reason. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. I should go out quickly, finish early, and go home. Yi Lingwei clenched her delicate little fist and cheered herself up. Then, with a determined look, she stomped her foot and quickly slipped out of the space. Unbeknownst to her, deep in the universe, there was a floating palace in the void. Inside the palace, a man surrounded by pure white light sat cross-legged. In front of him floated a newly formed water mirror. The man looked at the mirror and muttered with a mixture of amusement and frustration, "Her strange appearance is really hard to look at. Look at what she's done. What kind of thing is this?" Although his face was unclear, his voice was very pleasant, like a gentle breeze touching the heart. Despite his words of annoyance, his tone was full of joy. "In your past life, you were too kind and timid, and that's why you were harmed. In this life, you probably won't get scared to death again just because you're too cautious. Sigh, this girl really gives me endless worries." A gentle, indulgent sigh floated in the void, lingering for a long time. It seemed to cross space and time, reaching Blue Star. Achoo. I wonder who's whispering behind my back. As soon as Yi Lingwei stepped out of the space, she felt her nose itch and couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Well, I have to say, the things left by my ancestor are really useful. The evil wind isn't blowing into my body anymore, and that prickly feeling in my heart is much less. I don't believe ghosts are scarier than zombies. Li Lingwei, holding a blue sword in her left hand and a gun in her right, couldn't help but comment. With this, I feel so safe. For safety, Li Lingwei did not teleport directly inside the factory, but chose to walk in through the door. When she entered the factory area, the accumulated water from days of rain had already covered her ankles. Although she was wearing tall military boots, she still felt the icy coldness of the water. As she approached the factory, she saw many walls had collapsed badly, and the remaining parts were full of wide cracks. Due to the rain, the old walls were covered with dark green moss, looking like crying, twisted faces. Through broken windows, she could vaguely see inside the building some discarded large machines. Strong wind swept through the empty space, making a chilling whooshing sound. It also carried a strange, unpleasant smell, a mix of mold and rotten odors that had built up over years, making it very pungent. Li Lingwei quietly felt grateful she had brought a mask, otherwise, she might have fainted from the smell. While she stood by the window, looking into the dilapidated factory, she didn't know that a pair of extremely evil eyes was secretly watching her from a dark corner. The person was dressed in a long black robe, with a sinister face, deep-set eyes, and glowing red pupils that flickered with a strange light. He seemed surrounded by faint black mist, like vengeful ghosts screaming. He stuck out his scarlet tongue, licked his already cracked lips, and let out a very strange laugh. After sleeping and healing for decades, I wake up to find such delicious food coming right to me. If I don't take it and enjoy it properly, wouldn't I be unworthy of my title as the evil spirit? He cackled loudly. The evil spirit was actually named Duanmu Haoyang, a member of the hidden Duanmu family. The current head of the Duanmu family was Duanmu Haotian, his half-brother. Many years ago, a young and impulsive Duanmu Haoyang was expelled from the family for secretly practicing forbidden techniques. Later, he slaughtered innocent people to cultivate, earning him the nickname Evil Spirit in the martial world. After being discovered, Duanmu Haoyang was hunted by many righteous fighters. In the final battle, he was heavily outnumbered, and, because he had not trained long enough and lacked strength, he was ultimately defeated. In a moment of crisis, Duanmu Haoyang had no choice but to use the blood escape technique to escape. After fleeing to the remote town of Lingyun, he used the dense death aura here to heal his injuries. Unexpectedly, he fell into a deep sleep and meditated for decades. Since waking up less than half a month ago, he has been focused on adjusting his body. He hasn't yet had the chance to explore the outside world. Therefore, he doesn't know that on Blue Star, the world has entered a doomsday era, with zombies roaming everywhere. Otherwise, he would surely laugh out loud. In the end times, the dead are everywhere, and death energy is abundant. If nothing unexpected happens, once he reappears, his era will officially begin. Hearing strange laughter coming from the factory, Yi Lingwei, standing outside the window, suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Without hesitation, she headed straight toward the source of the sound. She threw a dozen tear gas grenades through the window. Cough, cough, cough. Soon after, a series of intense coughs sounded from afar. Yi Lingwei felt a bit more at ease and muttered softly, "If he can cough, it means he's human, not a ghost." That's good. That's good. Good for nothing. After decades, the young people nowadays are even more disrespectful than I, an evil cultivator. Shouldn't the first thing they ask when meeting someone be, "Who are you?" Suddenly, a figure with a sinister face and a deathly aura silently appeared in front of Yi Lingwei. His voice was hoarse and broken, like an old wind chest in the countryside, making people feel uncomfortable. A ghost. When Yi Lingwei saw the sudden appearance of the man in black robes, she screamed in fright and quickly fired her gun at him. Duanmu Haoyang didn't realize that to Yi Lingwei, his deathly pale face and evil aura already explained everything. There was no need to ask. Anyone with eyes could see he was not a good person. They say villains die from talking too much, and shooting directly is often the best choice. On Duanmu Haoyang's side, initially because he underestimated his opponent, a few bullets hit him and caused some minor injuries. But soon he reacted. He waved his hand, and the gun that was in Yi Lingwei's hand suddenly appeared in his own. Seeing this, Yi Lingwei's heart sank, realizing she was probably facing a tough enemy today. The man in black robes, after being shot several times, only had a little black-red blood flowing from him. He showed no other reaction, no falling to the ground, not even a slight movement. When Duanmu Haoyang saw the fear in Yi Lingwei's eyes, he smirked playfully and slowly raised his hand, aiming his gun at her heart. "That brat, daring to hurt me. Now you'll get a taste of what it's like to be hit by a bullet." As he pulled the trigger, Duanmu Haoyang burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. But after about 10 seconds, the gunshot did not go off as he expected. I forgot to tell you, there are no bullets in the gun." Yi Lingwei's cold voice sounded in Duanmu Haoyang's ear. "But I still have this, look." The moment Duanmu Haoyang looked up at Yi Lingwei, he saw two dark objects flying toward his face. Learning from the last lesson, Duanmu Haoyang didn't dare to be careless. He forcefully swung his sleeve, throwing the two objects back through the window toward Yi Lingwei. However, he didn't notice that just as his attention was distracted, Yi Lingwei had used her space ability to instantly teleport behind the factory building. With lightning speed, she threw 3 single-person grenades at Duanmu Haoyang from behind. Then, just as he was about to turn around, she quickly hid inside the space again. If she weren't worried about destroying the place completely, she probably wouldn't have used grenades at all. Yi Lingwei's instincts told her that this man in black outside was not a good person. He had strange methods and posed a great threat to her. Yi Lingwei wouldn't foolishly fight such a powerful opponent up close. Although she had now awakened her full elemental abilities, As a newly awakened first-level ability user, her powers were still similar to those of ordinary people and lacked combat strength. It would only be after a year when the apocalypse arrived and zombies evolved to level 2 or higher that the awakened zombie brains would produce a substance called crystal cores. Human ability users could absorb energy from these crystal cores, which matched their elemental attributes, to upgrade their powers. As their abilities increased in level, their strength would also grow stronger. In fact, humans with abilities and zombies are like hunters and prey. Zombies evolve by feeding on human flesh, expanding their numbers. Humans need the zombie crystal cores to strengthen themselves and protect their kind. This relationship, where they are both enemies and dependent on each other, is surprisingly delicate. In fact, it even makes Yi Lingwei feel deeply terrifying when she thinks about it. Yi Lingwei remembered her past life and thought that the balance between humans and zombies was because their fighting abilities were similar, which prevented either side from destroying the other. But now, she seems to have discovered something different. Is it that they cannot be destroyed, or that they simply cannot be destroyed? A question arose in Yi Lingwei's mind. Come out. I want to fight you. Outside the space of the jade pendant, Duanmu Haoyang's frantic screams woke Yi Lingwei, who had been lost in thought. Ha 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 ha. His appearance was so funny that Yi Lingwei almost laughed tears. Through the display screen inside the jade pendant, Yi Lingwei saw the man in black robes going crazy inside a factory, laughing so hard that tears were coming out. The man in black robes had his robe torn into strips of cloth, hanging from his body. His hair and eyebrows were all burned away. As he moved his mouth, black smoke kept coming out, and he kept making strange noises. What surprised Yi Lingwei was that, despite being bombed with 3 grenades, the man in black only suffered minor skin injuries and was otherwise unharmed. It showed how strong his opponent was. Such fierce attacks couldn't even kill him. Sigh, what should I do now? Is there any way to fight the opponent and stay safe at the same time? Yi Lingwei, hiding inside the jade pendant, was very worried when she saw the fight. In fact, the damage caused by the grenades to Duanmu Haoyang was not as insignificant as it seemed. On the contrary, because he had just woken up and his body hadn't fully recovered, and his strength was weaker than before, the attack triggered his old injuries, causing serious internal damage. Now, Duanmu Haoyang was actually fragile on the outside, but weak inside. He was just pretending to be strong. He was afraid of Yi Lingwei's tricky attacks, so he had to suppress his injuries to hide his weakness. Thinking of this, Duanmu Haoyang felt very frustrated. He was a powerful evil cultivator who had been hiding in this remote place for decades to recover. Finally, he came out, only to meet someone even more strange than him. In the martial world, fighters usually use magic and cold weapons in fights. Who would start with guns and bombs? What annoyed him most was that after being injured twice in a row, he didn't even know what the other person looked like. He only knew the opponent was a young girl, but knew nothing else. Endure Haoyang grew angrier and more frustrated the more he thought about it. His originally pale, bloodless cheeks now looked like glowing red iron, due to the surge of blood and energy. His scarlet eyes scanned the surroundings fiercely, trying to find where Yi Lingwei was hiding. Dark energy around him kept swirling and transforming into eerie, sinister skulls. Why does he look even more terrifying than before? Is it because I made him angry? By the way, I wasted a gun and 3 grenades on him, but I didn't hurt him at all. I wasn't even mad. What does he have to be angry about? Yi Lingwei was lying on the grass inside the jade pendant space, hands behind her head, looking relaxed. She watched the screen happily, seeing the angry black-robed man who was furious at her. Maybe I should wait a bit longer until he relaxes and lowers his guard. Also, I can check the weapon storage again to see if there's a better weapon to deal with him. 1 hour later, Endure Haoyang checked the entire quarry inside and out at least 3 times, but couldn't find Yi Lingwei's trace. It seems that Brat threw a bomb and ran away. Decades passed quickly. Whether on Blue Star or in Long Country, military technology advanced rapidly. Endure Haoyang had been in seclusion for decades and still knew nothing about the new types of firearms that appeared on Blue Star in recent years. She's lucky. The next time I meet her, I'll skin her alive. Just after making this fierce threat, Indu Haoyang suddenly felt a surge of energy. Then, a trace of black-red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the injuries he forcibly suppressed had reached a point beyond his control. I must meditate and heal quickly, or things will get worse. Thinking this, Indu Haoyang took another look around. Once he confirmed there was nothing unusual in the quarry, he felt a little more at ease. He quickly walked to a hidden corner near the quarry entrance and sat cross-legged. It wasn't because he didn't want to meditate and heal inside the factory, nor because he enjoyed self-punishment and wanted to stand in the rain in the yard. He did this to ensure that if Yi Lingwei or anyone else entered the quarry, he could sense their presence immediately. At the same time, being outdoors was more convenient for him to use his magic for attacks and evasion. However, Indu Haoyang didn't know that if Yi Lingwei really wanted to enter the quarry, she wouldn't need to go through the main gate. He also wouldn't realize that he chose to leave the factory and sit in the yard. Instead, this allowed Yi Lingwei to fully unleash her strength and use more powerful weapons. She no longer had to worry about the collapsing factory caused by the excessive power of her weapons. The person in the black robe looks really miserable right now. Still inside the jade pendant space, Yi Lingwei was carrying the latest single-soldier rocket launcher on her shoulder. She watched the black-robed man sitting in the rain, looking quite disheveled, and whispered with a look of schadenfreude. "This is really, heaven has a road, but you refuse to take it, has no door, but you insist on breaking in. If you had just stayed quietly inside the factory, I really wouldn't have a way to deal with you right now. But now, hee, let you experience the power of this new rocket launcher." To be completely sure, Yi Lingwei activated the safety lock of the rocket launcher inside the space. She aimed the rocket launcher at the black-robed man, and the moment she left the space, she pressed the ignition button with her thumb. After completing this series of actions, Yi Lingwei quickly re-entered the jade pendant space. At the moment Yi Lingwei appeared, Duanmu Haoyang, who was meditating and healing his injuries with his eyes closed, sensed her presence. But before he could open his eyes and see Yi Lingwei clearly, his heart suddenly pounded violently, as if facing a deadly crisis. Immediately after, Duanmu Haoyang saw something rushing rapidly toward him. His experience of escaping death multiple times told him that if he couldn't dodge this time, he would definitely die. However, whatever it was moving too fast. So fast that Duanmu Haoyang didn't even get a clear look at it before it was right in front of him. So fast that he had no time to perform any evasive maneuvers. Yi Lingwei, who had just hidden inside the jade pendant space, hadn't had time to look carefully at the display screen before hearing a loud boom. She saw a huge cloud of dust rising from where the black-robed man was meditating, and the shockwave from the explosion caused her ears to roar. After more than 10 minutes, when all the dust had settled, Yi Lingwei saw clearly. The original spot where the black-robed man was meditating had turned into a giant crater. The already fragile courtyard walls and gates had all collapsed completely. She waited another half-hour inside the space before cautiously stepping out. Standing at the edge of the crater caused by the rocket launcher in the courtyard of the quarry, Yi Lingwei carefully searched around. Apart from a few pieces of black cloth, there was nothing else. Yi Lingwei couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Is the power of the rocket launcher really so strong that it completely destroyed the person, leaving no remains or broken limbs?"